everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
A real human being, Frieren, author, Wired synopsis. A human dies, a demon wakes up. Strong, fast, immortal, naturally talented in magic, capable of picking up languages with ease, what's not to love, right? Wrong. It's hard to enjoy life when nothing causes real enjoyment anymore, and your emotions are dim, distant, and foreign. This can make a man religious. This is a story about a man, turned demon, trying to find a way to keep himself together and maybe, just maybe, one day return the humanity he lost. I do have a Patreon. Patreon.com/wired/. The Patreon holds one advanced chapter for this story. I only just created it, so it's nothing too special yet, but if you want to support me, it's there. Chapter 1 to 16, Prologue. Be careful what you wish for, you just might get it. One of many words of wisdom that never truly registered for me before. I remember, back when I was younger, I used to daydream. I dreamt of magic and amazing power, of being unconstrained by society, existing as a force of nature that everyone had to account for and take care not to disturb. Such a cool guy, that is me, would also live in a world where ancient secrets, treasure, and interesting people could be found everywhere, under practically every rock. Childhood fantasies, nothing more, and as one grows older, it becomes harder and harder to daydream about such things and extract real enjoyment out of them. You can feel only so much righteous fury about an imaginary battle against non-existent Sith Lords after all. You can only feel warm and fuzzy inside, imagining the adoration of a non-existent maiden for so long. Still, in the back of my mind, there was always this silent hope. That maybe something magical will happen in my life. Maybe aliens would turn out to be real, maybe God, the one from the Bible, can hear me when I sometimes address him. Maybe humanity will unlock faster-than-light travel during my life, and I will live to see a Wild West era of space exploration. I know that at least some of my hopes must have been right. I am sure God was listening. Because here I am. Born with power beyond humanity, immortal, in an alien world, living in a literal fantasy setting. But as always, there is a twist. I sat amidst the trees, on a small clearing not far away from a crude cabin I constructed for myself. The birds sang loudly, as is normal for the season, and a small river, practically just a spring, flowed close by. I caught a glimpse of my reflection, an image both familiar and alien. A youthful face stared back, untouched by time, appearing no older than 18. Golden hair cascaded down like a silken waterfall, framing features so symmetrical they bordered on the divine. Eyes of piercing blue held a depth that belied their age, and the delicate balance of sharp cheekbones and soft lips could have graced either gender with equal grace. Yet, amidst this near perfection, two thick, curved horns arched gracefully from my temples, their dark crimson hue contrasting starkly against the pale strands of hair. The image in the crystal-clear water reflected a man dressed in rags, remnants of an old cloak, yet the body itself was pristine, with skin so lustrous any human woman would die of envy. A small worn journal on my lap, and with it, a feather in my hand, and a bottle of ink by my side, gently placed amidst the short grass, were also there, either reflection. But as I gazed upon myself, I felt nothing. Which was the crux of my troubles, was it not? Demons do not feel as humans do. We feel emotions, but they are stunted, undeveloped. Satisfaction of doing a task, especially if it's related to hunting humans, pride in something you do, in an accomplishment, anger at being hurt or slighted, fear of death or pain, all of that I can experience. Even though the stimuli felt much weaker than what I vaguely remembered from my human life. But more complex emotions eluded my kind, and by extension, me. I wasn't able to feel guilt anymore. I could never again feel pride in someone else, I couldn't experience hope, and I couldn't feel compassion. Not to even mention love or affection. From my research, crude as it is, I hypothesized that the demons' minds simply weren't wired for such things. It made sense. An apex predator, naturally gifted with magical might that a human would need a decade to cultivate, a being who can regenerate with magical energy, who can effortlessly enhance its own body, and who is born with an instinctive ability to mimic and quickly learn languages. Why would such a being need more complex emotions? Humans and other primates developed those gradually, as pack animals, to better survive and function as a society. Demons didn't need a society. A single demon was a self-sustaining being who could only die if killed, which in the wild shouldn't have ever been possible, unless the death came from another demon. I closed my eyes for a moment. Then, dipping the feather into ink, with careful strokes, I continued to write in the language I learned to write in from staring into books I found. Something we, demons, apparently could do, just as we could learn to speak a language by merely observing humans for a day or so. For a long time now, I've been forgetting what certain things feel like. The memory of my human life grows dimmer. I do not believe it's a supernatural phenomenon or a byproduct of my reincarnation. Rather, it's simply that my new experiences with passing years overwrite my previous ones. We, demons, are beings that are composed of magical energy in solid form, while our bodies, even internally, emulate humans. Most of this emulation is surface level at best. We have livers, stomachs, kidneys, and brains, but they are all redundant organs that do not serve a purpose. I conducted numerous vivisections on weaker monsters. I know that even damaging a brain, as long as the wound isn't too big and does not disturb their body's structure too much, does not affect them. I am certain it wouldn't affect me either, though I wasn't brazen enough to wound myself to check. The only real essential organ in both monsters and demons is our hearts, and from what my research indicates, it would be more accurate to call it a core. There are two ways to kill a demon. One would be to destroy enough of our bodies that our regeneration can't catch up, and the whole construct starts to fall apart into ambient energy, as it can't cope with the increased load of trying to maintain its shape, or to destroy our heart. The heart is the only thing we can't regenerate. My research indicates it's because a demon's heart is the core. A core from which all our mana originates, and which houses our consciousness, memories, and thinking. It's functionally both a heart and a brain. It's the center of our being. That is to say, just like a human's brain is filled with neurons and hormones that dedicate their personality, memory, behavior, and manner of thinking, we, demons, must have a core processing unit within ourselves, and without a doubt, it's our heart. Hence, a term core. The change in my memories is likely because just like neurons in a human brain are restructured with new experiences, making some memories more vague, or some associations more pronounced, demons likewise are rewired by the way we live. In layman's terms, if I felt pity in my previous life as I saw a wounded animal, but in this life, for years, I've seen animals die without feeling anything about it, so I will inevitably start to forget what that pity for wounded animals felt like. Or with enough time, I will cease recognizing that I am even supposed to feel pity for the wounded animals. The same principle applied to practically every single one of my emotions, but most importantly, patterns of thinking. Intellectual, I knew that I used to think and consider my actions while taking into consideration other people and their feelings, but I am completely incapable of it nowadays. It takes real, tangible effort to imagine what a human may feel if I were to do a certain action. While I was a human, it would have been effortless, a part of my normal pattern of thinking. Nowadays, it's an exercise in creativity, trying to force yourself to consider someone other than yourself and your immediate goals. Those changes in patterns of thinking are what concern me the most. In my previous life, there was a famous quote, "I think, therefore I am," but at this rate, I will cease to think the way I used to, and instead of being a human trapped into a wrong body, I will be a true demon with vague memories of once being a human. The former is me, the latter would be someone else. I do not feel anything thinking of this transformation. There is no revulsion or fear. I suppose it's similar to how a human would think about being a different person once they become older. But on an intellectual level, I find that change unacceptable, and ironically, my demonic pride supports me in the objectively stupid decision I am making today. That is, I am conducting an experiment that will most likely kill me. This is not an introduction to you or anyone else who is reading this message. This journal is simply that, my ramblings. The other journals you would find alongside it are filled with autopsies and my research into monster and demon anatomies, and magic. I tried to adhere to a scientific method, though I lack a formal education in magic. As such, most of the terminology was invented by me, for my own needs. If you are a mage, maybe you will find something useful amidst my notes. In the latter parts of this journal, I listed, in broad strokes, what I remembered of the technology and science of my old world. Concepts such as steam turbines, various fuels one can use for industries, concepts of factories, railroads, cellular theory, and what I remember of gravity and space, and some other smaller details concerning science that I recall. You may be wondering why I bother taking any notes at all, and the truth is, my demonic mind doesn't feel stimulated by this idea of sharing knowledge. Leaving a legacy, trying to help someone else follow my footsteps, simply sharing my knowledge for the betterment of others, to the current me, all of those are hollow concepts. They produce as much emotional stimuli as thinking of helping humans, and if, for some reason, you, the reader, are unfamiliar with demons, that means I feel nothing. The real reason why I write this is because I think the human me would have done it. Now, as for the nature of my current experiment, it's simple. All of my research, magical or otherwise, was centered around trying to find a way to influence a demon's core. The end goal is to be able to reshape it into something that can simulate a human's mind. The heart of a demon is comprised of solidified mana, much like the rest of our bodies. Demons can also solidify our mana at will, to regenerate ourselves, or even modify our bodies to an extent, for instance, growing sharper claws or teeth. Naturally, if we extrapolate this, a demon should theoretically be able to modify its core, if our personality and thinking patterns are created based on the magical equivalent of hormonal and neurological activity inside our core, changing those neuron/hormone equivalent mana particles and their arrangement will change our personality. With enough mastery, one should be able to reshape our core in such a way that a demon would think, feel, and experience a world not unlike a human, except while being stronger, faster, and biologically immortal. This is a goal I strive towards, a being with all the benefits of being a demon and a human. This is what I wish to be. I, as a former human, am probably the only demon who can even approach to attempt such magic. Though this is a Herculean endeavor that will likely take centuries of study, and likely vivisection of monsters, demons, animals, and likely even humans, to understand everything about how brains and hearts function, and to be able to modify the latter freely. However, if I were to lose my memories of being a human, if I were to lose all my patterns of thinking, habits, and goals, I would lose my advantage in being aware of how demons and humans think. There is a chance I wouldn't even be interested in pursuing the path of returning my humanity. It's troubling. Therefore, the current experiment. I created a curse that should allow me to relive my memories, not as one would see a dream, but with physical effects on one's body. Currently, I lack most of the necessary knowledge to directly affect the inner workings of my core. I am still very much in the observation phase of my research. In the monsters I've vivisected, I am yet to name every mechanics and interactions of solidified mana within the core. Obviously, I didn't yet make sense of how the heart of a monster works, much less a heart of a much more complex being such as demons. My curse is less working with tangible variables such as mana particles in one's heart, and more centered around bringing up the memories from within one's soul and projecting them onto one's brain, or a core. As a demon, magic comes almost instinctively, but developing this curse took me over a decade. This curse was my original focus ever since I mastered enough basics to defend myself, as I wanted to be able to perfectly recall my previous life in perfect clarity, especially any scientific articles I've read or studied, and the current application of this curse wasn't originally my plan. I didn't even consider my personality and very manner of thinking being changed gradually with my new state of being to such an extent. Foolishly, I believed my morals and mind were more resilient than this. Alas, the mind does not persist over the body. This curse I created was tested on monsters, which are abundant in the surrounding forest. They survived. They also trashed in their restraints while reliving them, as I mostly made them relive the fight I had to capture and subdue them. But I couldn't find, nor would I have been able to restrain a fellow demon. Demons and monsters are similar, but monsters are much more primitive in terms of cognitive functions. An apt comparison would be a human and any other animal. Essentially, I am going to cast a curse tested on dogs, on an equivalent of a human, a spell that is equivalent to a brain surgery, and hope for the best. This is the main reason for this note. I am almost certain I will die. I do not know how spells are normally recorded, and if I can even write down a demon's curse in such a way, so I am unable to share this piece of my magic. Demon's way of doing magic is half instinctual, half proper knowledge. If I survive this, I will try to broaden my magical education with systematic human knowledge. For a second, I considered the journal, the notes I wrote. They irked me. The fact that I wasted the ink, the paper, and the time to write this bothered me. My pride demanded that I structure my message properly, make it more grandiose, even if it would impact its clarity, and make it more sympathetic. So that, at least, if a human reads it, it may benefit me if he takes pity. I wanted to write something more manipulative, something that serves me, my purposes. However, rationally, I knew that this was good enough. Besides, amongst other things, I resolved myself not to lie so brazenly. This note worked. It was good enough to emulate what I would have written if I were still a human. Or I think that's what I would have written. It wasn't likely anyone would find it if I were to die, anyway. However. Written by Albert. I wrote that down, it seemed like something a human would do, too. I remember clinging to what remained of my previous life back when I got here. I promised myself to act morally, to follow the 10 Commandments, to use my real name, and even though the original emotions that drove me to do so are mostly forgotten, and promises mean nothing to a demon, I followed those rules so far, out of habit, even if I felt nothing for them anymore. No, probably, it's precisely because I felt nothing about those rules anymore that I followed them. In a few years, that might have changed. Silently, I stood up, my body wasn't sore despite the hour I spent meticulously trying to write like my old human self. My body felt relaxed, yet ready to explode into violence at any single instance. Like it always did. Silently, I went back into my hut. The crude building was constructed out of evenly shaped logs and a tiled roof. I couldn't produce clay, I didn't remember how, but it turned out that carving rocks from the nearby mountain into identical flat stones worked almost just as well. Lining those tiles across the roof made of logs, and clogging the holes with mud from the spring, seemed to make a decent shelter. Not that a shelter is needed for a demon in the first place. Inside, it was barren. There was a pile in the far side corner, armors, swords, hammers, a lot of junk made of metal, like lanterns, pots, or even hinges from doors. I hammered a few daggers and bolts I found into the logs that made up this hut, to keep them together. For a demon, this wasn't difficult, but that was the extent of the uses I found for steel. Many flying monsters lived on and around the nearby mountain, and they seemed to like stealing anything shiny. When I found their nests and used the monsters for research, I took the metal they collected too, the metal that wasn't rusted completely, anyway. I even had some coins due to that. Then there is the small table I made, and my treasures, the 3 empty books I found, and a few books that weren't originally empty. One of the monsters in the aforementioned mountain must have attacked and devoured a merchant. I found the remnants of an entire carriage just smashed into a tree, and inside it, across piles of junk destroyed by rain and time, there was a small chest, and inside it, those 3 books, originally used for accounting. It was the first entries in those books, as well as a separate tome detailing religious texts and history of some ancient time, and a belief in the goddess of creation, that allowed me to learn the language. I knew that, supposedly, divine magic, or whatever the proper term was coded into this book, but I've yet to find anything, and besides, I was not foolish enough to try and cast spells that are created to destroy my kind. This book at least allowed me to understand that I was in the world of Frieren, which, all those years ago, for a naked and confused fledgling demon child, was very useful. It saved my life, and was the only reason why I avoided the human village and the surrounding area when I accidentally stumbled across it, and chose to observe from the shadows for a day, instead of following my nose and walking straight into it. I remember finding it ironic then, and amusing, the holy book saving a demon, though, back then, while I could experience amusement and irony by proxy, by remembering it's supposed to be funny. Nowadays I was incapable of even that much. I gently placed my journal on the table and carefully wrapped the books in a piece of cloth. I then gently placed it into the chest I originally found it in, locked it, while leaving the key inside, and placed the chest on the table. "It's year 14th of my stay in this world," I voiced, addressing no one. My voice is distinctly musical in its qualities, alluring, perfect to entice humans. It sounded odd in this barely livable hut. Either this is the end, or the real beginning. I did not speak out of sentimentality, but rather out of habit. Narrating my thoughts was the rule I made for myself. It seemed like a human thing to do. Now. I turned around and exited the hut, once again heading to the same spot, by the stream, under the shade of a nearby oak. It wasn't a bad place to die. My mana ignited. Suppressed as it was, unnaturally and uncomfortably, stirring it awake always felt right. Proper. Suppressing it was infuriating and uncomfortable at first. I grew used to doing it, but willing it into action, feeling it ripple and spill out as my concealment failed, despite annoying me due to it being a failure of suppressing mana, still felt satisfying to some primal demonic part of my being. "Resonant soul," I whispered to myself, my voice suddenly turning otherworldly, as the sounds around me dimmed unnaturally. I directed my mana, weaving it together in an arcane pattern, half knowing exactly what I was doing, half guided by the instincts I didn't truly comprehend. The otherworldly voice was also a component of the curse I deliberately created, because it felt like something a human would expect. Only the name was something I chose myself, as it felt appropriately powerful and factually correct. Within a fraction of a second, the spell was woven, igniting into a bluish vortex as my mana concealment wavered. I focused on the specific memories I wished to relive, and forced the curse upon myself. I woke up with a gasp. It was night. The stars were shining overhead. My body was trembling. With shaking hands, I wiped my wet face, only to see tears. Demons could cry on demand. I knew, because I had made myself cry before, just to see if I could. But demons never cried from genuine emotions. Tears, as well as facial expressions, were just used by us to manipulate others or convey something in a conversation. It's the first time I spilled genuine tears in this life. Maybe I was the first demon to ever do so. My body was already calming down, returning to normal, but the memory was fresh. My birthday, back when I was 12, and managed to gather all my friends together. My first girlfriend and our sex. My first breakup. That one time I went skiing in Austria. I can't believe I forgot. I whispered, my voice, for the first time in this new life, filled with genuine emotion. Envy, anger. I forgot how amazing it was to be human. It felt like I should have said something more profound. Something deeper, instead of those basic words that spilled out of me. But they were the truth. My curse worked exactly as I wished. I've lived through those parts of my life again. I've thought the thoughts I thought up back then, felt the same things, experienced the same sensations. Only now to realize how much more muted this cursed, demonic body is. It had none of the lingering aches a human body had. Its capacity to experience emotions was so weak and diluted that a disappointment a human child would feel at not getting a toy he wanted for Christmas would dwarf the greatest tragedy a demon could experience. A demon would be less afraid to die than a human would be at getting his first love confession rejected. My body was shaking, not because of the anger and regret I was feeling now, but because the emotions I just experienced, emotions I remember experiencing due to the curse, were so much more overwhelmingly real and powerful. Slowly, carefully, I rose to my feet. Only when going to sleep. I will cast this on myself only when I am going to sleep. I promised myself quietly, otherwise, I will get addicted. The sheer depth of enjoyment I experienced was incomparable with anything this demonic body could produce. I wasn't sure, maybe devouring humans was just as pleasurable for a demon, but now, with the memory of my human life so fresh in my mind, thinking of devouring humans made me feel uncomfortable by proxy. Which meant it worked. I am, at least partially, back to my previous self. Estimated time. I glance at the moon above. With almost 15 years of practice, estimating time wasn't overly difficult, 6 hours and a half under a curse. Meaning I probably lived through this memory at 50 or so times the speed of the real world. It made me feel a tingle of displeasure. This significantly impacted the possible combat application of the curse. This is unexpected. The monsters I tested this on seemed to relive their experience in up to 4 times acceleration. I paused, considering why it could be. Maybe the amount of mana the target has increases the speed at which they relive the memories. It made sense, instinctively. Mana was somehow tied to both the demon's heart and our soul, which logically meant that mana would probably subconsciously shield someone from the effect of the spell, in sufficient quantities. But I expected the curse to possibly fail if the target is too strong. I didn't expect it to be more effective on a stronger target. In case of that spell, in combat, it would be more beneficial if the target was staggered for longer, reliving past experiences. Or maybe it's because the spell was cast on myself, that there was no resistance from the mana at all? More testing is needed either way. A good avenue for future research. But for the first time in the last couple of years, I didn't feel like doing research. I just wanted to. I leaned back on the grass, staring into the night sky, feeling an echo of wonder I surely would have felt gazing upon this beauty as a human. Yes, right now, for the first time in years, I don't care for my research, I simply wished to savor this. And so, indulging myself, I did. Surely even the Lord wouldn't hold this moment of weakness against me. Chapter 2, Chapter 1. 4,468 words. Now, being able to relive my most important memories, I felt reinvigorated. Alive. Like a dim fog in my head lifted, and my thinking broadened back to almost how it used to be. I couldn't be sure it wasn't a placebo effect, but I felt more like myself. I suppose that would have to do. Which brought me here, to where I am. On the broad road towards the human village I didn't yet know the name of, dressed in the best preserved torn cloak I looted in one of the nests, and other clothes I could find throughout the years. Being a demon meant not knowing anxiety. This, amongst other things, was one of the few perks of the few qualities of the demonic emotionally stunted state of being, that I enjoyed the benefits of. Logically, in my situation, were I still a human, I would have known that I don't have many material possessions or attachments to my hut or this area. If I had to cut my losses and run, I had little to lose. Yet, I would have been anxious, even scared to go to a human village incognito. I would have been afraid of being discovered, of a confrontation that would follow, and of scorn and fear. As a demon, I was simply aware that this would be a consequence of my discovery, and that there may be a threat to my life if the local elderly priest would start throwing around divine magic. I wasn't worried and did not hesitate. Before going to the village, I prepared, of course. There were rules that I had to follow, and consider before even thinking about going to the village. Those weren't the rules I set for myself. Those were the rules I knew from when I was a human, growing up in a religious family. Back in my previous life, I didn't give them much thought. I didn't have the power to truly ignore those rules, the society I'd been a part of enforced them. But I am beyond law enforcement as I am now. And I had done some rethinking since. As Lord once commanded, I shall do, but not out of fear of punishment, but because I have a choice, and I choose to hear his word. Everyone knows the commandments. They are the basis of morals as we know them now. Honor only the one true God. Do not make idols, i.e., do not worship the creature, but the Creator. Reverently pronounce the name of God, i.e., do not pronounce it in vain, without need. Dedicate the 7th day of the week to God. Honor your father and mother, so that it will be well with you, and so that you may live long on the earth. Do not kill. Do not steal. Be faithful, keep your family holy, do not betray it, protect it. Do not lie. Do not envy. Back in my previous life, I wasn't the most faithful Christian, and right now I am a demon. There could be many explanations for me being here, as I am now, but I would like to think it's a test from God. Because it's a simple, elegant explanation, and because, despite all the modern slander of my age towards Christianity, fundamentally, the Christian virtues morally align with mine almost perfectly. If I were to choose a higher power that presides over me, I would choose the one true God, and I would like to have faith that He is righteous and kind. For the alternative is unsettling, even to my current cursed existence. Because if it's not by God's grace that I am here, then I am a toy of some other force. I did not wish to have faith in that. It might have been ironic on the surface for a demon to worship God, but I am not a demon of the Bible. I am not damned by default. I know I have an immortal soul. My curse was structured around interacting with it. I decided, in those first weeks in this world, that I was being tested. Not punished, not like Cain, because despite my concerns being centered on addressing the downsides of the current state of being, there were many upsides too. Many great gifts have been given to me in this new life. I was gifted great power, but the ability to be emotionally validated for doing good was taken. Maybe it's hubris, but it sounded like the most biblical unwritten story I've ever heard of. A man given great power, but his capacity to feel good for acts of altruism is taken away. Would that man choose to stay good? 'Twas only me and my morals remaining, the same morals upon which my character was built. An evil man, or I imagine most men, would not be concerned with tainting their hands, once or twice. But I knew that slope was a slippery one. I had no intentions of stepping on it in the first place, not without climbing gear. Maybe it's my pride, but I believe that so far, I have endured the test admirably. My hands weren't stained by another's blood, my lips weren't tainted with lies. I had little opportunity to do good, so I did little of it, but I had great opportunity to easily dispense evil and savor pleasure from doing so, and chose not to. It was this core of me, my most base righteousness, that was being tested. This is what I chose to believe. Of course, keeping to those principles was difficult, and would be even more difficult in the future. I have already elected that all of God's commandments only concern humans, elves, dwarves, and other emotionally and intellectually developed races that may exist in this world, not my fellow demons. The Son of God once said, "So in everything, do to others what you would have them do to you, for this sums up the law and the prophets." But demons are psychologically and intellectually incapable of reciprocating kindness and mercy, not until I develop my spell that would turn demons humane. As such, they are exempt from the scripture that teaches you to interact with fellow people, as demons aren't people. Not yet. I am incapable of love, incapable of empathy, incapable of the most basic virtue the Bible teaches. But that doesn't mean I can't act along with the book, and choose to one day be able to feel it with my heart once again, instead of mostly ignoring it like I did in the previous life. That being said, not killing and not dying myself would be significantly easier with my new curse. Seeing that it worked on a demon who was experiencing the memory of a human, I was certain it would work on humans, too. It was an instinctual understanding, something I could explain in proper words. My curse, the curse of the resonant soul, had limitations. There were 4 that I was currently aware of. I need to touch my target to cast the curse. I need to be aware of the memory I was willing the target to relive. I need to know what happened in this person's life to anchor the curse towards this event. The mana of the target and its amount, somehow correlated to the effectiveness of the curse. As my curse taps into the target's soul and forces that experience into their bodies, I can only make the target of the curse see its memories. In essence, my curse lulled the one I cast it upon into a vision the target couldn't break out of. On monsters I cast it on, I could keep them incapacitated with it for an hour, but that was because they experienced the memory, at most, at 4 times the speed of the real world. Meaning that for every 4 hours of memories, they only lay incapacitated for an hour. Humans who had weaker mana than monsters I tested it upon, which would be most humans, would therefore be incapacitated for at least this long with a simple touch, likely longer. As a demon, I naturally practiced a lot with reinforcing my body with mana, trying to be faster, stronger, and more durable. A healthy body is a healthy mind. I knew that a mage and, therefore, probably a demon can grow stronger by exercising with their energy, not unlike a human athlete can grow stronger by exercising their muscle, so I made sure to exhaust myself properly while training my basic abilities at least once a day, for the past 14 years. So if the fight broke out, I could reasonably move at inhuman speed to touch all my attackers, knocking them out, and retreat. I, of course, did my research on the village before deciding to enter. There were 3 persons of interest with above-average mana and somehow categorized as dangerous by my instincts and by logic, provided no one was living here while constantly hiding their mana. I doubt anyone would do such a thing. It's not my demonic instincts talking, I simply remember now that in the show, it was shown as an extraordinary skill only Frieren, her apprentice, and her master practiced. It was far too labor-intensive and impractical for most humans to master. As a demon who was currently trying to master it, I could confirm that living with your mana suppressed is hard. For a demon like me, it also felt instinctively wrong in every way imaginable, though it's probably just my nature giving me difficulties. Still, there were 3 humans I needed to be wary of. One was the priest. I never caught his name, only caught a glimpse of him once, after observing the village for the last week, except for Sunday, as I spent it in prayer. He was an elderly man. There were also 2 hunters, one was named Mutig, and seemed to be a father. The name of the second one, still a growing young man, I wasn't able to overhear. While the demon's senses are sharp, and I sharpened my senses further with magic, I could only overhear so much without approaching the village and risking discovery. The only reason I was confident enough to observe for so long and to approach now is because I am pretty good at masking my mana. I am always lowering it to a level of a normal human, as long as I don't cast any spells, and limit myself to simply enhancing myself, I probably would not be discovered. Unfortunately, casting a curse makes my mana fluctuate a bit. I don't know how noticeable it is to others, but I decided to assume that it's very noticeable, to be safe, and go from there. The imperfection of my craft irked my pride. While worn and torn in places, my clothes looked presentable to my eye. I also carried with me one of the better preserved half-swords, which was strapped to my hip. A hood was thrown over my head, neatly concealing most of my hair, a good part of my head, and my horns. Luckily, the angle of my horns conveniently didn't make them poke at suspicious angles into the hood. Otherwise, I would have to cut them off, and then resist the instinctive urge to regenerate. Of course, it would have been better to saw them off anyway, but Lord have mercy, even if my sense of pain was dulled, I still had it, and the horns were very sensitive. More sensitive than almost everything else on my body, bar the genitals. I can only imagine how painful it would be to remove them, probably comparable to cutting away your foreskin as a human. Not that I ever really understood that particular ritual, or Americans. As I walked over another hill, the village was before me. It sat quietly among tall pines and moss-covered stones, a handful of timber and stone houses nestled around a small, worn well. Thin smoke curled from chimneys, and the scent of firewood and baked grain lingered in the crisp air. Those smells failed to awaken anything pleasant in me, though I recognized them easily. Chickens wandered freely near crooked fences, and a dog barked once before retreating under a cart. As I approached along the packed dirt road, 2 children paused their stick duel to stare, and an old man at the edge of the field, his mana and his calloused hands, telling me he was just a farmer, raised a hand in lazy greeting before returning to stacking chopped wood. A woman in a patched apron swept her porch, glancing up only briefly, and studied me approaching curiously, but didn't seem alarmed. The forest pressed close at the edges, but the village seemed unafraid of it, used to its shadows, and the surrounding area was probably hunted free of monsters. I paused briefly at the entrance. It's not like I expected to immediately be called out and greeted by pitchforks and torches, but my previous human experience gave me nothing when I was thinking of how to find the things I needed. After a moment of hesitation, I walked in, heading towards the center of the village and the well I could see, to get a better look around. The week I observed the village, I mostly managed to do so from the direction of the forest, hiding in shadows and careful not to leave any tracks, wary of hunters. So I only saw the village from one vantage point, and the size of their fields was rather impressive now that I was here. I suppose they do need to eat. Excuse me, I approached the woman, the one who was sweeping her porch. I did so after lifting a bucket of water from the well and drinking from it. An empty gesture, but one I thought of beforehand for show, to quell some suspicion. Is there a shop here, or someone who trades in writing supplies or cloth? The woman seemed a bit taken aback by my question, though not overly much. I could read her emotions with shocking clarity. Old Weiss may have something, she said, unsurely, I am not sure she will sell. She gestured towards one of the houses, one that had vines running across it, and that had a few flowers growing in many flower beds around it. She lives there. You can also try old man Frieren, he is our priest. I nodded, my instinct telling me to give her a sincere, charming smile, as my mouth was visible to her, to make my body language relieved and thankful, but all of that would have been a lie. Do not lie. I assume Weiss is a herbalist? I asked, already deducing that much. I saw the woman she talked about while observing the village. She was indeed old, but I never caught her name. Her mana was stronger than average in the village, but I didn't consider her a threat. She was much magically weaker than I, and unlike hunters, I doubt she can compensate with tools or techniques. The physical age would also be crippling, if you weren't a mage. She is. Woman confirmed, a bit surprised, and as I suspected, taken aback by my cold attitude. Or was. She doesn't sell many potions anymore, just some medicine if someone goes down with a fever. I would keep it in mind, thank you, I said, actively forcing myself not to fake any emotions with my voice or body language, but bowing a bit to her in a gesture of gratitude. This, unlike faking body language, wouldn't be a lie, as it's a gesture meant to convey gratitude without pretending that I feel it. I then walked off, leaving the woman behind. After knocking at the door, I wait. Eventually, the door opens. On the other hand stands a woman in a very advanced age, definitely over 60. She probably originally had lush, almost golden hair, but by now they were mostly gray, and her eyes were brown. She was short, and I wasn't sure how tall I was in this new life, but she barely reached my chest. Oh my, a visitor, and a traveler no less, she said, opening her door wider and smiling at me pleasantly. Can I help you with something, young man? That would depend on whether you can sell me some items, I answered politely. I need certain things, and I have some coin on me. I proposed simply. The woman blinked, taken aback by something in my attitude, I could tell. But even with my human memories fresh in my head, I couldn't tell what exactly in my attitude made her, and the other woman, react like this. Of course, we can talk inside. Please come in. She stepped aside, offering me to enter. I did, but internally, I was a bit confused. I expected more suspicion. More caution. I am a demon, and I had so little trouble infiltrating. If I weren't who I am, this whole village would have been slaughtered, unable to mount any resistance. I am a young demon, but I can say with some confidence that I would have been able to kill most humans here. Maybe the priest or the hunters could have killed me, though it's also possible that I am overestimating humans based on examples from the story. Either way, this was precisely why I approached the village while hunters were away, and the priest rarely leaves the church in the first place. I expected more caution. They are too careless. Following the owner, I passed through the lobby. Inside the house proper, the air was thick with the mingled scents of dried herbs, earth, and old parchment. Bundles of lavender, sage, and unknown forest plants hung from the rafters, their colors faded but their aromas potent. Shelves lined the walls, cluttered with glass jars containing roots, powders, and preserved specimens, each labeled in a meticulous hand. A sturdy wooden table occupied the center of the room, its surface scarred by years of use. Mortars and pestles, along with various cutting tools, lay scattered atop it, alongside open books filled with handwritten notes and botanical illustrations. The herbalist herself moved confidently, her hands stained from years of handling plants. She wore a simple, earth-toned dress, and her once golden hair, now streaked with silver, was tied back with a strip of cloth. Come along, I will make some tea, she hustled, as I was seated at the small dinner table on the edge of the room. With some genuine interest, I studied the specimens and plants she preserved, memorizing them. I recognized a few. I've seen them in the forest before. Now I know which plants are valuable to collect. The samples also helped me understand which parts were valuable, the roots, the stems, or the flowers. So, how can I help you? She asked, after a few minutes, pouring us both some herbal tea, and sitting opposite me. The smell of the tea was undoubtedly herbal, but to my demonic instinct, it didn't smell like anything appetizing. The humans in the village did. For the first time in years, I felt hungry. The impulse to kill wasn't as strong, not after I grew used to it after a week, but it was still there. As you can see, I don't have much on me, I said slowly, after taking a big sip of the tea. It tasted just like it smelled, like nothing my palate cared for. The clothes I have on me are the only clothes I own, besides some torn-up wraps. I would like to buy something less torn apart. I explained, but maybe not from you. I added, gesturing at her house. The reason I came to you is that I also need some ink, paper, and books. Preferably, a map. You have one. I can see you are a learned woman, so I hope you have at least some of the things I look for. The woman looked a bit surprised, resting in her chair as she did, she lifted an eyebrow. What sort of books exactly? Anything, I said, after a moment of consideration. If you have an encyclopedia on monsters or plants, I would take it. If you have anything about history, I would buy it too. Religious texts are fine. I paused for a moment, shaking my head slowly and deliberately. Anything will do, because I simply need books to pass the time, and maybe learn something new. This was true. I didn't expect that she would have anything of real value here. What a strange thing to search for. The woman laughed, seemingly genuinely. I kept quiet. I don't mean to mock you, young man, but for a traveler so battered, you really have your priorities straight, she said fondly and with thick sarcasm. I can't sell you a map, unfortunately, it's the only one I have, and I don't know if the passing merchant will be selling it again. I have some ink and paper, if you are interested. And you may be surprised, but I have some clothes from my son, he was about your size, they may just fit you. I blinked. This was surprising, she was right. I am glad to hear it, I said truthfully. Though it was more me appreciating that I wouldn't be inconvenienced by asking around the village, hoping to buy clothes from other humans. Would you allow me to redraw your map on one of the parchments, for some extra pay? The woman seemed surprised by my question, but shook her head. Don't worry, if you just need to look and copy what you can, you don't have to pay me for it. I would hardly be losing anything after all. That's surprisingly kind of her. With my curse, a single glance at the map would be enough for me to recall it in perfect detail for the rest of my life. Not that she knew that. Thank you. And any books you can sell me? The woman glanced at me for a moment, shaking her head. I don't have any books I am ready to part with for money, Sonny. Though. She glanced for a moment at my sword. I simply waited for her to come to a decision. I can give you a grimoire with a folk spell, if you can help the village. There is a monster in the forest that is a bit too dangerous for Mutig and little Schnell, they were worried sick about it. She said carefully. You have the air of an adventurer around you. Can you help them? I considered her question for a moment. It was dangerous, coming in contact with some of the people I designated as dangerous beforehand. But the woman showed kindness to me. This kindness couldn't move my non-existent heart, but it was kindness nonetheless. Such things need to be reciprocated, when possible. I probably can, I say truthfully. And if your village is in trouble, I will. I looked into the woman's eyes calmly. I would like to receive the clothes first, this attire isn't comfortable. I added, after a moment. The woman laughed. You just have to tell me what happened. Those rugs look like you wore them for weeks on end, and rolled in the dirt wearing them besides. That's not completely inaccurate, I said, glancing at the table, and trying to structure my words properly, to not accidentally fall into what's natural, to not accidentally lie. I found those clothing in a ruined carriage, 10 or so miles southwest of here, in the forest. It looked like a monster dropped it to crack it open. After my encounter with a flying monster earlier, those clothes were better than what I had. I explained truthfully, just not mentioning that all of this happened around 7 years ago. Oh dear, that explains why you have practically nothing on you, the woman shook her head. Alright, let me go in the back and see what I have for you. Enjoy your tea, she stood up with some difficulty, before glancing at me. I completely forgot, my name is Weiss, how can I call you, young man? I obediently took a cup of tea, smelled it once more, before taking a long, indulgent gulp. I am Albert. The woman nodded happily and headed deeper into the house. So far, most of my goals for visiting the village have been met. I needed to know where I am, and when I am on the timeline. The timeline of Frieren wasn't obvious, but with my spell that lets me relive reading the manga, it was trivial to recall most of the dates, names, and places mentioned, even though I had terrible memory for such things, back when I was a human. I needed to know if I was anywhere near where I knew Demon King's armies would rampage, which is frankly most of the continent, and if I was before or after Hero Himmel. I knew I wasn't in the mythical era, because the holy scripture I learned the language from was written about it. But besides that, I was dangerously clueless about the surrounding world. I also needed to leave, the monsters on the mountain I frequented were running out, and I needed fresh test subjects. Learning where I could go was important, my little hut in the woods was redundant and served no purpose anymore, nothing kept me in this area. The map would surely help me with knowing where I am, and a few careful questions should help me to learn if Hero Himmel was already famous, or maybe, if he has already passed. Learning if the Demon King was slain should also be relatively simple. Hopefully, the Demon King is dead, and I don't have to worry about widespread attacks by demons and someone attempting to press gang me into service. Pleased, I sat alone. There was quite anticipation building, despite the possible danger of hunters recognizing me for what I am, as I may just see my very first grimoire. I was very curious how humans do magic. Besides fresh monster specimens, human magic grimoires were probably the most important component for my research. After a long moment, I stood up, hearing the woman search for something in the next room over, muttering to herself. Deciding it wouldn't be much of a breach in privacy, I approached her work table and gently studied the journals and books around. With quite interest, I submerged myself into reading about recipes and terms that meant nothing at all to the current me. Chapter 3, Chapter 2. 4,317 words. Mutig. Being a hunter in Waldheim village meant more than just bringing game home, it meant being the village's first and last line of defense. That's what my pa used to tell me when I was just a wee lad. When I was Schnell's age, just like him, I didn't get that. Not that I blame the lad, or my younger, more handsome self, for that matter. The world looks so small from inside the village, and the forests around feel safe. Like home. Easy to forget that just 12 miles southeast, there is the mountain of Kleinhorn, infested with monsters that hellhole is, and if the inhabitants hunt all the game, they start migrating. When they do, children and adults go missing, and the forest paths you used to know like the wrinkles on the face of your wife suddenly aren't as familiar, sunny, and peaceful anymore. 30 years ago, I had a wake-up call, almost lost an eye to a monster who decided to dive on a stupid human hunter who walked the forest like he owned it. Half of my face is still marked by it. At least still likes it, says she married my grumbling ass for it, so I can't complain too much. I just prayed to the goddess that Schnell wouldn't need a surprise like that to set him straight, unlike his idiot pa. Being a hunter meant being able to hunt more than just beasts, it meant being able to hunt monsters. Now, obviously, I like to brag over a pint or two, who doesn't, but even I can easily admit that the stuff I can handle is small fry. There are monsters out there that come and leave like the storm, and behind them, there is only death and devastation. A weaker monster or two, usually starved and pushed out of their usual territory, I can handle. Handled for years now. Schnell can too, as long as the lad keeps sharp. But that house-sized monstrosity that was making itself at home in our corner of the forest for the last few months is not a beast I would have us hunt lightly. Knowing one's own limits is also important for a hunter. Sure, if the beast were to decide to attack the village, we would fight. But until then, the best bet was to pass a message with the next merchant, to the Lord, asking to send some proper men for the job. Meanwhile, tracking the beast and preparing for it is about the best we can do. The road back home was quiet. The boy was daydreaming again, and after the last 2 tense hours, when we were crouching with narious sound, trying to make sense of the tracks to triangulate where the beast had its lair, I couldn't blame him. The forest was nice this time of the year. Birds screaming their little throats out, bees buzzing by, real easy to tell if something is out of place. Unlike in winter or autumn, right now, if little beasties get agitated, you can tell. We picked some herbs old Weiss asked us to look out for, and some nice berries and mushrooms, in our usual spots. Couldn't afford to hunt any game on this outing, the smell of blood could agitate the monster, those creatures tended to have a keen sense for it. It was near the entrance of the village that we were greeted by a stranger. An odd fellow if I ever saw one. Wore that oversized worn cloak, but otherwise was dressed decently, in linen clothing. Very stiff though, and his hands looked as if he didn't have an honest day's worth of work in his life. He was pretty tall, about as tall as I, and I am not a small man. Mutig and Schnell, I presume, the stranger said, his voice was, about right, honestly. I've heard bards who sang more off-tune than he spoke. The stuck-up manner of speech also added up, as did his pale, delicate skin. I just had no idea what the hell a noble was doing in our parts. You'd presume right, I spoke up, chewing on the blade of grass, who was asking? Couldn't see the man's eyes under the cloak, but could swear he briefly looked us both over. My name is Albert. The herbalist, Weiss, asked me to kill a monster. Said you knew where to find it. Now, that did take me aback. Still, I looked over the man more carefully. He did have a sword, a decent one too, and he did carry himself confidently. No, not confidently, he carried himself without a hint of wariness or tension. Like he was completely relaxed. All right, I said slowly. Then, at a moment's notice, I moved. I didn't wind up my punch, just struck, hard as I could, next to his face. I blinked, staring at my hand, which he caught. I didn't even notice him move properly. Just his cloak suddenly moving in the non-existent wind, and something blurring in the air. I can only assume that was some sort of test, he said, undisturbed, just as relaxed and uncaring, letting go of my wrist. Usually, one can get a measure of a man with a handshake. This was about just as effective. The stranger's grip felt like steel. Pa, what in the hells? The boy asked, probably staring stupidly at my back. I grunted. If that monster gets agitated, it can attack the village. Letting some hothead with a sword have a go at it will get it all sorts of excited, I explained, both to Albert and the boy. So sorry about that, but not sorry. Picking out your remains out of his tusks is one thing, but I ain't gonna let everyone in Waldheim suffer 'cause a new adventurer with lips still white from his mama's milk got a big head. The man nodded simply, as if expecting it. Maybe he did. He is damn unsettling. Like nothing that happened surprised or moved him in the slightest. Gives me the creeps. I understand. He said simply, and by his tone, it was impossible to say if he did. I can assure you, you don't have to worry about trying to peel my remains off of anything. I chuckled despite myself, the joke was shit, but the delivery was good. Alright, well, can't check for much else, but you are damn strong and fast. We still have about 6 hours of daylight, the lair is about 2 hours away. If you want mine and Schnell's help, you'll have to wait until tomorrow, when we rest up a bit. I knew the boy would complain, so I turned around as I finished the sentence and glared at him all meaningful like. I can still help, he said stubbornly, not willing to look me in the eyes, as he glanced down. We both knew he was full of shit. That won't be necessary, the Albert fellow said simply, breaking up the argument before it could begin. Which I appreciated, not the first time the boy was shied at judging his limits. I just need you to show me where it is. I don't need any support. I actually would appreciate not having an audience for the fight, a lot of my abilities are a secret I would like to keep. I would also like not having other people I would have to worry about around. Strange thing to say, but nobles are always weird. Like mages. Like they live in a different world. Still, as far as I am concerned. Sounds good to me. I grunted simply, passing the man by and clapping his shoulder for a moment. Now wait here, I will be back in a few, gotta take a shit. Been holding it back for the last 3 hours, no way am I doing it in the forest when we are practically in the village. A few hours later. Now, the beast should be up ahead, stay sharp, I whispered to the swordsmen, who were crouching by my side. At first, when we entered the forest, he walked like a boar, so loudly it would wake the dead. But he was surprisingly quick at picking things up. By now, he had almost moved like a proper hunter. Learned how to move branches out of the way, learned how to walk properly, and I saw him study me and the boy and emulate it. He was good. The boy and I will be here. If things go very wrong, scream. Albert hesitated, but nodded after a few moments. He looked tenser, coiled like a spring. Surprisingly, that made me feel more at ease. Meant something could get under his skin, too. Thank you for your concern, but it's unnecessary. I will be back shortly. He sounded confident, too. Not made of stone, after all. Who said anything about concern? If you scream, it's our cue to run away. A bit of gallows humor was just what the lad needed to distress a bit. That's what I thought. Yet, he didn't react to the joke, just nodded all serious-like, and immediately started to move through the forest in the direction of the beast's lair. When he was gone, Schnell spoke up quietly. Pa, you think he'll be all right? Shush, I whispered back, glaring at the boy. We still didn't know exactly how good the monster's senses were. No reason to tempt fate. With a few sharp gestures, I told the boy to get up a tree. It was a decent one to shoot from, while I picked another one. Monsters who weren't flying by nature rarely could jump good, and a tree in its way is another second for you to jump somewhere else while it rams it or tries to climb it. Maybe some pansy town hunters couldn't jump across trees or climb them well, but hunters in villages like ours were trained properly. Warriors' techniques, my pa used to call them, though they all boiled down to basic physical conditioning. If you trained properly from when you were young, you could jump like a squirrel and be strong enough to punch through a wooden wall. That's actually a bare minimum the boy, and my pa before me had to do, before being allowed on proper hunts. Against monsters, being unable to do even that much will get you killed. The instant we took our spots, the forest shook. Breerarg. An ungodly sound, both a boar screech, all pig-like, and a roar of challenge and pain. The birds immediately went wild and started to fly away, screaming their throats out. Even from here, it was loud enough for the boy to clutch at his ears. At least he didn't lose his bow. Still, despite myself, I couldn't help but worry for the lad who went ahead to fight that. I saw the beast from afar, went alone when I did, and covered myself with enough compost and urine for it to be unable to smell me, wore a last year's bear pelt too. The monster looked big and dangerous, ugly like Tr's mama, goddess rest her soul, but this sound alone meant more than just size and a mean face. It felt like one of those nasty magics I heard some stronger monsters had, which meant that thing was even more dangerous than I thought. But for a while, aside from much quieter screeches, it was mostly silent. I can't tell when I realized that the tree I was sitting on was shaking. The first thing we saw wasn't the boar, but rather, a line of falling trees that was approaching alarmingly fast. So fast that the shock didn't have the time to wear off, when the demonic beast in the shape of a boar tore through the hill, throwing up dirt, wooden chips, and other debris. My hands moved before my mind registered that it did, letting out 2 arrows, enhanced with my mana, before I could even process what was going on properly. Both bounced off the beast's hide uselessly, not even penetrating. My eyes widened in horror as my mind caught up with reality. The boar isn't going to pass by. It was on a direct collision course with the Schnell's tree. Boy, move, now. I shouted, realizing I would not be able to jump towards him in time. I just couldn't. Not when I had to shift in place first from a stable shooting position to even be able to jump, much less towards him. The boy himself didn't even seem to hear me, just stared at the approaching death, like a rabbit trapped by a snake. I would never forget the expression on his face in that instant. In that moment, I knew my son would die. He appeared like a blur. His figure easily lost next to the boar, but he was probably on its tail, maybe even literally, from the very beginning. I could see a blur in the dark cloak, jumping across trees, and breaking them with his feet, like a stone skipping across water. His feet never even made solid contact with a horizontal surface. With each jump he merely pushed himself into each new tree with such force, that it held him for long enough to jump again. To achieve this, he twisted and rolled in the air like a serpent, too. My eyes barely caught him moving. In hindsight, the coordination and reaction time necessary to pull a trick like that would have been insane. He reached Schnell a moment before the boar rammed into the tree trunk, practically evaporating the century-old pine. My boy was grabbed by the scruff of the neck like a naughty pup, and with a single motion, somehow careful enough not to snap the boy's neck, thrown towards me. The boy screamed. "Fuck!" I cursed. Albert, the absolutely insane fucker, didn't say a single word, as he fell to his death, right towards the warpath of the fucking demonic boar. The sheer adrenaline-filled cocktail of emotions that ran through me in the previous few instances didn't even register properly. I didn't have time to process them, but the adventurer was already pulling another fucking miracle. I only saw it with my peripheral vision, busy as I was catching my son, and helping him on the branch. But somehow Albert twisted around in the air in the spare moment he had after saving Schnell, despite the impact from the debris he collided with in the air, like a fucking cat, and landed on his feet. Normally, that would just leave him trampled standing, rather than lying down. But the boar, disoriented from the collision, didn't manage to immediately skewer him. It clearly saw him and tried to gore him with its head, shaking it from side to side, its colossal 3 sets of tusks flashing like steel in the air. Albert, somehow not even fazed, managed to weave in tune with the head movements of the beast. The moment he landed, he used the inertia to move left, avoiding the first swing, then like a pendulum, he swung right, avoiding the boar's next swing of its colossal head. Finally the madman ran up the beast's head, avoiding its jaws with which the monster tried to bite him in half, stepped on his fucking teeth, and jumped from them hard enough to leave the beast reeling, as his body slammed into the Duncan cedar, a colossal beast of a tree just 10 or so meters away from where the boar was, and kicked it. The sequence of events was completely ridiculous, something you would hear people make up about one hero or another. But I saw with my own eyes as the colossal cedar, at least 40 meters tall, and wide enough for 3 men to hug, broke in the middle, and started to fall, on the boar. Albert, of course, wasn't anywhere near the crush side. The colossal tree fell upon the roaring and snaring beast, that sounded downright afraid. The monster attempted to flee, but its relatively short, stubby legs couldn't move it away in time. The only thing it achieved was that instead of landing on its head, the colossus of a tree landed on its back. With a loud snap, Albert was by the side of the boar before it even recovered, landing next to its head. Slowly, much too slowly, even by my standards, the young man raised the sword high above his head, both hands gripping the hilt, the blade angled downward, tip first, ready to drive it down in a finishing blow. The blade in his hand glowed blue, crackling from the sheer amount of mana he was pouring into it. Then, quicker than lightning, he struck the blow. It crushed like a hammer of God. I swear I could have felt the earth shake. But the beast, oh the fucking beast, it snarled and trashed, squealing louder, not dead. The blade stuck in its enormous skull. Probably didn't even penetrate properly, but now firmly lodged in it. Stuck. But Albert didn't seem bothered or surprised, he just jumped on top of the monster's head, raising his fist, bam. He punched the hilt, the sound loud enough to echo across the forest. The beast screamed louder, trashed harder, trying to throw the man off. But Albert was relentless. The expression on his face never changed. His shoulder never tensed beyond what was needed to deliver the blow. The man looked like a genuine fucking icon of serenity. Bam. The second strike drove the hilt deeper, definitely penetrating the brain. But the funny thing about monsters is that something like that isn't a mortal wound for them. It seems Albert knew it too, as he raised his bloody fist up, one more time. Crack. This time, something gave in, the beast's skull visibly deforming, blood shooting from the wound like a small fountain, covering Albert's clothes. That didn't even slow him down. The only part of his face I could see, his lips, didn't even twitch. The demonic boar let out its loudest, most desperate scream yet and, crack. Squelch. The skull of the beast cracked open, like a giant tomato, spewing disgusting brain matter everywhere, with fragments of bone, and likely the sword that was used to do the deed. By that point, I had already jumped down and was approaching the man carefully. The finishing blow merely made me step aside to let a large part of the brain fly past, and fall on the ground with a wet squelching sound. He stood indifferent, his face as if carved out of stone, any tension gone from his body, despite being covered in blood and brain matter from head to toe. Squeal your last, piggy, I snarled, spitting on the monster's body just when it started to break down into mana. The blood and gore on Albert's body and clothing also started to shine blue and disappear into the motes of light. Those beasts are beautiful when dead. The man commented, as if talking about the weather, as he studied his hand, as the monster's blood evaporated from it into motes of light. For a moment, his words didn't register. Then I started to laugh. At that moment, I genuinely thought it was the funniest fucking thing I've heard in my life. My son seemed to agree. So here we were, two idiots laughing, while the adventurer stood there, cool as a cucumber, not fazed in the slightest. It took us a while to recover enough to stand straight. At least I can see what you wanted to hide so badly, I said, tightening the bandages on Albert's arm. While it looked like he dodged the boar perfectly, apparently, the beast still managed to cut his arm up a bit. The man acted as if he didn't feel any pain, but I could feel him tensing when I had to stitch it close. Young men and trying to act stoic. Not like there were any ladies around here to impress. It's a shame about the sword, he commented, trying to change the subject. I didn't mind. I don't care what type of secret warrior tribe he was a part of. After today, as far as I was concerned, he could be a filthy money-grabbing fucking southerner for all I cared. I just started to get used to it. The aforementioned sword, or more precisely, its bent hilt, was resting in Albert's hand. He seemed to find tracing fingers over it meditative. I chuckled. Well, you could probably buy a much better one with this, I said, with some theatrical gesture offering him a colossal tusk. Monsters rarely left anything behind themselves. They needed to have a lot of mana for their parts to stay solid after their deaths. He looked taken aback for a moment, genuinely, I could see his mouth opening a bit. That wasn't part of the contract. He said slowly. This is yours. I just shook my head, smiling all the while. Just take it, whatever old Weiss offered you for killing that thing, it wasn't enough, I told him seriously. We are a small village, we probably can't pay you properly. But this tusk is a high-quality thing, even I can tell, the city's alchemists will probably pay you enough to buy 10 swords like this. I gesture at the hilt in his hand. For a moment, the young man, and I could tell he was young, not even a single hair growing around his mouth, hesitated. Come on, take it. Or I will really take offense. I threatened him jokingly. For a moment, he stared at me. Then nodded, not a hint of emotion in his body language. I understand. Thank you, you are a kind man. Grunting is an art form I long since mastered. With this grunt I conveyed all my good-natured disdain and amusement. I married the last person who said that to me, and not only do I not swing that way, still would have my balls even were I to agree. The man finally accepted the tusk, carefully packing it away into a cloth he extracted from a small pouch on his belt, freeing me up to finish bandaging him up properly. Laying with another man is a sin, he said, probably just to say something. I chuckled. A swordsman, an adventurer, and a preacher too? Someone is just full of talents. He didn't comment, merely shrugged a bit, making me pause for a moment and glare at the kid. "Don't move again while I work," I warned him. Wisely, he kept silent. A minute or so passed. "Done," I said, finally leaving him alone, as I stood up by the fire and stretched. "Once again, thank you," he commented quietly, carefully testing his arm, without moving it too much. The movement looked practiced. "You can go to sleep, I will take the first watch," he offered simply. I stared him down. He attempted to stare back. "You are going to sleep," I said simply. "Ain't no way you aren't falling asleep right now, whatever you did there must have left you drained." The man hesitated, but nodded. "You are right." This admission was filled with genuine annoyance. Didn't feel like the kiddo was mad at me, though. Albert has weird issues. So go to sleep. You saved my son today, and killed a monster that could have killed a small party of adventurers. You deserve some good rest. He seemed to consider it. If I learned anything about Albert while traveling with him, it's that the man had the emotional depth of a stone wall, or he was just that good at concealing what he felt. He was also stubborn and straightforward, much like a mountain ram. Finally, common sense won for the day, and he nodded. "Wake me up for the second watch," he said. He wasn't asking, but neither was he demanding, it was more like a statement. His weird-ass way to talk. "Sure thing, kid," I said, lying as easily as I breathed. I had a lot of practice with Schnell. My own son was already fast asleep by the campfire, so I saw no reason to disturb him. We couldn't make it back to the village by nightfall. Luckily, there were outposts prepared by us all around the forest, precisely for situations like this. Generations of hunters from our villages had hideaways like those. That meant I knew the area, it was relatively peaceful. There were also some amenities around, like food and fresh water, which was why Schnell was fast asleep, lulled into a dream by fire and a full belly after that shit-fet. For a while, I simply stared into the fire, ignoring Albert's preparations to go to bed, even as he lay with his back to the tree. After a while, I swear I felt something weird in the air, but it was gone almost immediately. I was on guard for a minute or two, but time passed, and I had to admit to myself that this was just my nerves. Then, another sound joined Schnell's quiet snoring. A speech, whispered by the sleeping noble, in a language I couldn't recognize. It sounds kind of like he was whispering different names to himself. He was clearly asleep, never even taking that stupid hood off. No idea if he was calling out his girlfriend's name, parents, or someone else. I decided to forget all about it. Whatever it was, whatever secrets that Albert fellow had, I couldn't care less for them tonight. As for tomorrow, I will probably care a bit about when we will get wasted. We'll see. Chapter 4, Chapter 3. 4,336 words. Do you not know that you are the temple of God and that the Spirit of God dwells in you? Corinthians 3:16. Prayer helps center you in a specific state of mind and helps to bring out the right emotions. So it was for me, back when I was a human. Prayer was a much more hollow act to the current me. I could recite the words, with my curse, I could even recall the prayers in Latin I always used to like how they sounded, almost like spells, but could never memorize them in my previous life, yet the words by themselves were pointless. To commune with God, your prayer had to come from the heart. He would hear you either way of course, but you didn't pray to God so he could hear you worship him. God was beyond such gestures, the prayer was always for the sake of the one praying. If prayer doesn't help you emotionally, it is a gesture lacking in meaning. Saint Michael Archangel, defend nos in perilio, contra nequitiam et insidias diaboli esto presidium. My words were quiet, barely a whisper, and I couldn't tell how many times I've repeated Oratio ad Sanctum Michaelum. The prayer to protect oneself against the snares of the devil. It helped because when I was thinking of the words and how to pronounce them, I wasn't thinking about anything else. My mind was keenly focused on specific words or turns of phrases, which reminded me of how I studied Latin back in school and university. To the current me, prayer wasn't a religious experience. It was a meditative one. Slowly, ever so slowly, the world peeled away. My eyes were closed, and my voice was the only thing I started to hear. My heart was beating in a rhythm. Thump thump, thump thump. My breathing was even, deliberate, used to take in air between specific verses. Thump thump, thump thump. Magic was everywhere around me. I had never felt it so clearly as when I was deep in prayer. In that stillness, the world opened up. Mana flowed, not in torrents, but in quiet, ceaseless currents. It drifted through the soil beneath me, curled around the roots of trees, and shimmered faintly in the air like unseen mist. It was everywhere, subtle as breath. The stone's ground held it in its silence, the leaves whispered it as they swayed. Animals and people blazed like lanterns by comparison, their mana vibrant and immediate. But this ambient mana was the world's quiet song. Prayer didn't summon it. Prayer attuned me to it. Like tuning a string to the right pitch, it brought me into harmony with the mana's gentle hum. And in that harmony, I could feel the magic not as something to command, but as something to witness and observe. Demons were natural at shaping mana. To us, it was akin to moving a limb. Moving around pure mana was simple, but by itself, the energy did nothing. Reinforcing your body, the most basic application of the energy I could think of, for a demon was as simple as simply willing the energy to reinforce you. At least, that's how it may appear if you didn't pay attention. This is why comparing using mana to moving a limb was so accurate. As a human, I was never truly aware of all the micro-adjustments I had to make just to pick up a cup of coffee. Similarly, as a demon, it took me a while to realize that simply pushing mana into my own body didn't reinforce it. It wasn't as simple, though, to me, a demon guided by my instincts. It appeared so at first glance. There are things you can do with your energy, or rather have to do in order for mana to do anything. Things that I have trouble describing in words. To reinforce yourself, you need to do something to your energy, pull at it in a specific way that feels instinctual and right, that changes the mana, allowing it to flow into your body in a way that makes it stronger. This particular manipulation was instinctive to a demon. Just like how regeneration was instinctive, or flight. It wasn't just willpower or imagination, there was a very real cause and effect. The energy changed its property after you twisted it, and so it interacted with matter in a way it didn't before. Throughout the years, I found other ways to twist your energy just so that it acts differently. Making it produce a little heat, making it physically push upon other matter, making it create a static charge, many more things besides. I long deduced what it was. The manipulations I discovered weren't spells or curses, they were the fundamental properties of the magical energy. A building block for any magic, and I was willing to bet human mages didn't have to waste their time discovering such things by blindly trying every way to twist their mana they could think of. Rather, they probably were taught by examples. I didn't have such a luxury. I had to blindly stumble in the dark until I found the way to shape my mana into an interesting configuration worth pushing further. I called this mana transformation. This was how I developed my curse, too. I found one way to twist my mana in a way that let me reach deeper into living beings with my energy. A way to reach the souls of living things with magic. Years of meticulous study followed, countless mistakes, countless small and grand victories, and I turned the basic mana exercise into a curse. Originally, it started with me being simply able to reach somewhere and feel for things inside a bird of prey I caught for dinner. Then I built upon this transformation of my power. But that alone wasn't enough. Mana acted strangely, unlike liquid or gas, not like anything in the physical world, but it had this fleeting, amorphous property that reminded me of them. To make mana do anything of significance, I discovered quickly, transformation alone wasn't enough. Even when a demon reinforced his body, by instinct, you were guided to first transform your mana and then twist it unto itself, in a specific way. I called this a weave. Weave was the second step in shaping a spell, after mana transformation. Weaves were even more counterintuitive than transformation alone. There are countless shapes you could weave your mana into, but most of them do nothing. Stumbling on anything that produced a result, much less a functional one, was a process of trial and error. So that's what I did. Trying different things, seeing what worked and what didn't, and what effect it caused, if any. Eventually, I mapped out enough with my blind stumbling to feel someone's soul. Then I went further with a goal in mind, stumbling and pursuing false ends countless times. Of course, my demonic instincts helped. I instinctively recognized when a specific weave of mana was unstable, dangerous to try. I also vaguely could tell what would happen with the weaves I shaped before trying them. If I were to guess, this alone saved me a few decades worth of study, and likely a few grave injuries. It helped immensely with my pursuit of magic, but didn't substitute for research. However, my final curse wasn't simply a single transformation and a single weave. Doing magic turned out to be much harder than that. In the process of creating my curse, I discovered the third step in shaping a spell, the template. Templates are a specific combination of one transformation and weave with another, which produces a specific effect consistently. A mini-spell, if you will. For instance, my curse, the Resonant Soul, is composed of 5 different templates. One template was responsible for reaching into someone, the other to feel the soul and give me feedback, the third to coax the soul into recalling a memory, the fourth to connect the soul to the body, the fifth to push the resurfaced memory from the soul into the body. I knew there were probably countless ways to improve Resonant Soul. And I understood now why it was said, even in the scripture of the goddess revered in this world, that demons normally focused on developing one specific magic or a curse. It made sense because to create Resonant Soul, I had to map out so much around my field of study. If the magic itself, with its countless applications, was a dark room, the area around Resonant Soul was the only place where I've lit a few candles. In that area of magic, I could probably create things with a fraction of the effort it would take me to try and branch out into, say, attempts to create an arrow of flames to shoot. In other words, it would always be more beneficial to simply continue broadening my horizons in the area where I am already competent, rather than to start from scratch in an unrelated field. Which was why I was so interested in human spells. They were a product of someone else's labor, reproducible by nature. With each spell, no matter how useless or niche it may appear at first glance, I could learn countless minor energy interactions I never considered or encountered myself. Ways to shape mana to produce an effect I never fathomed by my lonesome, small interactions that worked, and which I didn't need to blindly stumble upon personally. It would take time to make sense of all the transformations, weaves, and templates I could find in any given spell, but I could research them separately from the spell. And construct my own, new spells, based on them. Oh, I was sure it wasn't quite so simple and that I was probably just seeing the tip of that particular iceberg from afar. In magic, despite all of my studies, I was surely just a novice for now. My discoveries in the field of magic initially confused me greatly. Didn't the manga talk about imagination being important? Why did magic seem more similar to electrical engineering, with its countless resistors, circuits, and wiring, rather than simply weaving your hands around and imagining something really hard? But in hindsight, it made sense. There was a component for imagination. A lot of my templates didn't produce a simple effect. They bordered on conceptual actions. For instance, a template in my curse that is responsible for pushing the memories brought up in a soul into a body. What did it physically entail? I still have no idea. It was my imagination that likely influenced the result greatly. If I had more time to test this on someone other than myself, I would see exactly how much I can change the result of casting my curse, without physically altering the curse's magical structure, just using my imagination. It also explained why a piercing spell, the Zoltrak, was treated as it has been. After all, the concept is really obvious. I doubt that it hasn't ever been tried by others before. Surely there were attempts. His spell, according to Frieren, was just a marvel of magical engineering. Optimized to the extreme, elegant, simple, and ridiculously good at what it did because of it. In other words, Zoltrak was so efficient without imagination ever even coming into play. It was engineered in a way that its basic fundamental properties were simply amazing at killing. Zoctrok was a magical equivalent of inventing a gun when everyone else was comparing swordsmanship. There is other supporting evidence that my current findings aren't a false lead. If recreating a spell was as easy as just imagining it, there would have been no need to preserve spells in grimoires or study magic, much less the research on a spell of a demon in institutions across the entire world to develop a defense capable of countering Zoltrak. Which meant the imagination was important for a mage in a fight, but for a mage who did research and developed new spells, knowledge was just as essential. Ca ad perditionem animarum pervigantur in mundo, divina virtut, in infernum det rude. Amen. The mind is a strange thing, operating on patterns. I lost count of how many times I recited the prayer, deep in thought as I was, but by the time I finished the prayer once more, I was done with my contemplation. I felt focused, ready. My awareness of magical energy and the surrounding world was never as clear. I could never be sharper, as I am now. I felt confident I won't miss a single detail. I opened my eyes, and once more found myself kneeling in the small garden of the Mutig's house. I sat before an apple tree. It was early, the sun was yet to rise. But my infernal eyes saw clearly in the twilight. Taking care not to damage the paper in my excitement, and to tamper myself, I slowly opened the pages. Hungrily, my eyes drank in the words written on the parchment of the grimoire. What I saw initially was incredibly odd. It was a small, poetic description, detailing mana manipulation as cold or warm, sticky or coarse. But the interesting thing was that I could feel that there was some sort of enchantment applied to this description. It reminded me of Greek treatises on the properties of matter that I remembered seeing. Very similar to Aristotle's work in how it was written. Tentatively, I channeled a small amount of my own mana through it, without giving it a shape. It did nothing at first. But as I started in my confusion to reread the description, I felt it. The mana within the pages twisting, transforming, just a little depending on which description I was reading. I felt deeply amazed. Despite being a demon, despite my emotions being muted, I undoubtedly felt honest amazement. The grimoire was somehow enchanted to allow the one studying from it to get a feel for what mana transformations were required. This is why grimoires oozed mana. I looked lower. There was a diagram. A complex shape drawn on parchment, composed of strange geometrical figures. My mana was still channeled through the book, and the circle gave me a subtle impression, somewhere in the back of my mind. An impression of a weave. Giddy, I turned the page, then again and again. Before I noticed it, I was done with the grimoire. There was a pull inside. I wanted to immediately cast the spell, but being aware of the emotions, I stopped myself. Patience is a virtue, I reminded myself. Instead, I forced myself to consider the content of the grimoire. The first 4 pages were simply filled with the lyrical, enchanted description and the circles. The rest was a much stranger text, full of technical terms and phrases I had never encountered. Likely an explanation of the spell for learned mages. The spell incorporated 7 different types of mana transformations, 10 patterns of weave, and was composed of 2 templates. Compared to my curse, it was basic. I stirred my mana into action, taking care not to ruin the concealment, and started to slowly shape the spell, one part of it at a time. Finally. Dust clearing spell. I chanted, though there was no reason to. Immediately, an invisible wave of mana spread from me in a 1-meter radius. I could feel it taking hold of each grain of dust around, and turning it into pure energy. This. How fascinating. How amazing. I knew, of course, that magic allowed you to turn energy, your mana, into matter such as rocks or water, but here was a spell that did the opposite. Sure, I could tell, it only worked on dust for a reason. The first template was all about connecting and identifying dust, and second, to transform dust, and I knew instinctively it won't work for anything but dust into mana, but I glimpsed it. The possibility. The completely novel weaves I never discovered myself. Ah. I realized, absent-mindedly, that I was smiling. That took some amusement out of me. Indeed, demons too were quite excitable by magic. I suppose there is nothing strange about me enjoying it so much. Now to read the technical part. I couldn't wait to find out the proper terminology. You really do love magic, don't you? I froze. Flight or fight instinct kicked in, as I sharply turned around, seeing a priest. His mana was concealed, this was why I didn't feel him approach. How he concealed his footsteps and smell, I didn't know, or if he concealed them at all. I might have been so deep in my focus that I simply didn't notice him approaching. As I realized who it was, I forced myself to relax. The demonic instinct truly was that of a wild animal. I acknowledged that if he stood any closer, I might have instinctively attacked him before I could have stopped myself. It is a passion of mine, I admitted quietly. I felt wariness, but no fear. Nothing was outwardly threatening my life yet. After all, even if I intellectually acknowledged that his presence should be concerning, demons didn't feel concern. The old priest stood before me, his back slightly bowed by time, but his presence warm and steady. His robes were plain, the fabric worn thin at the cuffs, smelling faintly of incense and old parchment. A silver medallion of the goddess hung at his chest, dulled with age, but well cared for. His face was deeply lined, not just by years, but also by the small smile he wore. A soft white beard traced his jaw, and his eyes, pale and clouded, still held a subtle light. He smiled, but not with grandeur or performance, but in a welcoming way. His expression seemed genuine enough. But for what reason, I couldn't immediately pinpoint. I've heard quite a bit about you, Mutig, the restless boy, couldn't stop complaining that you refused a celebration. His voice didn't sound like it belonged to his frail body. It sounded much stronger than he was. It dawned on me what it reminded me of, from a memory I recently revisited. A pastor in the church where I went with my parents, when I was younger, spoke like that, too. I practice asceticism, though not entirely by choice. Mutig's idea of a celebration was mostly about drinking the evening away, but I wasn't interested in that. I spent most of the time in the herbalist's hut, redrawing the map while drinking tea and humoring the old woman with idle talk. She seemed lonely. The priest, Frieren, I knew he was called, simply nodded at my words, as if expecting that much. He glanced to the side, towards the east. The sun wasn't rising just yet, but the sky there was noticeably grayer. I noticed your prayer when I was opening the church, he said instead, glancing at me. This wasn't any language I've recognized. It's a dead tongue, I said simply, and the religion isn't connected with the goddess most people here worship. The man seemed surprised for a moment, but a genuine interest lit on his face. Truly? Fascinating. I've heard of spirits of nature being worshipped in some tribes on the eastern islands, but I am afraid you truly have me at a disadvantage. I've never encountered a believer in another deity, though I've heard of some cults. Where are you from, if you don't mind me asking? Considering his advanced age, this piece of information was quite curious. It appears the worship of the goddess is as widespread as was depicted. Additionally, the lack of any hostility or distaste to my comment was informative, too. I would rather not tell, I answered firmly, after considering his question for a few seconds. It's a faraway land you've never heard of either way. I hesitated for a moment. I don't like thinking too much about home. I couldn't feel longing or sadness as a demon, but recalling the simple comforts and safety of it, I felt angry at the loss, and that was a pointless emotion, as there was no one responsible for my passing. And gnawing your teeth in your lot in life is a purposeless, fruitless endeavor, that energy is more suited elsewhere. I rose from my kneeling position, carefully placing the grimoire into a small traveling bag behind my back. A gift from the hunter. Frieren simply nodded at my words, his eyes, if I read him correctly, softened a bit. That is fine. I am sorry that we didn't meet earlier, but you've been busy ever since your triumphant return last morning. I decided not to distract you in Weiss's home with this old man's idle curiosity. He said, chuckling to himself, before offering me a hand. I am sorry for startling you. I simply didn't wish to ruin your focus earlier. That explained the mana concealment earlier, and why he dropped it while we spoke. You probably know by now, I am Frieren. I accepted his hand with little hesitation, after reliving the human life, the gesture was instinctive. Albert. Mana is an odd thing. It was constantly in flux. You could feel someone shaping a spell, it always started with a small ripple across it. But the thing is, mana moved with other things, too. With emotions, with intent. This was likely how the living beings could shape it in the first place, because mana responded to intent, even if you weren't directing it consciously. Achoo. The following events, I could only truly process later. The priest sneezed. Suddenly, without warning. In hindsight, as I relived that memory, I realized that this was the reason why, as I shook his hand, his grip tightened momentarily. When he did sneeze, the sharp and loud sound seemed to startle the sneezing old man himself, who didn't expect it. His mana fluctuated. A normal person probably wouldn't have reacted much himself, aside from being startled. I wasn't a normal person. As grip on my hand tightened, as his mana tensed for a brief moment, my instinct screamed. Attack. Trapped. Ambush. Lash out first. It didn't help that I always considered the old man a threat. There was no such thing as trust, affection, or benefit of the doubt to a demon. I was constantly aware that this old man is one of the few people capable of harming and killing me, and it was always in the back of my mind, this was simply how demons functioned. My grip tightened back on his finger, my mana flowed into my other hand, lengthening my nails into claws, speeding up my perception, reaction speed, power. It was only due to that increase in reaction speed that I saw the sleepy old man trying to blink away tears, his eyes reflexively closed from the sneeze, that I hesitated. Only because of how lost he seemed for a moment, my ability to read a person saying not a threat, was why I didn't reflexively swipe my hand across his throat. The realization of what just happened left me frozen, my eyes probably widened unhealthy as I stared. Whoa, quite a grip you have, young man. It was only his voice that snapped me out of my stupor. Slowly, carefully, I let go of his hand, dismissing my enhancements. I am sorry, I was startled, I answered, woodenly, my thoughts already far away from the old man, as I was trying to process what just happened. I almost killed a human. No, I am sorry, the age seems to be catching up and... I simply walked past the man. I am going to sleep. My arm is aching again. I said, not even turning around, as I headed towards the huntsman's house where I'd been allowed to stay the night. The arm I mentioned was the one still bandaged from the wound, the same one that I reflexively healed, as I prepared to rip out the old man's throat. I am not sure if the man said anything else. By the time he might have responded, I already closed the door behind me. For a moment, I stood there, in the lobby of the house, staring into the door I had just closed. I almost killed a man. I was a single instant away from doing it. It wasn't even a choice I made, my body almost reacted on its own. The only reason the old priest was alive was luck. It seems I lingered in the village for far too long. I never even considered myself a danger to the people around me before, at least, not in such a way. I never even knew I had such strong instincts. Resolving myself, I turned around and headed towards the small hammock I'd been given for the night. There was a lot to consider. Author notes, originally, I planned to move the story along, but I realized very soon into the previous draft of the chapter that I just need to go deep into magic at least once. I know that magical autism is not everyone's cup of tea, but at least once it must be explained, for the readers and me to be on the same page, so I did. This chapter is kind of transitional due to it. Tell me what you think. Also, the irony that MC uses prayer as a Astartes use litany is not lost on me. The whole idea isn't even new or unique to Warhammer. In actual history, many people used prayer for similar purposes, to clear the mind and sharpen the focus. It finally came full circle in my Warhammer-damaged autistic brain. What is your duty? To serve the Emperor's will. What is the Emperor's will? That we fight and die. What is death? It is our duty. What is your duty? Chapter 5, Chapter 4. 6,582 words. Thank you for the help again, lad. You sure you don't want to just hop in? The man with a strong jawline and his eyebrows touched by graying hair asked, gesturing towards his cart. He was pretty tall and had the kind of belly that comes from years of good ale and not enough walking, but his arms were pretty thick. He looked like a man I wouldn't have challenged to a fistfight back when I was a human. On a completely unrelated note, he was missing a few teeth. The only thing that broke the impression of a brute was that ever-present, fox-like squint of his eyes. Won't cost me a thing to give you a ride. Got room on the cart, and these parts ain't the safest. The cart in question was the very same one I just lifted out of the ditch. For a moment, I paused, considering his question. It's unsafe here? That was news. Monster attacks? I guessed. The man grimaced, but shook his head. Not attacks exactly. But it's spring, lots of things are waking up from winter hibernation, and a lot of them are hungry. I looked at the man nonchalantly, silently contemplating the issue. My feelings didn't come into play, everything emotional in me demanded to either kill a man or leave him, so I won't be bothered. I was never the most social person in life, and being a demon, an intrinsically antisocial and solitary creature, made being around people an exercise in patience. Ignoring my urges wasn't difficult with all the practice I had, besides, they weren't very strong. Less of a persistent itch, more of a vague urge. Either way, my point is that navigating any decision in life is never about doing something because you feel like it anymore. Before I developed my spell, I forgot that humans thought like that. So it left me between two purely logical concerns. I didn't wish to be around the man at the off chance my nature would be discovered. A hood wasn't the best defense. On the other hand, I helped him in the first place because it was objectively the right moral choice, and staying with him while providing safety would be the right moral choice too. At least if the risk of him coming under attack was significant. The decision was obvious. You are heading to Nebeldorf, correct? I clarified, already suspecting the answer. According to the knowledge I already acquired, mostly from the Waldheim village, it gave me a solid idea of the surrounding region. Nebeldorf, from what I knew, was a river port built by the side of a deepwater river named Mondlauf. The region we were in was the border of southern lands with central lands, though located firmly within central lands themselves. The border itself was a solid week of travel from here. That's where the road leads, lad, the man answered, seemingly amused. I just nodded. In that case, yes, I wouldn't be against accompanying you. I originally planned to avoid the town, but visiting it wasn't a terrible idea either. There were a lot of things I needed to buy, and logically a port town was one of the best places for such ventures. The man nodded, before hurrying off to bring back the horse into his cart, offering me to get in the meantime. I did, and before long, he spurred the horse, and we were on the move. The man tried to start a conversation a few times, but quickly seemed to realize that I wasn't interested. Mostly because I purposefully answered with curt responses and didn't care to engage him. I, meanwhile, brought my redrawn map out of the bag and stared at it, contemplating my next move. There were a few things I learned. First of all, unfortunately, the Demon King was still very much alive. As a matter of fact, he is yet to start his offense that prompted the hero Himmel to gather his party. It was hard to deduce what year this was compared to the events in the story. We were never truly given specific dates or a calendar. Most events were counted from the date of hero Himmel's death, as it marked the start of a literal new era. This left me in a weird position. Even in Waldheim, they have heard rumors that something unpleasant was going on in the southern lands. An unrest of some sort, there were mentions of some wars in the region, some troubles with monsters, and even demons. The Northlands were currently peaceful, for a given definition of the word, being an untamed, monster-infested wilds that the North was. But I knew it would be the North that would eventually have to take the full brunt of the Demon King's assault, and even that peace would crumble. Then there are Central Lands, normally the most peaceful region, except for the fact that the Demon King's forces would reach here eventually, and besides, even right now, Frieren was wandering those lands. My best bet for now was keeping to the most remote areas and praying that I wouldn't randomly stumble on the elf, or anyone else who can identify me at a glance and squish me like a bug, for that matter. Hubris is a sin and a danger to my well-being. I was only powerful compared to normal, untrained humans. On a diet of dwarfen beer, push-ups, and beatings, Stark grew strong enough to bisect a dragon in two when he was only 16. I knew full well where I stood compared to that. Pretty shitty map you've got there, the merchant's voice, or Shatten's, as I knew he was called, drawn me out of my thoughts. You should get a better one when we get to town. I blinked, seeing him glance at my notebook as he kept an eye on the road. That was the plan, I agreed simply, placing the notebook back into the bag. Do you think they have more detailed maps of the north of the Central Lands that I can find there? It was a valid question. The lands of the continent were gargantuan. The map on a page smaller than A4 could only reflect broad strokes of the continent's geography. It wasn't precise. More detailed, regional maps were another matter, especially if they were physically big enough to contain all the details. But I wasn't sure how common they were. Despite this world somehow having many books even in remote settlements, drawing maps, historically, was a very complicated process. Of course, the man huffed, I can set you up with the right people, seeing that you helped me out. He glanced at me curiously. You are heading north, then? Not immediately, no, I saw no reason to evade the question. I would probably take my time getting there. Traveling while avoiding major roads and bigger settlements, stopping for years at a time to conduct my research until I exhaust the surrounding monsters, that was the plan. Keeping as far away from civilization as possible. The fewer temptations and distractions, the better. The only reason why I can't afford to head into the complete wilderness is that it would be dangerous to be unaware of the news. I don't wish to be caught unaware by the Demon King's invasion. By the time I reach the Northlands, I hope that the Demon King will already be vanquished. I have no interest in joining a war. It's partially self-preservation, and simple fear, but also the knowledge that if the war were to happen any time soon, I won't be able to contribute being a young, weak demon, and partially a simple lack of drive to fight. Even for a human, war is a turbulent event that shakes up morals and pushes one into sin. If I were to get involved in something like this, I may do things that I physically won't be able to regret. So a journey with no destination in mind? The man asked, as if to himself, glancing somewhere at the sky above. That reminds me of what I did when I was younger. 20 or so years ago. Feeling the warm spring wind on my face, I closed my eyes, listening to a story I didn't care for. I was thinking about sawing off my horns before we arrive in Nebeldorf. My hood was somehow adequate at hiding my race, but I suspected that a major town may ask me to pull it down before entry. Either specifically to check for horns, or just to see my face. However, even though I could have told Shatten that I needed to go in the bushes for a few minutes to conduct my business, the problem was that I just didn't have the tools to get rid of my horns. The horns are bones, thick and hard ones, too. The hunting knife I was gifted in the village wouldn't be able to cut through it. I also currently don't have any spells that could assist me in cutting my horns, and just pulling them out wasn't an option. They are very much connected with my skull. However, I also didn't wish to cancel the visit. I wanted to buy or at least get a proper look at the map, and otherwise familiarize myself with what I could find in a town like this. As such, when we arrived in Nebeldorf, I was expecting to fight for my life at some point, but otherwise, I was determined to get within the city walls. The first glimpse of Nebeldorf was not what I was expecting. From the crest of the small hill that our carriage had to climb, Nebeldorf came into view, white walls rising clean and bright against the soft gray of the river mist. Tall watchtowers marked the corners of the outer fortifications, and beyond them, the sloping brown roofs of the town peeked through, clustered like folded parchment beneath the bright daylight. The road dipped gently from the hillside toward the gates, well-worn but steady, following the curve of the land. The river was visible from here. On it were flat-bottomed trading ships gliding steadily up and down both sides of the river, their sails furled, oars dipping with practiced rhythm. The harbor itself wasn't visible from here, like most of the city. You wouldn't have anything illegal in the cargo that would have us both thrown in jail, right? I asked the man slowly, as the horse started to descend down the hill. towards the open gates of the town. The man, whose name coincided with the German word for shadow, just glanced at me. "Nah, not this time around," he said after a long pause. Somehow, despite my enhanced ability to read people's body language and expressions that came with my reincarnation, I couldn't tell if he was serious, fucking with me, lying, or all of the above. Frankly, this is very concerning. Now that I think about it, he was driving me into the city. I am his illegal contraband. Not that he knows. Eventually, we made our way to the entrance, and what proceeded seemed like a routine to these people, but was very interesting to me, as I observed this interaction for the first time. It took about 10 minutes. The guards asked for our names, asked us for the payment for the visit into the city, and I realized that it wasn't us getting shaken for a few coins, but rather a basic procedure. Shatton was also asked about what he had in the carriage, which he proceeded to list with the familiarity and boredom of a man who did it hundreds of times, while the guards checked the carriage. Shatton then paid a fee for his goods, and we were finally allowed into the city. They didn't seem to have checked the carriage that thoughtfully. I commented when we were far enough for the guards not to hear. "How could they have known you weren't understating your cargo?" Shatton just shrugged. "They couldn't have, but they are also not paid enough to actually care." He grinned at me. "There is another thing, ships carry cargo, I just transport some goods, the difference is in the volume of trade, lad. Ships are actually checked properly, because they can carry so much more, while lone merchants like me are either inspected when the mood strikes the guards, when something bad is going on in town, or if the guards were tipped off. Normally, for lone wolves like me, even if we understate our merchandise, it's not like the town council and the Burgomaster lose that much coin. Most of us also tend to be honest about our cargo. The fines are savage, some saved coin isn't worth being caught during a random inspection." I nodded a bit and thought, I appreciated that he decided to share that much with me. Still, having my money taken just for visiting a town annoyed me. And not by proxy, it was a genuine emotion. Though this wasn't as bad as I expected, it seems the taxation here is pretty lax compared to the historical examples in my previous world. That being said, I also gave them some extra coin while you were busy staring at the guys checking my merchandise," he added, grinning. "But you said you didn't have any illegal goods?" I asked, honestly, a bit perplexed. "And I don't, but today is a slow day for them, and a bored guard can entertain himself by screwing with you very throttly. We both could have been searched, too." He sighed. "This isn't even the worst part. If you want to trade and weren't born in the town, you gotta have and maintain a ledger. It's a book where you record everything you sold. On your way out, it's checked, and you pay your tax based on how much profit you made." I take it back, this is exactly like what I was researching for my doctoral dissertation. I understand the idea. I pause for a moment, as I once again arrive at the same conclusion. Taxation is theft, evil. And ain't it the truest thing I've heard today? The man chuckled. "Still, if you really are going to travel, get used to it, and prepare to have some spare coin so guards won't bother you." "Duly noted," I commented blankly, before focusing my attention properly on our surroundings and just taking it in. The interior of the town unfolded with a quiet order. The streets were paved in clean, uneven stone, their edges softened by time and weather. White and brown coursed rubble and cut stone houses lined the roads. Each was alike in shape, yet personal in the details, carved shutters, wind chimes, or flowering boxes that overflowed with lavender or thyme. The scent of worked wood, fresh bread, and forge smoke mixed easily in the air. The quarter near the gates wasn't very busy. Artisans seemed to be living here, cobblers, weavers, coopers, and smiths, each home doubling as a workshop, their open doors revealing glimpses of glowing hearths or half-finished wares. Taverns clustered near the road, open early for travelers or long-haul drivers eager for warmth and ale. Carts trundled steadily through the streets, pulled by sturdy oxen or dusty draft horses, carrying barrels, bolts of cloth, crates of apples, and the occasional caged animal. Laborers moved with practiced ease, shouldering loads or cursing, but they didn't make as much noise as I expected. Near the town gate, 3 new buildings were under construction. I'll drive you to the docks, need to set up a shop, get all the bothersome stuff out of the way, Shatton commented. I still owe you one, but I'll only be free in a few hours. Still, you should drive with me just to know when you can find me when I'm done, and then you can go and explore. There was a strange knowing tone to his words that made me glance at the man. It took me a second to place it. It was the tone of an older man being amused at the folly of youth. I wondered who he took me for, but ultimately, whatever story he constructed in his head was good enough for me. Understood. Continuing onward, the road dipped more sharply, and before long, the broad curve of the river came into full view. Nebbeldorf was built on a sloping rise that gently tumbled down to the water's edge, the town's two halves cradled on either bank and linked by a sturdy stone bridge. Thick walls surrounded the whole town, while across the water, within that half of the town itself, a second, smaller ring of fortifications guarded the hilltop quarter, no doubt home to the ruling elite of some sort. The aforementioned burgmaster and the city council, if I were to guess. As we descended, the town grew visibly busier and more chaotic, at least at a glance. From the quay below rose the creak of ropes and the slap of hulls against timber docks, mingling with the shouts of boatmen and the clatter of rolling barrels. Workshop forges flickered like fireflies under low awnings, their blacksmiths hammering out fittings for river barges. Basket vendors hawked fresh fish. We steered toward the heart of it all, a bustling market square nestled where the river's curve narrowed. Here, stalls pressed shoulder to shoulder beneath patchwork awnings displayed coarse sacks of grain, jars of honey, stacks of pottery, and all sorts of trinkets. The air was thick with smells I didn't recognize, but grew to distinguish later. The mingled scents of leather dye, roasting chestnuts, and the tang of river spray. Shoppers jostled past, laden with purchases, while hawkers called out their wares, trying to outshout each other. This place looked alive, colorful, and like a genuine hell. I couldn't think of a place more antithetical to a demon, or any lesser form of an antisocial creature, than this. Frankly, as we approached, I genuinely had to fight down the urge to say goodbye to Shatton and go anywhere else than there. Quite a sight, eh? The clueless man elbowed me in the ribs, with a knowing, teasing tone. I breathed in deeply. Ruby text, Domini et Domini vitimi, RT, O Lord and Master of my life, /RT/Ruby text. Ruby text, Spiritum decidii, curiositatis, ambitionis, et loquacitatis eni mihi de, RT, take from me the spirit of sloth, meddling, ambition, and idle talk, /RT/Ruby text. Ruby text, Spiritum autem castitatis, humilitatis, patientiae et caritatis dona mihi servo tua, RT, but give rather the spirit of chastity, humility, patience, and love to your servant, /RT/Ruby text. Quite, I not quite agreed, as I forced myself to repeat the lines within my mind. By the time we arrived, I was functional again. Demons are incapable of being depressed or discouraged. This is one of the few things I appreciated about my state of being. Sure, our lack of normal emotions could be interpreted as mild depression, at least by a knowing outside observer, but in truth, the physical framework of our minds is adapted in such a way that we aren't bothered by what we can't feel. It's perfectly comfortable to be a demon. Being a demon wasn't as exciting and wondrous as being human in the best of days, but neither could a demon experience the true depths of loneliness, despair, and emotional suffering that a human could. Still, for once, I felt excited, and I allowed myself to indulge. The world around me didn't exist, the only thing that did was that old, worn book. A book that spoke of magic. And I say again, this map's seen better days, dear. I'll give you 2 silver for it, out of kindness, mind you. A familiar male voice spoke with some pity. Kindness? That map's older than both of us, and twice as clever. 2 silver won't cover the ink it was drawn with. A voice of an older woman, dry as a desert. I heard both, but they didn't even properly register in my distracted mind. There were many books around me, some no doubt grimoires containing spells, but spells were secondary. They didn't interest me as much. The theory and the basics did. Way too many things I discovered, or I think I discovered by myself, too many of those I could never confirm, and just assumed some broad principles worked because I couldn't prove otherwise. This, the work of other mages, could help me not just do magic, but to understand. The first book I picked up spoke of mana and focus. It spoke of how mages learned to sense that energy. Apparently humans couldn't just feel it naturally as demons did, which I didn't know. It was never mentioned in the manga. There were configurations, basic circles that one can draw on the very dirt, and mana would gather a little around, for a young mage to try and sense more clearly. I skimmed through exercises on how to practice your control, memorization, and imagination training exercises, everything. Still, it's a bit of parchment and a few lines, those are hardly worth more. A familiar voice kept arguing and received a response in kind. Those lines chart the western pass before the bridge fell, and mark forest paths that aren't added to maps for the last 30 years. But by all means, buy parchment elsewhere if you think you'll find better. Maybe those forest paths aren't copied for a reason anymore. They continued, on and on. There was a huge explanation about foci. The stuff and items the magicians used. They weren't for show, nor were they melee weapons of last resort. The stuff was usually made out of mana-conductive material, and if you moved your mana through it, you could do things that your control usually won't allow you to do. Aside from that, a staff could also be inscribed with a spell. To use the engraved spell, a proper mage is still needed, but it's much easier. The energy practically flows into the right configuration with just the right push. Excellent for high-stress situations when you physically don't have enough time to weave spells the correct way, though the book warned about some using such spells as crutches. I closed the book, deciding that this one is needed too, and added it to the pile. Then wordlessly, I approached Shatton from behind as he was arguing with the wizened owner of the bookstore. "And you know what, Anchor, maybe we will go elsewhere if you will just try to rob us." He gestured articulately, faking anger relatively well. "I mean, look at the lad, he can barely stand it here looking at this old junk, but if you..." Whump. A pile of books hit the table. Shatton looked at it, then at my blank face, then at the woman he was haggling with, who looked like she was choking. "Why do I try?" His palm met his face, and his supposed old friend Anchor started bursting into a roaring, crackling laughter. For the most part, my coin came from the nest of the flying monsters I've slaughtered. The whole mountain near which I lived was full of them, of every variety, size, and behavior. I think by the time I was done there, I cleared out hundreds of nests, some being resettled a few times over. Monsters themselves didn't contain coin, however, a lot of them seemed to carry everything metallic they could find to their nests. The most common type of monster there, a small furred reptile that reminded me of a mutated and roided-out chihuahua with 6 clawed legs, liked to build this metal into its nest for stability. Needless to say, aside from a lot of pieces of armor and weaponry, there were coins. A lot of coins. The coins were the only thing I took from my cabin, besides the clothing and the books. Apparently, while I wasn't rich, I looted enough to feel comfortable. After selling the tusk of the monster boar, with Shatton's help, and this time he only agreed to help if I promised to shut up and just stand behind him, I had some decent money on me. Which is why I decided to leave Shatton alone and to buy some things without his help. I felt like the man repaid my help a dozen times over already, after all. But for some reason, he didn't seem to think so himself. He told me to find him if I needed help again. It was odd, I doubted he was prepared to help further out of a sense of friendship or camaraderie. I am pretty sure my behavior should be repulsive enough to discourage anyone from attempting friendship, much less anything more than that. Without Shatton's help, I have already acquired some more decent clothing for myself. A new cloak with an even deeper hood, and a few sets of sharp, higher quality clothing. I had few vices, and didn't wish to overindulge any of them, but the simple comfort of wearing clothes made for your frame was too much to pass up. That, and having actual, decent shoes instead of foot wraps, was important, felt good, and instinctively right. I had no idea how other demons managed to dress so sharply in the wilds. Then again, I am yet to discover how to fly either, and demons are supposedly natural at learning it. Still, after acquiring clothing and a few spare sets, I set out to quell another passion of mine, before locking myself in the tavern for as long as I had money, reading up all the books on magic I acquired. That is, I was looking for very specific tools. Well, yes, I think I can sell it for 12, the girl, no, I suppose a woman, around 17, spoke, a small blush on her face, as she gestured towards a staff I was attempting to buy, but only if you also buy a grimoire or two for at least 5 pieces each. She added hurriedly, as if realizing she had misspoken. I would be glad to, I answered cordially, as I nodded, depending on the content of those grimoires, if you can describe to me the spells each contains, I will choose something suitable. The young woman who was running a mystic shop on the market, for some reason, hesitated, a small blush on her cheeks never going away, as she nodded slowly. I could, but it would take a long time to explain everything. She gestured at the shelves behind her, stacked with over 100 books, and took a deep breath, so maybe you can komiatsen set when weklos, and I can do it for you? She blurted, before giving me an exaggerated, if a bit awkward, wink. I simply stared. I lacked emotions, yes, but I wasn't actually retarded, I've seen my reflection, I knew what was going on here. Provided you sell me the staff for 12, I promise to come back at sunset and buy some grimoires from you. I eventually said, not allowing my face to twist in any manipulative understanding or Lord forgive, bashful expression, like everything in me demanded me to do. Yeah, okay, that sounds good. The young woman said quickly, even as she winced. Probably realizing that in her hurry to agree to my conditions, she sold me the staff at a fair price without haggling. The money was given, the magical foci were received. Pleasure, come back again. I received a shout on my back. I contemplated ignoring it, but this would be mean, and may make her worry that I won't fulfill my promise, so instead, without turning, I simply waved at her. I can't haggle to save my life. Haggling wasn't a thing since before my father's days, genuinely, no one did this in the first world countries anywhere, nowadays, even food markets have set prices. But here, in this era? This was the only way trade was done. You could never agree to the price initially proposed, it's always unfair and exists to rip you off. You always need to haggle to have a fair price. Which I never had practice of doing as a human, and which I couldn't even attempt properly as a demon, not with my refusal to lie or fake emotions. In other words, shopping in this world is bound to be difficult. I should acquire enough coin to never care about being ripped off to begin with. Easy thing to say, I suppose, but I have no idea how to execute that. Still, when it comes to magic and how accessible it is, I was genuinely surprised. I would be able to acquire a lot of spells here. 100 grimoires in the small mystic shop in the middle of nowhere port town might sound like too much, but once you consider how many of those were copies of the most popular spells, it wasn't that surprising. I assume a lot of spells I will be running into would be common, while some would be much rarer. In the show, Frieren seemed to care about obscure grimoires to fill up her collection, but never seemed to shop in towns, I assume precisely because the spells sold in towns were already known to her. In other words, it was useless to use her or her apprentice as a reference to where they acquired spells, because she likely was a walking library within herself. After leaving the market by the harbor, I was steadily making my way towards the tavern, one narrow street at a time. The town was surprisingly clean and didn't smell as terribly as I expected. I had a meeting planned for after sunset, but I wanted to eat properly and read up on some of the magic theory I was saving. Then another of the countless alleyways bent sharply, the cobbles slick with salt damp. I turned the corner and froze for a moment, as the situation immediately registered, snapped me out of my thoughts, and snapped my body into awareness for a fight. 3 figures lounged against the crumbling wall ahead, their postures loose but eyes sharp as flint, body language threatening. The leader, a man with a shaved scalp and a silver ring through one ear, pushed off from the bricks. His coat, stitched with faded floral patterns, hung open to reveal a belt crowded with tiny pouches. Now, he crooned, stepping into my path. His voice was high, but had a growling quality. A mage in such a hurry? The night's young, and the tavern's ale won't sour. Behind him, a woman with twin braids smirked, her fingers toying with a necklace of crow bones, I believe. The third, a lanky youth, edged left, blocking the alley's mouth. The leader tilted his head, his eyes glued to my staff. Fine wood, that. Carved from Thorn's wood, no? Shame if it slipped away. He held up his palms, grinning. But we're friendly folk. Share a coin for our luck, and we'll point you to a better shortcut. Eh? The woman's bracelets clinked as she shifted her weight. Waiting. I scanned all three in front of me immediately. Reading their body language wasn't difficult, nor was it hard to see the implied threat. The first instinctual response was to attack while the guard was down. I knew that I could tear them apart before they could hope to react. Yet, I set my stuff down gently instead. Is this wise? I asked, my voice emotionless, as is my body language, ambushing someone you know to be a mage? The leader chuckled, in a supposed friendly way, even as he slowly stepped closer, and closer, shortening the distance. Tisk, tisk, he clicked his teeth theatrically, gold glittering for a moment in his mouth, as he wriggled his finger at me. Lying won't do you much good, not here, not now. See, battle mages are a scary sort, can turn a man to cinders with a gesture. He stopped just 2 steps away, a knife spinning between his fingers. But mage apprentices? Those are much nicer to do business with, understand? I knew, vaguely, what he was referring to. There was a huge gap between a proper mage and a mage who was still training to be one. It was the main reason for Hyder fooling Frieren to stay long enough for Fern to train. But I didn't know they were considered helpless enough to be robbed on the street by scum whose mana is barely any different from the mana of untrained merchants. Yet, once again, I calmed myself. I understand, I said simply, tilting my head, and reaching for my purse. I can part with Co. I never managed to finish that sentence. The woman's eyes narrowed, and she whistled sharply, the sound resonating across the alleyway. The man in front of me exploded into action, but he wasn't that fast. I saw him flip the knife, holding it tight, and I saw where his strike was going. This was the only reason why I didn't accidentally kill him, as I knew his strike wouldn't kill me. However, in that instance, I hesitated because I stopped myself from ripping his heart out. Which in turn meant I froze, and couldn't block. The blade impacted my gut, probably burying deep into my intestines, and making me sharply lose my breath. I didn't resist when the man reached behind my back for the purse I clutched, and tore it out of my hands, and I allowed him to push me on my back, making me fall face first on the ground. Swearing sharply under his breath, he left with his allies, even as I heard the footsteps and hurried yelling approach. The stab hurt. But I registered pain differently in this life. There was no urge to scream or cry from the pain. My emotions didn't dictate a single flinch in my body language. I lay there and allowed my instincts to guide me, and stitched together a hole in my stomach. Those fucker. Damn it. I've seen someone approach me, and I started to rise as they did. You there, you alright? Somehow, the new clothes I bought helped. My hood now actually had small ropes inside. I commissioned it to be like this. That allowed me to tie the ropes into my horns, which were curved almost like a tiara in front of my head, and keep the hood down no matter the wind, despite how big the hood was. I believe so, I said, placing a hand on my stomach to hide the bloodstains, even as I sat down, glancing at the guard. Surprisingly, they only robbed me and punched me in the stomach. The man practically spat to the side. They? Who are they? So I described the encounter briefly. The only thing I didn't mention is me getting stabbed. I just said the man with the piercings hit me in the stomach, which was technically true, never mentioning that the knife was involved in that hit. By the time I was done, the man seemed to be madder than I was about the encounter. And despite being a demon, I was feeling quite angry myself. The guard's face twisted like he'd bitten into something rotten. Fucking bacon rats, he snarled, kicking a loose cobble. Think every alley's their personal thieving ground. Come down from the hills with their moth-eaten silks and their blessings, bah. He spat again, this time near my boot. Last week, they swiped a merchant's whole damn cart. "Oh, but the stars said it was ours." He mimicked a whining, sing-song voice, fluttering his hands mockingly. He jabbed a thumb toward the harbor. "See that? Town's got real walls, real guards. But those vultures? They slither in anyway, like fucking smoke. Worse than fucking demons, the whole lot. No homes, no laws, just sticky fingers and lies." His lip curled as he eyed my stomach, not that he could see much this late in the day. I was just happy the bloodstain wasn't visible here, in the twilight, and on my black clothes. Bet that knife-wielding bastard had a dozen holy charms on him too, eh? For luck, my ass. It's all shit scraps and gullible marks. Leaning in, he lowered his voice to a growl. Worse? They breed like roaches. That one you ran into? Probably got 5 siblings picking pockets by the docks right now. Whole damn clan's a plague and should be burned away like one. He straightened, adjusting his belt with a huff. Lucky you weren't stabbed or cut, we find at least 5 bodies with slit throat every week. He glared down the alley. Next time? Scream. I'll be glad to put a spear through the next vacant I see lurkin' where they don't belong, most others in the service would too. The more he spoke about this tribe or clan, the more it reminded me of something in my previous life. I couldn't exactly cast a curse on myself right now to try and recall, however. I strongly doubt they are worse than demons, I finally said, the only honest thing I could think of in their defense. Besides, everyone deserves an honest trial. I highly doubt even this tribe is composed entirely of villains and criminals. The man just chuckled. No one saw a demon in those parts in 50 years, but the vacant filth? They kill, rob and rape people each fucking day. They'll scream bloody murder as they stab you, like they're the ones getting robbed. That's their trick, the louder they wail, the deeper they cut. One hand clutches your coin purse, the other wipes honest tears. And if you dare hit back? Oh ho! Suddenly, you're the monster, and they're just poor wanderers. Wouldn't believe how much of that shit they try to pull all the fucking time. Fa. Once again, he spat to the side. Once again, I was getting an uncomfortable sense of déjà vu. For some reason, I wanted to object on pure principle. Then I thought better of it. In any case, thank you for helping me, I said to the man, who spooked the thieves into stabbing me. I will keep you warning of vacants in mind, for the next solid 5 or so minutes until I can get to my books. The man's angry expression deflated a bit as he seemed to recall where we were and what had happened. Yeah, listened, I am sorry about the purse at least. You sure you are alright, don't need any help getting to your inn? I just shook my head. I will manage. It's my fault for taking clustered alleyways like this in the first place. I should have known better. It's a shame that my common sense is barely functional in this life. The man just shook his head. I'll leave you be. He nodded one more time, righting his helmet, before heading out of the alleyway. I waited for a few seconds and headed in the opposite direction, where I was going originally. Internally, I couldn't shake off the feeling that the culmination of today reminded me a lot of Berlin. With less of a risk of being run over in the market, admittedly. Chapter 6, Chapter 5. 5,860 words. I didn't truly know what to expect from the offensive and defensive magics in this era. In the future, Zoltrak would dictate the rules of mage combat. Zoltrak is, or I suppose will be, a piercing spell that specializes in penetrating the defense. The spell that humanity will develop to counter it wasn't named, at least not anywhere in the manga or anime that I could force myself to re-experience, but from what was explained about it, it was a very mana-intensive barrier in a complex shape that redistributed the blunt of Zoltrak's attack and resisted its piercing property. The issue with that spell was how mana-intensive it was, so most mages could only hold it up in the instance when they were attacked, else they risked running out of mana too quickly. It was also a spell focused on stopping and dispersing energy attacks, so it fared considerably worse against kinetic force and physical objects. The next era's magical practice was dictated by those two spells, both offensive and defensive. Here, your beer. I blinked, glancing up from a tome I was blankly staring at, seeing the cheerful-looking tavern girl. Thank you, I said, my voice carefully blank. She placed the pint, or what looked like a pint, in front of me and hurried to some other table. For a moment, I measured the mug with a long look. I took the mug by the handle and sniffed it carefully. It was a weird experience. It smelled like a beer, at least, but then I got to appraising it properly. I lifted the mug with both care and curiosity, tilting it slightly beneath my nose before ever letting it touch my lips. I breathed in slowly, deeply. The aroma was dense with earth and grain, roasted barley, dried hay, a whisper of something wild and herbal that I couldn't identify. No hops, or at least, nothing like the sharp, citric bite I'm used to. My brow lifts with intrigue despite myself. I swirl the liquid gently. There's a slight cloudiness to it, expected in an unfiltered ale. The head is thin, uneven, and quickly collapsing. I note it. A sign of lower carbonation, probably bottle-conditioned or drawn from a wooden cask. Open fermentation, likely. I leaned forward, letting the candlelight catch the amber depth of the brew. This felt more like a homebrew some of my friends used to make, not for sale, of course, rather than the usual commercial product. Charming, but lacking the proper equipment modern brewery used. I sip. It hits the front of my tongue softly, like rain on dry soil. The malt is full and warm, bread-like, but not sweet. There's a chewiness to it, as though the grain hasn't been entirely tamed by the mash. The body is dense, almost oily, with a lactic twang at the edges that speaks of imperfect production. Maybe even a touch of Brettanomyces, the wild yeast lending it a leathery, barnwood finish. In a modern brewery, they'd call it contamination. I let the sip rest a moment before swallowing. No fizz. Just the mild tickle of residual fermentation. This isn't a beer built for variety or balance. It's rough, probably made to be drunk every day. It's not cold, only slightly cool from the cellar, which allows the flavors to swell. There's no refrigeration in this place, no cryohops or sterile canning lines. No exacting pH control. Just instinct, tradition, and yeast captured from the air. I take another mouthful, this one longer. The finish is slightly bitter, not from hops, I suspect, but from the tannins of the wooden barrel. Maybe a bit of overtoasted malt. It's coarse around the edges. I exhale softly. In a modern tasting room, it wouldn't stand a chance. Lacks clarity, lacks consistency. But it's not bad at all. I think I would have enjoyed it quite a lot. If I were still a human, that is. Demon's taste buds are odd. I could taste things with even more clarity than when I was a human, but the satisfaction, or dissatisfaction, of tastes is gone. Sweet food, bitter food, salty food, it made no difference, neither did the smell or the texture of the food for that matter. I noticed those things, but they didn't bring me any enjoyment or disgust. I could be hungry, and in that case, I would eat, it would bring relief. But the taste quite literally didn't matter. Back in my cabin near the mountain, I derived as much enjoyment from eating rotten meat from days-old game as I did from the meat I bothered to cook and prepare to the best of my abilities. I couldn't be food poisoned either, at least I am yet to experience anything of that sort. Because of that, while I could analyze and taste every nuance of that beer, it brought me no enjoyment. There was nothing at all, just cold analysis. Demons weren't meant to enjoy human fare. But demons also could eat things humans would find disgusting without batting an eye. I can only assume it's a survival trait. I still wasn't sure why my kind had to eat at all. I only knew that occasionally, at least once every few days, I would feel hungry, and any food could sate that craving. Except for undigestible things like wooden bark and such, I tried, checking if my stomach was a bioreactor of some sort. I took another sip, more to blend with other patrons rather than to quench thirst, as I returned to my notes and my thoughts. Magic in the future will be determined by the piercing spell composed of pure energy, and the basic defense against it. Because all mages knew both, any other battle-oriented spells they learned must either be useful against Zoltrak or that unnamed defensive spell. It brought unification to a magical combat. You knew what to expect from other mages because if they didn't know basic defensive magics, or didn't know Zoltrak, they probably would die. In this era, things were different. From different books I gathered, and even when speaking to that old lady Shatton brought me to, there was no common denominator between mages. Some spells are supposedly more prevalent in some parts of the world than in others, but generally, you don't know what sort of mage you will encounter. Will you be attacked by a giant stone thrown at you with the speed of a high-caliber bullet, a fireball, or a bolt of pure explosive mana? You could never tell, and the same went for defensive spells. There was no unification at all. Zoltrak and the defensive magic used to counter it set standards, an unspoken measuring stick against which all other battle-oriented spells competed. I suppose it could be compared to the very drink I am sipping on right now. Magic in this era was much like it. Choose a different tavern, and you would get a completely different brew that could share nothing in common with the ale next door. The same things could be said about different mages you could meet in this era. This complicated things, somewhat, because it meant I couldn't just start my studies with learning basic offensive and defensive magics, because no such things existed. Instead, I had to acquire a few different grimoires, a few with spells that attacked in various ways, and a few that produced defenses of different varieties. The issue here is time. Mastering any spell to the point you could use it in combat can take years. My own curse was not yet completely battle-ready. I would say I could cast it successfully, but I wasn't completely sure, and that uncertainty was dangerous. Not that I was planning to fight any time soon, but being what I am, I can't exactly rely on anyone or anything else to defend me, even if all I wanted was to live in the wilderness and research. I suppose I am much like an American now. My only defense is the amount of sheer firepower I can unleash at any given moment. I noticed the subtle shift in the atmosphere before I realized exactly what happened. My spatial awareness wasn't the best in this city. My mana sensitivity was good, or at least that's what I assume, and it allowed me to easily orient myself in the forest where I used to live. But this town was so magically contaminated from all the people, and minor artifacts like magical lanterns and whatever they were using in this kitchen, that my magical and mundane senses were constantly overwhelmed, which made me quite unaware of anything outside of my direct line of sight. The reason for the disturbance soon became obvious. It was the three people who entered the tavern, who were now approaching my table. I had a few seconds to analyze them, and even I, lacking in the sensitivities of this world, immediately realized that they weren't quite normal. The moment I saw them my mind went into overdrive, whatever elangu of adrenaline filled my body as did dread, and I could feel my mind and my instincts, for one, work in tandem to analyze what I saw. First, there was the man in a leather jacket and chainmail, a long sword behind his back, his face partially obscured by a kettle helmet. His skin was sun-kissed, like someone who was constantly outside, his hair was brown, and his eyes dark. He had no scars of note, but looked to be in his late 20s. He walked with a slight favor to his left leg, not a limp, just the unconscious adjustment of someone who'd taken a few too many hits on that side. His hand rested casually on his axe handle, not threateningly, but like it had become second nature. When he stopped at my table, he shifted his weight from foot to foot, the restless energy of someone used to being on the move. His eyes darted briefly to the exits and back, a habit, a spatial awareness of exits, maybe a sign of grander paranoia. By his side, there was a man in priest's garb. He seemed over 40, and I could spy a holy scripture on his hip, holstered very much like a weapon, on some mechanical lock that would let him easily grab and open it. There was nothing noteworthy about his appearance, aside from a small scar across his left cheek, at least to my mundane senses. Dark hair, dark green eyes. However, my magical senses shouted in alarm because this man had more mana than I did when I wasn't hiding my signature. Despite his obvious power, he carried himself with practiced humility, shoulders slightly rounded, head tilted down just enough to seem approachable. The priest would have been the most magically powerful person I've ever seen, if not for the third figure. The third man was dressed in a robe, the most stereotypical mage robe I have yet to see. He also wore the hood, much like me, and I could see his beard, brown but with a hint of graying, poking out of it. He was at the head of this delegation that was moving towards my table, walking with the slow, deliberate pace of someone who knew others would wait for him. One hand stayed tucked inside his robe, perhaps holding a focus of some kind, while the other swung freely. There was something almost academic in how he observed the tavern, like he was cataloging details. I could see the subtle turn of his neck even as he walked, studying other patrons, not fully focused on me, a habit that told me that he was used to the protection of his other party members. When he reached my table, he didn't immediately sit or speak. He studied me for a moment with the patient interest of someone solving a puzzle. That mage also held twice the amount of raw power I had. "Greetings, strangers," I said, studying the trio in turn. I knew I looked calm and collected, as I always did, despite the sheer terror I was experiencing. I already analyzed my chances. If those three are here to kill me, I would likely die even if I were to break into a sprint the instant I noticed them. However, if they didn't know who or what I was and approached me for some other reason, I could live. Therefore, acting normally was the correct choice. "Can I help you?" For once, I allowed a hint of deception in my demeanor. I faked concern, like a man not quite realizing why he was approached. The morality of that little lie was something I never even considered. I couldn't afford to at the moment. "I wonder if you can," the mage smiled, before gesturing at my books on the table, and my staff that was leaning against it. I felt a pang of relief at the understanding that I immediately jumped the gun. "Me and my good friends are new to town, you see. I hope you wouldn't mind us imposing on you for a moment?" he asked, his hand gently stroking his beard. In the brief instance his question afforded me, I considered the correct course of action. Refusing him would be suspicious, no matter what sort of excuse I came up with, while allowing him to stay was natural, and could lead me to discover more information. I also was a bit too shaken. I could feel my thoughts running in circles. I knew I couldn't consider everything and choose logically, so to buy myself time, I picked the option that delayed a possible confrontation. "Of course, it's always interesting to speak with a mage from other lands," I said, in turn, collecting some of the books on the table and putting them in my pouch. "Oh, I very much share that sentiment, my friend," the mage chuckled good-naturally, and with a theatrical flick of his fingers, 3 chairs levitated from the nearby empty table and landed next to the table. "I am Rua, those are my friends, Schwert," he gestured towards a warrior who was already waving towards the tavern girl, and Siegen, and then the priest, who simply sat at the table, nodding at me and greeting respectfully. "I am Albert," I introduced myself, taking another sip of the ale. "By the way you are dressed, and judging by your mana, I assume you are adventurers?" "Course we are, kid," the warrior said, landing on the seat with a sigh. "The list of professions where you would find a group like ours isn't exactly big." "Too true," the priest said a bit wryly, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Were our work any less important, I would have long since joined a monastery instead of being anywhere around those two. You can't call us a bad influence after the whorehouse incident in Sutaphen, Siegen," the mage said almost absent-mindedly, making the priest glare at him without much heat. "You lost that privilege between that incident and the worship-boarding fiasco." "To be fair, at least half of what happened in Sutaphen is my fault," the warrior chimed in. "Besides, when it comes to making us do stupid shit, you are the champion, Rua," he added, glancing at the mage almost tiredly. The mage in question just shrugged, gesturing at me theatrically. "See who I have to deal with? Some people have no appreciation for the quest for knowledge." "Maraudering," the priest interrupted. "Not maraudering, it was the recovery of important, esoteric, abandoned lore, that would have eventually rotten to dust, used by no one." Rua immediately shot back. "The villagers evacuated for a week while we dealt with the Nephib," the warrior commented, staring the mage down. "There was nothing abandoned about that noble's mansion, at best it was just vacated for a while. And I didn't even take anything. All the grimoires were safely in place when he got back," he argued, without much heat, more with amusement than anything. Siegen looked at me with some strange kindness, as he spoke up, explaining. He deliberately dragged his feet. "It took us a week to kill a monster when it could have taken us a day with his tracking spell. All because he wanted to steal. Partake in." the mage chimed in. Some obscure knowledge. Segan shook his head with a tired sigh. Just be a bit careful with Rua, young man. Like most mages his age, he possesses more hunger for arcane than sense. By the goddess, don't idealize this buffoon. No matter how charismatic he may appear, it's all a ruse. Bah, we helped those people for free, even if it took us a week. The mage complained, but his words also seemed directed to me as an explanation. You three are quite close, I observed, letting a small smile appear on my face. Any particular reason that brings you three to this town? As I shifted the topic from what appeared to be the casual banter to something more productive, all three men subtly grew more serious, in their own ways. Not in particular, no. We are simply passing by, we are heading to the capital, Rua answered, looking at me from beneath his hood curiously. Do you think there is work for a group like us around here? Luckily, before I needed to respond, the tavern girl finally appeared, asking for orders. At Schwartz's prompting, and what a name for a warrior it was, I shared some suggestions on what kind of food and drinks were decent in this tavern. To my taste, all the food here was no different, but after viewing my own memories as a human, I grew to learn exactly what type of food I might have enjoyed here, and advised that. I am here in passing myself, I answered when the three of us were alone again. Aside from problems with Bacon, I am yet to encounter any trouble in the city. I may not be the best person to ask, I try to avoid trouble. Which was true. Since that robbery, the worst thing that happened to me was how I was pickpocketed twice, in the market afterwards. Luckily, I never carried all my coins on myself, and most of the coins I did carry I kept in my boot. Until I could acclimate to living in the city, pickpockets were practically invisible to me, so I grew tired of having my purses cut. Those rats are a problem even here, huh? The warrior grumbled, shaking his head. I am more curious about something else, the mage said slowly, gesturing at my staff. I took a glance at the books, basic theories for the most part. You are still an apprentice mage, aren't you? I blinked, showing my surprise at the rather pointed question. Nevertheless, I nodded. I am, yes. Rua nodded thoughtfully. Then what are you doing traveling alone? He asked simply, making me freeze for a moment. Listen, I am not your father, lad, Rua continued. I could feel his eyes studying me from under the hood, but your master should have told you this 1,000 times. Apprentice mages die on battlefields, and they die horribly. And this is the damn truth. My mind raced, as I tried to come up with an explanation. I knew what he spoke of, not because this was ever mentioned around me in this life, but because it was a big plot point in the manga too. The reason why Frieren refused to travel with Fern until the girl mastered at least one offensive spell. I tried to keep away from trouble, I said evasively, unwilling to lie or otherwise prompt the continuation of this conversation. You know that this isn't how such things work, Segan the priest said, looking at me, carefully. A monster attack can happen anywhere and at any time. Unless you have enough coin to spare to constantly travel by ships or with hired help, you will inevitably run into a battle. A battle you won't be able to win, Rua said with a sigh, shaking his head. I can't explain just how much of a difference it makes between being able to cast a spell in the safety of your favorite training spot, and being able to throw one no matter where you are or how you feel. This is the difference between an apprentice and a proper, if middling mage, not the number of spells that you know, but mastery of at least one. Even as he spoke, his eyes were studying me, observing me. I was twitchy, not physically but mentally, my thoughts raced. Uncertain, was this concerned speech a trick to make me lower my guard? Those three definitely encountered demons before, they must have killed them, if they were as well traveled as they implied. And as the manga itself taught, the easiest way to kill a demon is to exploit their pride and confidence, to take them off guard. Was this what they were trying to do, or was their concern genuine? My social instincts were good, but they weren't capable of reading minds. I could tell both of those men were tense, I could tell they studied me carefully, but it could mean both them judging me for possibly being a demon, or trying to get a read on the troubled youth. You don't know how many spells I mastered, I said instead, trying to shift the subject, making myself sound offended. anything to shift the conversation to another angle, to be able to glimpse their motivation more before committing into a desperate escape. I can tell you are suppressing your mana. It's a basic exercise, the mage said with a sigh, and once again, I froze, a useless trick, but I admit you got it down to a level where I can barely feel it fluctuating. I had an idea that he would be able to tell. I kept my mana level just a little above a normal human. Still, if he knew I was suppressing my mana, then maybe he would take it as a proof of me being a more experienced mage. But the fact that you are still bothering with this exercise tells me how green you are, he said simply, shrugging. Then there are the books you've read, it's basics of the basics. Look me in the eyes and tell me you mastered one offensive spell properly. I couldn't say a thing, not when I was prompted to lie like this, not when I wasn't sure what his angle was. Rua simply nodded, leaning back on his seat, his hand disappeared into his robe, where he likely kept his focus. And that's exactly what I mean, he says simply, nodding to himself. If you are still bothering with basic exercises and have to catch up on something this fundamental with books, I can only assume your training was cut short. Rua nodded to himself, either that, or your master was one terrible mage. I saw the priest to the side, still studying me, his expression thoughtful. I could also see the warrior, who seemed to just observe the conversation, not truly focused on anything in particular. I carefully considered my words before I spoke. It would be easy to lie, to say that I have a master for whom I am currently waiting in this city, that I am not going to travel anywhere as I am, that they have no cause for concern. If crafted carefully, I could lie in a way that they wouldn't be able to check, at least not while faking concern, if this is what they were doing. But I refuse. If I resort to lying at the first opportunity, in the first instance when I was truly threatened, what would be the point of setting rules to myself? I am a demon, I will constantly be threatened, I knew this for over a decade. I have a route and a destination in mind. Both are as safe and as clear as I could make them. But I would like you to drop the subject, frankly it's none of your business. Instead I resorted to something else, truth, but said in a way that made it clear just how much I didn't care for them getting involved in my business. This was the moment of truth. If all of this conversation was their attempt to interrogate a suspicious individual, this would be the breaking point. And it was. I could see the priest and the mage tensing, their faces growing tense, focused. Well, maybe we can. Rua spoke up, but I saw movement in my peripheral vision. The warrior's hand rose. High. Fast. My demon instinct screamed danger before my rational mind could process what I was seeing. The hilt of his sword behind his back. His raised arm. The universal gesture of incoming violence. The tavern's chatter died to my ears. I lashed out. My vision sharpened, sounds becoming muffled except for the scrape of chair legs against stone and someone's sharp intake of breath. With practiced ease, as it was something I did dozens of times, I threw myself across the table. My nails elongated into claws. My mana snapped into practiced shapes. The warrior's eyes went wide. His second arm swept across the wooden surface, fingers closing around a dinner knife that skittered briefly before his grip found it. We collided. I managed to correct myself in the last instance, my claws digging into his shoulder instead of his chest. With a pulse I sent resonant soul into him, looping the memory of this whole conversation, this whole encounter, in his memory. He went limp instantly. His raised fist still caught me across the jaw, tearing my hood clean off, as the ropes that attached the hood to my horns snapped. The dinner knife punched into my stomach with a wet sound. A woman screamed. Then another. The brief flash of pain didn't slow me down. My hearing sharpened to predatory focus while my peripheral vision dimmed, the same tunnel vision from hunting monsters, from the boar. Someone pointed. His horns. The metallic scent of blood mixed with spilled ale. Behind me, I heard the mage's voice rising in an incantation. The priest was shouting something, orders or prayers, I couldn't tell. I spun and ran. Tables overturned as patrons dove for cover. A man stumbled backward over his chair, sending his mug flying in an arc of foam. I shoved a woman aside, perhaps too roughly, sending her crashing into the bar. At my full speed I hit the stone wall. The impact sent a spiderweb of cracks racing outward. Mortar dust rained down. For a heartbeat, the tavern's timber frame groaned ominously. Then the wall gave way entirely. I burst through in an explosion of stone and debris, landing hard on the cobblestones outside. People in the street froze, staring. A merchant's cart horse reared. Someone started running. Despite the loss in momentum, I didn't slow down. My first thought was to run to the roofs, and use my magically enhanced mobility to run above the town and out of it, but it felt instinctively wrong, and I had no time to think. Instead I threw myself into the crowd. The small craftsman district just by the tavern was thick with people, smiths and leatherworkers hawking wares, children and guests of the city standing between stalls, couples strolling arm in arm. Perfect. My body moved without conscious thought, maneuvering partially by sight, mostly by mana sense and pure instinct. I wove between bodies like water flowing around stones. A baker stumbled backward as I vaulted over his cart, sending loaves scattering. A mother yanked her child close as I brushed past, too close, my enhanced reflexes calculating the exact space needed. My mana sense painted the crowd in shifting colors of magical signatures. Unconsciously, I curved my path away from anyone whose signature flared brighter than baseline human, a town guard with enchanted mail here, a merchant with clearly enchanted items there. The knife wound in my stomach sent fresh blood seeping through my shirt, but I pushed harder. Behind me, chaos erupted. Out of the fucking way. The mage's voice, raw with panic and authority. Get away from the demon, everyone on the ground. But humans don't move fast enough when terror freezes them first. Someone screamed. A horse whinnied in alarm. The crowd pressed together instinctively, then tried to scatter in all directions at once, creating a perfect maze of confusion. By the time people started dropping to their knees, I was already gone. The alley mouth swallowed me like a hungry throat. Narrow walls, overhanging eaves, the perfect vertical highway. My claws found purchase on stone and timber. 3 bounds and I was on the rooftops, Nobeldorf spreading below me like a map. I didn't stop. Not when I vaulted the town walls in a single leap, drawing startled shouts from the guards who only saw a shadow against the evening sky. Not when I hit the forest floor running and vaguely weary of possible mounted pursuit, the only way humans could hope to match my enhanced speed. Trees blurred past. Branches whipped at my face. My boots found purchase on roots and rocks without conscious guidance, my body flowing through the woodland like I'd been born to it. Every few minutes I'd change direction, break my trail, and double back briefly before continuing north. Always north. 4 hours. 4 hours of pure flight, my mana burning through my reserves like a forge consuming coal. Even my body's natural regeneration went dormant, every scrap of energy devoted to keeping my legs moving, my enhanced speed active, my senses sharp for the sound of pursuit that never quite materialized. Only when my mana finally guttered out, leaving me stumbling like a drunk, did I finally collapse against a massive oak. My chest heaved. The knife wound throbbed with each heartbeat, still weeping blood. Only the next day, when my head finally cleared, was I able to analyze what had happened. A few hours ago, ground zero. Fuck me. Schwartz groaned, lifting himself from the tavern floor amid scattered debris and overturned furniture, only to immediately be smacked across the face by a very familiar, and very holy book. Don't move, your shoulder is still damaged. The familiar voice of Segan answered, deep in concentration. Through the thundering headache, the warrior cracked his eyes open, squinting at his friend whose hands were glowing with familiar green light. Segan wore that focused look he got during serious healing work, brow furrowed, lips pressed thin. How is he? Schwartz turned his head slightly, wincing at the motion. Rua stood nearby, his comically small staff gripped tight in white knuckles, looking down at him with genuine concern creasing his features. Is he still cursed? At those words, Schwartz went very still. Cursed? He wasn't stupid. Despite the horrible headache splitting his skull, He could vaguely remember living through a particular encounter twice, the same conversation, the same words, like an echo bouncing inside his mind. The curse fell apart as he woke up, Segan commented softly, his healing light flickering as he spoke. Rua's shoulders sagged with relief, and he lowered his staff. So we should probably ask him what he remembers. Fuck that. Despite his friend's protests, Schwartz sat up abruptly, his hand instinctively reaching for his sword hilt. The movement sent fresh pain lancing through his shoulder. There's a demon around? Where is it, and what's the plan? We don't know, Rua began with obvious annoyance. Lay back, you manchild, or I will personally lower you in a casket. Segan smacked him with the book again, harder this time, before pressing him firmly back down to the floor. His healing hands never stopped their work, but his jaw was set with frustration. And we don't know, the mage finished curtly, his scowl visible even beneath his ever-present hood. He gestured sharply toward the gaping hole in the tavern wall, where evening light streamed through jagged stone. The bastard escaped through the crowd, using townsfolk as human shields. Typical demon shit. I couldn't fire a single spell or I risked frying at least 10 people. His voice carried the bitter edge, and genuine loathing. He also made sure to get you first, so Segan had to make sure you wouldn't bleed out or die to a curse. From what my tracking spell is telling me, he left town within a minute and was out of my spell's range within 3. Schwartz blinked, the pieces slowly clicking together despite the fog in his head. He was here, wait, the kid? The demon, Segan corrected grimly, his healing magic pulsing brighter for a moment. He attacked you suddenly, then ran before we could properly react. There was no reason for him to strike like this. It was probably because I wanted to shut you both up, Schwartz recalled, tensing, wanted to smack the table. Probably lashed out the instant he felt threat. Much like any other hostile beast. The trick with demons were that they didn't act hostile, and they always ended up attacking anyway. Fucking demons. It was rare to hear Rua swear, but demons tended to get this reaction out of everyone. The usually mannered mage spat to the side, his disgust plain. Bastards get better and better at pretending to be human. If something in that bestial mind of his hadn't snapped at exactly the wrong moment. He trailed off, shaking his head slowly. We could have all died if he'd chosen a better time to attack. Or if he'd been less impulsive. The grim words settled over them like a shroud. Even the tavern's other patrons, still picking themselves up from the chaos, seemed to sense the weight of what had almost happened. Schwartz felt like objecting for a moment, surely they could have handled one demon, but deep down, he knew Rua was probably right. Taken by surprise, anyone could die easily. Humans and demons both. Shit. Realization dawned slowly, and Schwartz groaned as he finally allowed himself to fall back to the floor, one hand clutching his throbbing head. The guard's going to ride our asses for weeks over this, aren't they? You forgot the magistrate and the church. A small, sardonic smile tugged at Rua's lips as some of the tension finally left his shoulders. He glanced meaningfully at the destruction around them, shattered tables, the massive hole in the wall, blood still staining the floorboards. Because of that blonde monster, we'll be stuck here for over a week filling out reports. Schwartz just groaned louder, the sound echoing off the tavern's damaged walls. Segan simply patted him on the back with his free hand, his healing magic still working steadily. Truly, demons were despicable. Chapter 7, Chapter 6. 6,411 words. I advanced through the woods, my steps silent on the damp earth, my senses razor-sharp. The presence hit my awareness like a cold weight pressing against my skull. My body locked rigid. Eyes snapped to maximum focus. Ears filtered through the forest's ambient noise, whined through leaves, distant bird calls, the rustle of small prey. Something else moved beneath it all. Footfalls. Heavy. Deliberate. Approaching fast. 100 meters. The sound carved itself into distinct components, claws raking bark, the wet snap of breaking twigs, something large displacing underbrush with violent efficiency. 80 meters. Sulfur. the acrid stench hit my nostrils, sharp enough to make my eyes water. Underneath it, something rotten. Like a meat that was decaying for a while. Not a magical organism then, but the type of monster that lacks a magical core. Simply a living organism that seemed to have changed with mana. 60 meters. The footfalls quickened. No longer stalking, charging. My fingernails extended into razors as I launched myself upward in a single fluid leap. Bark compressed under my claws as I found purchase on a thick oak branch 15 feet up. Over a decade of evening training paid off, the movement felt automatic, practiced. I trained a lot while I lived in the forest near that village, what was it, of Waldheim. Magically and physically. Never knew if it helped, especially the physical training, but I learned to hop around trees very well due to doing it every evening. Still, my reinforcement had limits. 30 minutes of constant enhanced mobility at most, and only if I kept the enhancement minimal. Just enough strength to make the impossible jumps. 10 meters. The impact shook the entire tree. Something detonated below me, not fire, not force, but raw mana unleashed in a concussive burst. My body moved before conscious thought kicked in, vaulting to an adjacent pine as splinters of oak rained down. I landed hard, immediately crouching to study my attacker. The creature resembled a bear crossed with some child's worst nightmare. Black bear-sized but as if built for killing, compact muscle wrapped in a coat of foot-long quills that gleamed like polished steel. Its snout jutted forward in a wedge of bone and cartilage, built for crushing. Rows of yellowed fangs lined its maw. Those baleful red eyes locked onto mine with predatory intelligence. It snorted. My enhanced reflexes screamed warnings. I dropped from the branch as a volley of quills whistled through the space I'd occupied, each one thick as my thumb and probably sharp enough to punch through armor. I hit the forest floor in a crouch, just in time to see the creature curl into itself. A living cannonball of spikes and fury rolled toward me at inhuman speed. I threw myself sideways, feeling displaced air kiss my cheek as the creature missed by centimeters. It struck the pine behind me and exploded not physically, but magically. Mana erupted outward in a sphere of destructive force that vaporized the trunk space. The massive tree groaned and toppled. My eyes narrowed to slits. This thing matched me in terms of mana output. I'd fled from stronger monsters before, but this one sat squarely in my weight class. The tactical assessment was immediate and brutal, its quills outranged my claws by 3 to 1. My only spell required physical contact to activate. If it could generate those mana explosions without the rolling attack. The math was simple. I would die. Decision crystallized instantly. I bounded onto the nearest tree, flooding my muscles with reinforcement magic, not the careful, conservative enhancement I usually used, but everything I could safely channel. My body became a blur of motion, leaping between branches, ricocheting off trunks, building velocity with each bound. The creature pursued for perhaps a quarter mile, its roars of frustration echoing through the forest. But speed was my advantage. Eventually, the sounds faded behind me. Probably because it spent as much mana to keep pursuing as I did, and because I left its territory. I landed on solid ground, my mana reserves nearly depleted. Anger flooded my system, pure, crystalline rage that made my vision sharpen, and yet didn't reflect on my face. Emoting was unrelated to feelings for us, demons. The emotion felt foreign, rare enough that I noted its presence with clinical detachment even as it consumed me. Losing stung. More than that, it exposed a fundamental weakness in my current capabilities. The monsters near my old territory, where I grew up, had been pathetic by comparison. This spike-bear/mutated porcupine was stronger than even the boar I had killed for those hunters, and I'd encountered a dozen creatures of similar power since leaving Nebeldorf. My magical reserves weren't the problem. The issue was reach and striking power. As I was now, monster hunting for research purposes had become impossible. Not if this is the true level of monsters in the wildlands. I needed to master human spells, those I've read in grimoires. Otherwise, I don't need to worry about the threat that humans, elves, and dwarves can represent to me, some nameless forest monster would eventually tear me apart for the crime of wandering into its territory. Central lands are vast. The European continent could be crossed on foot or horseback within a year, albeit if no major complications arise and depending on how long the traveler rests in major cities or towns. This is also roughly as long as it took Frieren and Frieren to reach Northern Plateau, and it took them 3 years to reach the Osserst since the start of their journey. While it's hard to say how many stops they made or for how long, I believe it still wouldn't be a stretch to compare this continent in its entirety to Eurasia. Perhaps it wasn't as big, but even half as big, or a third as big, would still make it colossal. With that in mind, the Central lands occupied about a third of the total territory of the continent. Even Europe, during its Middle Ages, was full of scarcely populated and poorly explored areas. Before the Industrial Revolution, men couldn't hope to challenge nature, which is why forests, mountains, and seas always were eldritch, terrifying, and cruel forces in our folklore and songs. The truth was men were in the mercy of the wilds, not the other way around. In this world, this was also true. Perhaps even more true, considering monsters, demons, and whatever other horrors that could lurk away from civilization, that I may not know of yet. I crouched beside the pile of tinder I'd spent the last 10 minutes gathering: dry pine needles, shredded birch bark, and the finest twigs I could find, no thicker than matchsticks. My fingers were stiff as I arranged them in a loose nest, leaving gaps for air to flow through. The spark I could produce without a lengthy preparation was pathetic, barely more than what you'd get from striking flint and steel, and it lasted maybe 2 seconds. But it would have to do. The Central lands were large, which was why it wasn't possible to categorize their landscape easily. From the manga, I expected Central lands to be mostly hills and fields, with some rare, harmless forests in between. This wasn't the case. There were hills and fields, of course, and those were much better populated. There were also thinner forests, either the younger ones or those tamed by either the current kingdom or the previous empire over the centuries. But there were mountains, even away from the northern plateau. There were swamps. There were also wild and ancient woods, the likes of which I can only compare to the Black Forest back home. In other words, the entirety of Central lands was about as varied as Europe itself. I cupped my hands around the tinder nest and focused, calling up that tiny flicker of flame. The spark caught the birch bark immediately, the papery strips curled and glowed orange. I leaned down and blew gently, just a whisper of breath. Too hard and I'd scatter the ember, too soft and it would die. The glow spread slowly through the pine needles. I added more breath, watching the red creep along the edges. A thin wisp of smoke began to rise. Then another. The tinder started to crackle softly. In Nebeldorf, while memorizing maps and even buying a few smaller ones, as I pretended that a single glance wasn't enough for me, I was searching precisely for such areas. My goal was still the northern lands, in terms of vast, uninhabited biomes, that land still far surpassed the Central lands. However, I also knew that focusing on simply traveling there wasn't wise. It would be better to take my time, grow in strength via research, training, and simply growing older, as I made my way there. Which was my goal. I have had a route in mind, through relatively unexplored areas, from one to another, towards the northern plateau. From living in those woods near the human village for 14 years, I knew that my research wasn't sustainable. Eventually, whatever monsters lived in the area would run out as I experimented on them, and I would have to move on. This was part of the plan. Then there was my catastrophic failure of keeping myself in check, and I had to run. The plan, at large, stayed the same. But the circumstances forced me to reconsider certain details. My weakness meant that even traveling, as I am right now, is dangerous. While I was advancing towards a certain unnamed and ancient forest, which was said to be almost completely uninhabited, I was planning to stop in the first sufficiently remote area. Not the one where I could truly spread my shoulders in research, just the one where I could bunker down, and using resonant soul to recall the details, master the spells I cast from the grimoires. Then I can travel to the first area I scouted as a potential spot to set up my research. Only when I had actual flames dancing in my hands did I carefully transfer the burning nest to the larger structure I'd built, pencil-thin twigs arranged in a loose teepee, with finger-thick branches ready nearby. The flames climbed hungrily up through the kindling, and finally I could add the real fuel. It had taken nearly 20 minutes from spark to sustainable fire, but at least I would be able to cook today. In truth, I didn't need to cook meat. Eating it raw didn't make it any less or more pleasant. My inhuman body also couldn't freeze, at least not from simple winter temperature. If it could, I would have never survived my first winter in this world. My reasoning for creating a fire was simple: I liked it. It brought familiarity, and before I looked into the grimoires, creating fire was beyond me. I enjoyed being able to make it now. It also allowed me to dry my clothes from dew and moisture that inevitably covered them as I traveled. I moved at night, my night vision was superior to most animals, and I rested and trained during the day. It was easier that way, and mitigated the risk of encountering humans by accident as I traversed the unknown parts of this forest. Even demons needed to sleep, though our sleep was closer to a shallow nap that could be disturbed by any out-of-place sound or change in mana. My prey today was a big bird of some kind. I am unfamiliar with the name, but that species reminded me a bit of a pheasant. At least that's the closest I found in my memories. I managed to catch it with my claws. The beast emitted some mana, like every animal, which allowed me to track it and approach it quietly. It was much easier to traverse the forests after I observed those two human hunters at work. Copying even some small patterns of theirs, like the ways to walk and choose where to step, helped tremendously with keeping quiet, even if I was sure I only glimpsed small bits of their wisdom and skill. I took the knife from my belt, the same knife they had gifted me for the help and for losing that sword, and started to butcher the meat. I didn't truly know how to do the job well. I only attempted to carve my prey the first few times I had to hunt. Afterwards, I realized that I was eating raw anyway, and just bit into the meat. So, cutting out a few pieces of bloody meat, I simply impaled them on a knife and roasted them over the fire. Eventually, I declared the meat to be cooked enough. Though it probably was still red deep inside, it wasn't worth the effort to cook more. I clasped my hands together and, for a moment, tried, as best as I could, to tune out the world around me and focus on faith. I held no gratitude in my heart, no regret, and no wonder, but I had faith. This was the most my twisted being could offer. Lord God, Heavenly Father, bless us and these your gifts, which we receive from your bountiful goodness, through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. I took the first bite. The meat was bland and chewy, and had a gamey aftertaste. Not that it mattered to me. At least it felt like I was eating as a human being now. Unfortunately, it's the only thing human about me. As I started to carve out more meat, my mind wandered. The truth of the matter is that I was too optimistic. For the first 14 years in this world, I was slowly degrading from a human into a beast. Because as time passed, I forgot more and more what it was like to be a human. Nowadays, due to the constant use of my curse, I feel as if I were a human yesterday. As if my human life just recently ended. It helped me break out of that apathy and once again look at the world differently. My mistake was to think I was looking at the world as a human due to it. I am not. I am a young demon, so I do not know my body well. I do not know my instincts well. I thought that the instinctive, weak urge to kill people was the worst I would have to deal with. Then there was that old priest, and it should have been a warning. That my instincts flared much more before those whom I instinctively considered dangerous. But I decided to ignore it, hoping it was just an accident. It was not. My control over my impulses may be decent when I was calm and collected and wasn't threatened, but take away that stability, and much like a human, I will fall back on instincts, rely on urges, and act before I can think. I knew this. I could only fight, could only kill the monsters and beasts due to those instincts. I survived for 14 years due to them. I knew for years I didn't react or even think like a human being. Yet my curse, the resonant soul, allowed me to recall my time interacting with people as a fellow human, and it confused me. While intellectually I knew those were the memories that were decade old, they felt as if I had experienced them just recently. So, subconsciously, I was overestimating my tolerance for human interaction, as deep down I built my expectations not on my experience in life as a demon, but on my experience as a human. This made me consider another matter. For over a month now, I have been casting this curse on myself. A curse that I never truly tested on other sentient beings. It was a realization I had just yesterday, actually, but what are the long-term side effects? Are there any, besides the ones I intended? This isn't an easy thing to test, nor to make precautions for. I couldn't just stop, I needed this curse to function and not degrade mentally. I couldn't test its safety, because any subject will be exposed to the curse for less than I. And I couldn't make proper precautions, as backing up my own mind doesn't seem feasible, not with my current understanding of magic and a mind as a construct. Out of the things I could do right now, there is one thing. Writing a diary. Not to remember, my curse exists for this. Not to unload my emotions, I had few as it were. But simply to have examples of my own patterns of thinking written out one after another, examples I could compare, and see if I could spot any inconsistencies using simple logic. As long as my mind isn't degraded to the point I can't think logically, this may be useful. Then again, the chances of my curse having any serious side effects are slim. However, remembering what sort of horrors untested medications and wonder materials did back on Earth, it would be wiser to take this precaution, even as imperfect as they are. But first, it's time to train a little. Standing up, I carefully lifted the carcass of the animal, reinforced myself, and jumped onto the nearest tree. It's better to throw it away as far away as possible. // The following are select diary entries // Today I advanced more. No complications. Training in the evening went normally. I am close to the area I believe is unpopulated. I also realized that I need to keep a diary. I work on spells that affect the mind and memory, with long-term consequences unknown. It's necessary to have a backup, no matter how imperfect. Supply of ink and paper, limited. Only short entries until I get more. I arrived today in the evening. Couldn't find a good place, temporarily living in the woods. Will dedicate 2 days to finding a better shelter. Fought 3 monsters, territorial, had to run from 2. Confirms concern I need to master human spells. My claws aren't enough. Found a village in the valley. It wasn't on the map. Moved the camp further uphill. Don't want contact until I am ready. Still searching for a better shelter, hard to preserve books without proper storage. The days grow hotter. Wind, fundamentally, wasn't a complex spell. Far simpler than my own curse, fewer transformations, more straightforward weave patterns, and only 2 templates. One template for responsible for keeping its structure before impacting the target, one for its effects after. Functionally, it was a very basic spell, one I was familiar with from D&D. A caster fired a bolt of flame that, on contact, exploded into a cloud of fire roughly 1 meter in diameter. The supernatural aspect was how the flames lingered, refusing to dissipate for several seconds. Easy enough to block, any competent mage or enchanted armor could deflect it. The grimoire even warned about this limitation. But that wasn't the point. Wind was designed for suppression fire, no pun intended, not penetration. While the spell lingered, the target had to maintain defenses or waste mana dispelling the persistent flames. Obviously warriors in enchanted armor can just power through. Still, it was perfect for creating escape opportunities against other mages. Against monsters without magical protection, sustained bombardment would cook them alive. That, and beasts feared fire instinctively. The spell's classification as anti-monster, at least according to the author of the grimoire, made it my logical first choice to master. I see, so if I adjust the 3rd weave like this. I tweaked one of the weaves within the template. The flame bolt hovering before my palm shifted from orange to brilliant blue. This represents the temperature increase, but the resonance with the secondary weave. I stopped mid-sentence. The mana construct shuddered. Not the physical manifestation floating in front of me, but the spell's underlying structure, the delicate lattice of weaves that held the template together. One instant to react. I threw myself backward as my modified spell detonated. Even so, the world became flame, heat, and searing agony. I crashed into the stream where I'd been practicing, the cold water hitting superheated skin with a hiss of steam. The smell hit me immediately: cooked pork. My own flesh. Ignoring the pain, I stared at the lingering fireball of blue flame that burned where I'd been standing. The creator never increased the temperature because it demands more mana, which destabilizes the primary activation template through resonance with the third weave. No, wait. The third transformation in the second weave creates harmonic interference with. I trailed off, frustration mounting. A terrible realization crystallized. Here I was, talking to myself. Speaking insights aloud in desperate hope that vocalization would aid memorization. Developing theories I couldn't record because I had no paper to spare. Ideas that would fade from memory unless I used my curse to relive them, but I'd forget why those specific memories mattered in the first place. All because I lacked basic writing materials. The anger came suddenly. Frustration boiled over into pure, undiluted rage. The agony radiating from my burns didn't help. I stood naked in the stream, having shed my clothes for safety while practicing fire magic. This can't continue, I said, my voice emotionless despite the fury burning in my chest. I can't study effectively like this. Too many insights lost. So many things I will never come back to. I examined my hands. Bright red, not yet blistering, but already beginning to regenerate. My face and hair were healing too, the process drawing precious mana from my reserves. The only reason I was training practically, in such a reckless manner, was because my study journal, the one containing my research notes, was nearly full. I couldn't waste space on unrelated observations. My diary had perhaps 2 pages remaining. With a proper research journal dedicated to human magic, I could have tested modifications like this on paper before attempting them. Instead, I was forced to rely on recalled readings from the grimoire, limiting my practice time and preventing detailed cross-referencing with the grimoire, without burning mana on my curse. The inefficiency was maddening. Eventually, I'd stopped consulting my memory for every detail and began relying on intuition instead of constantly checking the grimoire. The result: more injuries, more wasted mana, practice sessions limited to mere hours each day. I need to reach the village. Purchase paper and ink. I didn't want contact with humans so soon after the Nebeldorf incident, but this was unsustainable. Mulling over this necessity, I waited from the stream and waited for the sun to dry my skin. Then I retrieved my worn, half-ruined clothing and dressed before heading to my makeshift camp. The setup was minimal by design, several fallen logs arranged as seating, a crude shelter built from tree trunks and sealed with mud to keep out rain, and a stone-ringed fire pit. Nothing more. I sat down, noting that the burn still throbbed. The regeneration process was ongoing, but slow. The pain was already mostly dulled, which was a small mercy. Moving to the shelter, I retrieved the notebook designated as my diary and returned outside. I placed it on a tree stump, open to a fresh page, and considered my words carefully. Writing space was precious. Every word had to count. I wrote a few lines, paused to think, then continued. The process repeated several times as I compressed my thoughts into the most efficient language possible. When finished, I checked my hands again. Finally healed. A quick examination confirmed the rest of my body had regenerated as well. Demonic regeneration was remarkable but costly. The process consumed significant mana and wasn't instantaneous. Healing time correlated with the volume of missing biomass, not complexity. Burns like these required only 30 minutes. The stab wound from that bacon bandit had taken was even quicker to heal, though I could force surface skin to knit almost instantly with concentrated effort. The only things that were costly to regenerate are missing chunks of flesh, which I unfortunately had experienced in my fights against some monsters. I decided to check my reflection in the clear spring nearby, heading there first. Looking into the water. The regeneration was complete. No trace of the burns remained. Returning to my camp, I sat in the clearing and focused my mind. Resonant soul. The curse wove itself in an instant, and I relived casting another spell from the grimoire, a combat spell I'd never bothered mastering previously. The moment awareness returned, I used the fresh memory as a reference and spent several minutes weaving the spell into being. A blue, translucent blade materialized above my hands. No handle, only a cutting edge that hummed with contained energy. Before I could reconsider, fighting against every instinct, I willed the blade to swing. Agony beyond description. Pain like electricity coursing through my skull. The sensation of my horns being dipped in acid. 2 horns fell to the ground with a dull thunk and immediately began to shimmer and fade. If I were human, I would be screaming, writhing on the ground, tears streaming down my face. But for a demon, emoting was a separate matter from feelings and sensations. Only the rigid tension in my shoulders betrayed the absolute torment I was experiencing. I clasped my hands together and spoke quietly. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. Cast me not away from your presence, and take not your Holy Spirit from me. Restore to me the joy of your salvation, and uphold me with a willing spirit. Harming oneself was sinful. This body was given to me by God, and deliberately inflicting pain violated that gift. I had practical reasons, creating a disguise that might help me remain undetected, but the moral ambiguity offered no comfort. So I prayed and asked for forgiveness. Not out of regret for doing this, but out of having to do this. Standing up, I shook my head carefully. First, I needed to check if any stumps remained in the spring's reflection. I didn't want to touch that part of my forehead. Even the wind against the wounds was agony. Next, I would spend the following week scouting the human village I'd spotted in the area. Nothing could be left to chance. I would observe, plan, identify risks, then execute a precise operation, get in, purchase supplies, get out. No risks. No foolish optimism. Only cold logic. // The following are select diary entries //. Now that I have sufficient paper and ink to work with, I believe I can start elaborating further on my experiences. So I will start with today. The village visit went fine. I scouted the village for an entire week beforehand, from a distance. Couldn't spot anything out of the ordinary, and my observations proved true. As I thought, it was a standard farming settlement, perhaps 40 souls. When I went in, I managed to acquire ink and paper, but it ate up almost all of my remaining coin. The rest I spent on buying a wooden chest where I can keep my books away from moisture, a pair of pins, and some threads. My biggest problem right now is clothing. I only have the set I wore on the day I was driven out of Nebeldorf. While demons don't sweat, it was still ruined over the last weeks on the run, tears from branches, stains from blood and dirt. I couldn't afford to buy clothes, so with the help of my curse, I decided to relive the memory of my childhood, when my grandmother taught me how to knit. I will try my luck at knitting myself replacement garments. Will dedicate 2 hours a day to it. I've also been warned by the villagers about a monster on the mountain path. A singing one, apparently. No one knew where its lair was. A party of adventurers were even hired 20 years ago, but they couldn't find it. The creature attacks travelers but never descends to the village itself. I will look into it. Otherwise, my priorities stay the same. I need to find a better shelter and continue to study. My research into the heart of monsters is suspended until I acquire better means to defend myself. The purpose of this stop, in this no man's area, is for me to master every spell I managed to acquire in Nebeldorf. My own curiosity allowed me this course of action because even if I didn't master any of the spells in those grimoires, I attempted to cast all of them at least once and read every grimoire thoroughly. That means I can relive reading those grimoires, and effectively, even if the physical books were left behind in my retreat like many other possessions, the knowledge is still mine to master. First, I need to deal with the problems in the area before I can truly immerse myself in studies. At least now that I was aware of their problems. Helping the villagers with the persistent monster is the right moral choice, so I will dedicate myself to it first. However, the monster that the village named Seelenclage usually attacks travelers on the mountain trail and does not descend to the village itself, so I am not in immediate rush. I need to prepare and master at least one combat spell. I long since decided on which, and currently am working on it. I can search for the monster's lair in the meantime. I was certain I could escape from it were I to stumble across it. According to the villagers, the monster's lair was thought to be somewhere in the caves of the mountain, and I have considerable practice in moving within obstructed terrain. I am uncertain if this entry is what I wish to create, but I suppose I will acquire more practice in the following years. Today, I am positive that I figured out the trick. Flooded pathways in the cave systems are likely where the monster is. One of the deeper tunnels leads to its lair. I checked every other accessible option over the past 3 days. I know that the adventurers the villagers hired 20 years ago attempted to track it in those caves before, but I suspect they couldn't pass through the flooded pathways. If the monster is a magically based organism, like me, it also doesn't need to breathe. Humans, however, do, and even if an underwater breathing spell exists, I doubt it's common knowledge. In any case, I won't challenge the monster yet. It must be more powerful than most, judging by the number of travelers it has killed over the years, and even some creatures in the forest where I made my base are causing me trouble. Monster abilities can be very unpredictable, some shockingly dangerous. Like that strange hedgehog-like monster I met on the way here, that could somehow spin nonstop and generate explosive impacts to whatever it struck, while moving with blazing speed. If I had more options than my claws and my curse, that battle would have been winnable. Speaking of which, I am close to mastering Ashtawind. I am still confused by German names for places, people, and even spells in this world, but I won't rant about it again. The grimoire also warned that it was dangerous to train Ashtawind without a focus, that is, a mage staff, or a similar instrument. Apparently, the aggressive mana of the spell can burn your hand when you cast it, even if you are outside of its actual blast radius. It was actually a fairly fascinating interaction. The reason for the aggressively charged mana burning you was because, according to the spell structure, you needed to start shaping the mana into fire at a very early stage. Even I could tell how to remove the risk, but it would make casting the spell at least twice as slow, so for the sake of optimization, the creator decided to shorten its formula. In any case, I had no such difficulties. I imagine this is why demons don't usually use focuses. Our mana channels are simply more robust. I am ranting again. I will write that part into the research journal and expand on it properly. I am quite mentally exhausted from traveling through the caves today. They are, however, very beautiful and surprisingly spacious by Earth standards. There were some clearly magically charged crystals I found deep within one of the corridors, which glowed with soft blue light in the darkness. I should procure a few. While I have night vision, I still can't see without any light source, and something that could produce illumination without wasting my concentration, mana, and wouldn't produce smoke is invaluable. In the caves, I had to ignite my own mana. I only knew how because it's technically an optional component of my curse. I finally mastered Ashtawind. I also encountered the monster today, as I scouted the cave. It was powerful. A bit more powerful than me, magically. Looked like a strange, reptile-like creature, though I couldn't see much in the dark. It sang, and with its song, it applied some sort of curse. The curse disrupted my mana reinforcement. It seemed to have disrupted mana in general. Dangerous ability, which made it harder to flee. Still, the monster wasn't physically terribly fast or powerful, probably because its song disrupted its own mana too. I managed to escape, but I have a few ideas on how I can win. I won't abandon hunting it, not now, when I'm sure where its lair is. I met it exiting one of the flooded tunnels. Still, this will likely be the hardest battle in my life. I need to prepare and further hone my skills. This is a test of my power in part, but also my conviction. My instincts are screaming at me to run away. Because magically it's stronger. I will fight through them. I have to learn how. It may be my last entry, which is why I am leaving this diary behind in my camp. That, and I can't take the books to me through the flooded tunnel, not unless I wanted to ruin them all. With that out of the way, this entry will be short. I have some preparations to do. Ha, ha, ha. I drew air slowly into my lungs, utterly depleted. I sat atop the gradually dissolving remains of the lizard-like monster. My body was a catalogue of wounds, claw marks, bite punctures, missing flesh. The entire cavern lay in ruins, scorch marks painted the walls, shattered stalactites littered the floor with piles of stone rubble. It was remarkable that two middling creatures such as myself and this Seelenclage could cause such destruction. I figured out its trick. It wasn't disrupting my mana. It was depressing it. Making it lethargic, weak, and difficult to control. I have a theory that the effect was supposed to be applied to me, too. This was probably how that overgrown lizard devoured so many travelers. It left those whom it attacked unwilling to defend themselves. It was also probably why it was so confused when I didn't yield and kept fighting. It helped me score some good hits. Unfortunately for the monster, I am a demon. I lack a true human heart. Depression was as foreign to me as genuine sorrow. Still, I glanced around the area. This was a vast chamber lined with mana-conductive crystal formations. The only access point required swimming through flooded passages for approximately 5 minutes, which made it effectively inaccessible to humans, but perfectly suited for mana-based entities like myself and the deceased monster. I imagine a water-breathing spell, if it existed, was rare, which was probably why adventurers never managed to finish off this beast. It's nice here. Warm, beautiful, this place had plenty of air and perfect privacy. I think I will be taking this lair. But first, I will need to bury some of those piles of bones. I don't know the burial customs of this world, but I will give them a short prayer. No one deserves to die like this, with no one to even shed a tear for them. I will make the graves close to the road, easy to notice. We live in an imperfect world, this is the best I can do. Still, that aside. This feels great. I admitted out loud. Even a demon can feel triumph, as it turned out. The feeling of a truly monumental victory. Of surpassing your own fear and reaping the reward. I have to buy a barrel in the village, I told myself, as I glanced around, thinking how to redecorate this place. It's better than the apartment in Munich I had to rent back when I was working there. The rent was to kill for. It's airtight and will have me carry the books here. I think I was feeling the closest thing to happiness a demon can. This was weird to think about. The only regret I have is that I will need to leave this place occasionally to search for food. Author notes, this is a bit of a transitional chapter, and a small time skip. It mostly sets up the pace of how time skips in general will go, so you aren't totally lost about where Albert is and what he will be doing. Took me a while to get this chapter out. The diary entries were a new one for me, but I needed them to write about things that I couldn't get into the scenes. Took me a few attempts to get them right. This story will get more dynamic in a few chapters, but first, I need to set some things up. Bear with me. Also, tell me what you think. I literally live off of inspiration, so please comment, talk, and have fun. Maybe leave a review if you feel generous. Chapter 8, Chapter 7. 6,286 words. The following are select diary entries. I have no excuse to delay anymore. I have truly mastered every spell I had access to. The original reason why I stopped in this area, to learn more spells, is no longer relevant, and besides that, this place offers little to help me with my goals. I am still studying how to materialize pseudo-clothing made out of the same solidified mana as my flesh. From what I deduced, this seems like an ability most demons share, and the reason why most of them in the original story could afford to walk around dressed so well despite living apart from human societies. I made no strides in understanding why I only unlocked this ability a week ago. My leading theory is that when I reached a specific level of power, or perhaps age, the understanding of how to shape my mana into clothing was unlocked. The process wasn't that different from what I already instinctively did when regenerating. That solidified mana clothing functionally wasn't very different from my own flesh, not in terms of composition. But it's as if I had a sudden breakthrough, and understood how to apply the same principle externally, outside of my body, and not only internally, which was inside my body. Considering I am yet to discover how to fly, in a way, I am choosing to be optimistic about this new ability. After all, just knowing that such epiphanies were possible tells me that flight may not stay beyond me for too long, and the issue wasn't my innate lack of skill, talent, or undemon-like manner of thinking, as I initially suspected. It is extremely odd how this instinctive knowledge isn't instantly accessible to demons. Of course, it makes sense not to give a toddler the ability that will drain him dry of mana in an instant, but I can't help but think it feels far too artificial. Maybe even designed. This can't be explained as an evolutionary trait, at least not to my understanding. While I could imagine genuine knowledge being passed down with magical analogues of genes somehow, I have trouble with how that process would be tied to the subject's age. It's too elaborate to be the work of evolution. I can't imagine enough demons dying because they wasted mana on creating clothing for a trait like this to emerge, nor the timeframe that would be required for evolution as I know it to do such work. Admittedly, I am ranting again. The possible artificial nature of demonkind lacks real proof, and even my conjectures mostly operate on what I know about purely biological evolution. Considering that in the demon's case, magic is involved in every facet of our lives, including genetic change through generations, I am reluctant to take that theory further until I stumble on further proof, or understand demonic nature better. I already mentioned it in one of my journals. On a note more suited for the diary, I attempted to start monster research here out of reluctance to leave such a promising lair. It proved futile. The monsters in the area weren't common, and the few I found today turned out to be mutated beasts, animals of flesh and blood that utilize mana, not the solidified magical energy type monsters, who actually possess a core, and whom I need for my research. Tomorrow I will have to leave this cave and continue to my next destination. As odd as it is to admit, I hold some attachment to this place. Not quite fondness, nor does this cave feel like home, but it does give me a sense of security and protection. I can suspect that this is my monster nature doing its part. Monsters in this world love such locations, which is why they tend to make old abandoned dungeons and buried ruins into their lairs. Though it's also possible that my own human preferences play a part. I was always fond of the dark. From my student days, I preferred working at night, when most normal people went to sleep, and I liked having space for myself. It always helped me feel secure. Now, for some factual information. My preparation for travel is almost complete. A month ago, I rewrote some of my older journals into more compact, revised versions, which I will take with me, while leaving the bulk behind in a specifically commissioned chest. I believe I mentioned making that order to the village's blacksmith. If my acquaintances in IT taught me anything, it's that having backups is never bad. If, for some reason, I would absolutely need physical copies of my earlier studies, I will find them here. I also plan to mine and carry as many of the magical crystals as I can. I doubt they're that valuable, but lacking in abundance of coin, they can net me some spending money. So far, I could only afford to buy ink and paper, and the aforementioned chest, by looting monster nests for valuables, and that's not a sustainable way to make a living. Despite those small concerns and issues, I am feeling quite enthusiastic about my upcoming journey. With my current capabilities, hunting and subduing monsters for research doesn't seem impossible anymore, though I am fully aware that one can't grow arrogant. Even Frieren faced monsters she alone couldn't easily defeat, and the elven mage is more powerful than I can ever imagine myself becoming. Being careless could mean my death. I haven't written an entry for an entire week. Back when I started this diary, I decided I would write in it every day, and for all these years, I did exactly that. I couldn't even open it for the whole week. Not because I didn't wish to, but because I physically didn't have the opportunity. I underestimated teeth-holes. I knew that this forest was one of the most ancient ones on the continent. When I did my research on it back in Nebeldorf, I came to know that the old empire, the one that spanned almost the whole continent, the one where Flam popularized magic, the one that laid a foundation for all the current kingdoms, couldn't conquer it. They tried, and they pushed it back somewhat, but supposedly, the manpower required to even do that much was truly enormous. As a result, there were no human settlements within Tiefholz itself, nor anywhere within its true borders. I intimately understood why now. At first, when you approach Tiefholz, you will see its outskirts. You can easily mistake them for Tiefholz itself. It appears as an ancient forest, with a healthy monster population, and even some villages scattered here and there within it. But this isn't Tiefholz itself. What is now known as the outskirts was the land once recovered from the Eldritch biome by the Old Empire, which nowadays slowly but surely is becoming a dense forest again. The real Tiefholz is located about 20 miles deep inside those outskirts. That's where the trees become big enough to blot out the sky, where the wooden giants, that may just be older than all the current kingdoms, compete for precious sunlight, devouring it so greedily that on the forest floor, you are in almost total darkness. The outskirts have a monster population because it's the offspring of the monsters living in the Tiefholz. The young monsters are weaker, they can't compete with the old beasts that populate Tiefholz, so the weak are naturally pushed outside, towards the newer forest. Which means that the really dangerous ones live in the deep woods themselves. The true monsters, those that are composed of magical energy, in truth, do not need to fight amongst themselves. We can't use each other for sustenance, most of us do not even need sustenance, and those who do need precious little food to function. However, we are still territorial. Which means true monsters still compete with the natural mutated wildlife just fine. To put it bluntly, Tiefholz, or at least its outer edges, is a place of almost never-ending struggle for survival. Even trees here aren't quite normal wood, they, too, are mutated magically, otherwise, they wouldn't have survived. Trees here are durable enough for me to have trouble damaging them, and that's aside from the odd ones that are poisonous to the touch, or have acid spewers growing on them, or that can actively attempt to strangle things with their roots. Before coming here, I knew none of this. Just that this forest is a monster-infested place where humans don't dare to go. I did not expect it to be this world's fangorn mixed with Mirkwood. Over the last week, I don't believe I've slept for longer than 15 minutes. While the monsters I encountered weren't overwhelmingly powerful, I cannot stress how many live here. Only today, during my 6th day here, I managed to start building myself a basic wooden, indecipherable scribbles and a big stain of some green liquid hut. I've just been attacked again. Apparently this world has ents. Lost most of my left arm. It seems now I will see if demons can regenerate limbs. In any case, the frequency of the attacks on me is lowering a little. I believe I am slowly clearing out this small area around me, and soon enough, I will only have to deal with occasional intruders. I don't have a particular plan, at this stage, it's dangerous to plan. My goal is to survive and carve away some physical space for myself, to be able to do my research. I won't be disturbed by anyone sentient here, and the nearest human settlements weren't too far. I could afford to buy materials and tools there. Cluster 6 seems to be. I tweaked the thin strings of mana that were connected to the exposed core, inevitably tearing a bit at the construct. I forced some energy into that part of the core, checking for a reaction. The bird-like monster restrained by chains of light wept, but it wasn't a wail of pain. That sounded different from this species. Indeed, the sensory input of some sort. Most probably sight. I could feel the core already destabilizing from my prodding, falling apart, so I released my energy and allowed the monster's core to collapse, as I turned around, brushing off the disintegrating blood from my fingers, even as the beast breathed its last. I picked up my writing feather, dipped it in ink, and applied a few more careful strokes to the diagram. I truly am grateful sometimes for the demonic body, the fingers of which do not shake, and that can easily draw straight lines and put to paper images I had in my head. I could even write without seeing the paper, which helped tremendously. Resonant soul, I said, my voice echoing, and my sense of vision was replaced. I didn't see the book anymore, instead, I saw myself slicing the monster apart. My mana sense was also replaced with what I felt at the moment. However, my thoughts were still my own, and my sense of hearing, smell, and touch still reflected the current reality. I only replayed the memory for two of my senses, instead of completely submerging myself in it, which allowed me to keep recording. At this point, it wasn't even that disorienting. My research on monsters was slow going, but with over a decade doing it here, I acquired a lot of tangible data. Every type of monster had a different heart, a different core. Kind of how a brain of a lizard would be different from a brain of any given rodent, different species of monsters had vastly different core structures, too. Which made my research slow-going and grueling. Catching enough specimens of one monster species, vivisecting them while mapping out what I can about their core, then doing the same with another species, and so on. The goal was to collect data and notice patterns. For instance, I already figured out some common structures within monster cores. I could tell at a brief inspection of new species which part is responsible for the bodies, and which for their minds, even if I had never encountered that type of monster before. It's because, I believe, just like with organic life, all monsters share the same common ancestor, somewhere very far down the line. It didn't matter how much they evolved in the wild, there were recognizable structures inside, patterns one can recognize if one simply knows where to look. I had to develop a few diagnostic and surgical pseudospells to do my work, such as the mana strings I used to directly interface with the monster's core. Those strings simply push my energy in the specific areas of the core. They served no purpose beyond prompting a response within the core structure, which was why it was a pseudospell at best, not a true one. I could feed a captive monster, and then, when I vivisect it, make it relive that memory. Observe exactly which part of its core lights up in satisfaction, where its reward centers are. Same for pain. Same for certain sensory feedbacks, such as sight, hearing, and touch. I used all of those methods extensively to simply collect data. Afterwards, I was spending hours per day analyzing it, creating hypotheses, doing more testing, and slowly creating generalized theories based on the results. The work was slow going, but my understanding unquestionably grew. I knew this was gruesome, the type of research that is hard to call ethical. Monsters are living beings after all, and I cause them a lot of unnecessary suffering. This isn't morally right. So I pray for forgiveness daily. Even though I continue to do my work. Ultimately, some advances in science can't be reached completely ethically. Not by a single person, and neither by a single demon. I did learn how to make most of my inspections and probing much less painful. Nowadays, my test subjects aren't in a horrific agony, they are merely distressed by either the memory I am showing them or by the knowledge that they are in captivity and something is being done to their bodies. After all, my current mastery over resonant soul allows me to provide them with tactile sensations of being healthy, even when they are being cut apart. I broke out of my thoughts as I finished writing down the log of the vivisection. It should be morning. I mused, glancing up towards the ceiling, but only seeing how I was cutting up the monster. Closing my eyes for a brief moment and dispelling my curse, I left the book open, allowing the ink to dry. Meanwhile, I started cleaning up the containment area. There wasn't much left, the blood and bodies tended to simply disappear. I blinked, gently lifting a feather the size of my palm from the ground. It was a beautiful emerald color, almost glistering in the faint, magical light from the crystals in the ceiling. This is rare, I admitted, gently placing the feather in my pocket. Just like with that boar near Waldharem, sometimes even magical monsters left behind pieces of themselves. I am yet to figure out the cause for this. If the cause for this phenomenon reflects in the core, it's subtle enough for me to be unable to notice it yet. After all, I had a few subjects over the decades of conducting tests here who also left behind an ingredient like that. I think it's some failure in their core makeup, in the same way cancer is a genetic failure in human cells. Not as harmful, perhaps, but just as unintended. After all, this feather is made of much more condensed and stable magical energy, which is why it's left behind. Which meant that throughout this monster's life, this feather likely consumed a lot of power that could have gone into making it stronger. I finish up dusting the floor before finally going back to the journal and gently closing it. I finished my routine by refilling the ink, closing the bottle carefully, cleaning the writing feather, then picking up the books and leaving the containment area. Outside, the sun greeted me. The area all around was littered with gigantic wooden spikes pointed upwards, to discourage any flying monsters who loved to dive on unsuspecting victims. As a result, the surrounding area looked apocalyptic, as if everything in the clearing was at the bottom of some Viet Cong-made spike trap. But I grew to appreciate being able to walk around my territory without suddenly having a monster the size of a horse running me through with its beak. The forest clearing where I currently live was man-made. Or, to be more precise, demon-made. The clearing was over 300 meters wide, and walled off from the rest of Tiefholz with the biggest walls I could realistically build. That earth-based shielding spell I bought all these years ago was one of my most invaluable tools for terraforming. With some rather surface-level adjustments, it allowed me to shift around a huge mass of ground, and some of the local trees made for amazing building material, hardy enough that most monsters couldn't simply breach the wall. Jumping over the wall also wasn't an option for intruders, as there were 2 layers of walls and a great many spikes in between. Flying monsters were more of a problem, but thanks to placing man-sized spikes everywhere, whenever another flock decided to try their luck in my territory, they had to fight me while I had the area advantage, plenty of cover, and a lot of magically mutated wood to duck under, while they were stuck hovering over an empty area with nothing to obstruct my aim. Still, while I managed to carve my place in Tiefholz, I could never completely relax here. Nor have I ever dared to grow arrogant. I had to defend this territory practically every day. And whenever I left it for a week or more, for instance, when I went to the nearby human villages to trade, I came back to find it occupied with squatters. Luckily, it wasn't anything as ominous as Tiefholz fighting back. The truth was much more mundane. Monster migration, and the younger monsters inevitably being pushed to the edges of the Tiefholz, because they are simply too weak to hold territory deeper inside. With the weakest monsters being pushed completely out, towards the outskirts. I was living on the edge of the ancient woods. Some distance into its territory proper, but nowhere near close to its darkest, most ancient depths. I never dared to go deep into Tiefholz. Here, on the edge, there were only relatively young monsters. A lot of them, each year, there were new arrivals, but I knew it was much worse near the forest's heart. Not due to the quantity of monsters there, in fact, I expected there to be fewer monsters prowling around its depths. But the quality of the monster deeper in was what concerned me. Because there lived the monsters who occupied that territory undisturbed by either humans or demons for millennia. Spiegel, the monster who could create an identical clone of the enemy at ridiculous range, without even seeing the target, is the level of the monster I fear you may find deep in Tiefholz. Living in this world, I could properly appreciate just how ridiculous Spiegel was in the story. From all I know about magic, Spiegel's mana capacity must have exceeded Frieren's and every other mage's in the dungeon combined, for it to be able to feed their clones the equivalent amount of energy to their original counterparts. It's a very basic concept, but if the mage has, say, 10 unnamed mana units, and you create their clone that also has 10 mana units, it means that you at least spent 10 mana units to create the clone. Realistically, you probably spent 20. Spiegel managed to recreate a 1,000-year-old mage who, arguably, was one of the absolute strongest in the world, and many other first-class mages besides. It meant that its magical strength was, frankly, unimaginable. I wouldn't be surprised if, in terms of sheer volume of mana, it was stronger than the Demon King. In other words, Spiegel, the monster from a mythical era, is the type of existence whose sheer strength is far beyond what I can visualize. The mere knowledge that, logically, monsters from the same era, and maybe with the same strength, inhabit Tiefholz, served as a very good motivation to be careful and not venture where I am not supposed to. I reached the house, entered, and carefully removed my boots. Like most of my clothing, they were made from my mana, but they won't disappear within a day, as long as I don't leave them too far away. Once past the small lobby, I immediately headed to the basement. A pulse of mana, and the magical crystals light up, revealing a spacious cavern. Most of the space was occupied by crudely made bookshelves, my earlier and less than stellar works as a carpenter, stacked with rows upon rows of journals and books. I carefully placed the current journal in the empty space within the fourth shelf, where it belonged. Observing the basement for a moment, I headed to the chest on the far side of the room, took out the feather, and carefully placed it on the table next to it. I will carve a wooden box for it tomorrow. Reagents like this could be brittle. I glanced back, towards the stack of shelves, and looking at the countless journals, all I felt was dissatisfaction. Not from the work I've done, but because I will have to abandon most of it. As much as I figured out my life here, in Tiefholz, this was always a temporary stop on my way to the north. I will probably leave this year. The population of monsters in this area of the forests dropped to the point that I had to search for them nowadays, and it often proved difficult to deliver specimens alive to the containment area. Worse yet, I already vivisected the vast majority of the monster species living here. With my current tools and knowledge, pursuing further experimentation would yield fewer and fewer results. Yet, this library, written by my own hand, will be abandoned. While I am already spending most of my hours a day carefully rewriting and summarizing the fruits of my research to carry physical copies with me, a lot of nuance and details will be much harder to recall. Even with my curse. What bothers me isn't that I will have to tortuously set up another dwelling in an area possibly just as hostile. That was a given. I would take the risk over venturing deeper into those woods and accidentally stumbling upon something on the level of a spiegel. What bothers me is the inefficiency. How much of my work will be lost? However, I also knew well that I hardly had much choice. I will, of course, make sure to transport all the journals to some safe area, which I will have to prepare, so it won't be lost to the elements too soon, but even that is a half measure at best. I doubt I will ever come back to those woods. That would be too much of a detour on my way to the Norse. The purpose of books is to be read. But I can't exactly just hand those away. Why can't I? I voiced, my mind racing, as I paused, forgetting to even breathe for a moment. My research is very specific, and I doubt most magicians would find it useful. But some might. I considered similar ideas before. Science and research were never done in a vacuum. A community was necessary to facilitate the exchange of ideas and challenge assumptions. Obviously there were no such magicians in the surrounding villages, and even if there were, I can't exactly show up in person and exchange notes. Not without exposing myself unnecessarily. But recently I did acquire the spell for the summoning of the courier familiar, didn't I? With it at my beck and call, I wasn't limited by distance, not truly. While, from what I could tell, there was no central magical organization of any kind on the continent, just as manga implied for this era, I knew of at least several locations where magic was researched. I glanced at my tomes again. For a moment, I selfishly didn't wish to share. It was an odd, instinctive reaction. I pushed it away, of course. Even putting aside that sharing knowledge that can help combat monsters is a morally right thing to do, there was another reason for doing it. Other people may come up with new applications for my research that I, with my specialization, simply won't consider. Which in turn may either directly help me, if I ever stumble on grimoires written by them, or help me indirectly by giving me ideas. Sure, the chance of my stumbling on the mage who made use of the knowledge I gave out is small, but it's better than letting the research rot in some forgotten, sealed basement. I doubt my notes are anything groundbreaking in any case. Someone probably has done something similar before. I am sure that at least half of what I did here was reinvention of the bicycle, by mages' standards. Still, intellectually, it's a sound thought. While I can't rush into it, the idea holds merits. It seems I will have to make a number of runs to the surrounding villages and acquire some more information. Particularly about where magic is being researched these days, to choose where to even address my mail, if I decide to go ahead with this. Besides, it's been quite a few years since I last checked on the news, hasn't it? I would need to acquire some updated maps for my journey anyway. 2 years later. City of Magic Osserst. Shimmer leaned back in his seat, feeling the encroaching headache as he took another sip of his favorite herbal tea. He considered his teacup for a moment, glanced around, then realized he was acting silly. He was in his own office after all, perfectly protected from scrutiny or his latest apprentices fussing over his habits and health. Bah, as if alcohol ever killed anyone. In his position, being sober was much more dangerous for his heart. Without hesitation, he extracted a small metallic flask from the inner pocket of his shirt, unscrewed the cap, and poured a few drops into the cup. After hiding the flask, he took another slow sip. Then he allowed himself to glance down. Before him lay a small pile of worn journals and a single opened envelope, from which a letter was peeking. Sighing, the mage decided to read it again for the umpteenth time. Perhaps it would help him make up his mind. Greetings. Whoever finds this letter and my journals, I kindly ask to pass them to the first qualified figure, a mage specializing in monsters or, if such a person does not exist in the area, an expert on mental magic. These notes are the fruits of my research and studies, and would only be useful to a mage who practices those very specific magical fields. I don't believe they would be worth any coin to anyone else. The letter and journals had been delivered by a being conjured via a summoning familiar spell, the courier variant. Apparently, the package was dropped to a guard standing patrol on the wall, who had the foresight to pass it to his superiors. Eventually, it reached one of Shimmer's apprentices, and from there passed to Shimmer. It wasn't rare for a magician to share research, but usually only with apprentices or to Shimmer's distaste for money. One could easily find books on beginner subjects for sale, along with grimoires scattered throughout the world. Research notes made during spell creation, however, were far rarer. Most middling mages weren't interested in such things, so they hardly constituted popular items. Unlike grimoires, such notes carried no immediate practical value to most magicians, so they were rarely sold. But this was the least peculiar aspect of the letter. From now on, I will assume this letter addresses the qualified mage in question. The journals I sent are numbered 1 through 15. The first journal holds my theories, hypotheses, and axioms, discovered, created, or assumed during my studies. You will find references to the other 14 tomes within the first one. Each theory includes citation marks to the corresponding journals. Most theories are minor or concern very specific rules about certain areas of monster hearts and their functions. Shimmer knew the writer was underselling those journals considerably. As an accomplished mage who had developed many spells within mental magic, Shimmer was intimately familiar with magical research, both his own and his students'. He had suffered through countless such notes. Usually, research consisted of wild theories followed by practical attempts to apply them to spells. Sometimes it involved diving headfirst into grimoires from other magical fields, searching for specific sequences useful in one's own work. What lay on Shimmer's table was nothing like that. The first journal read almost like a book. Whoever wrote it seemed unfamiliar with standard terminology, which wasn't unusual. Many mages away from broader magical societies created their own words for specific phenomena or effects. Few, however, wrote a dozen pages simply explaining their terminology in brief, concise definitions. Then came the work itself, axioms the author assumed to be universal truths, each with citations to examples in other journals explaining his reasoning. Then the theories. The theories. The mage who wrote this came from a savage background. He used self-made diagnostic spells and crude, adapted mental probing techniques to accomplish his goals. Shimmer could name a dozen spells that would have served better than this mage's awkward creations. But the sheer scope of his work was almost unbelievably extensive. Shimmer estimated this represented someone's lifetime, decades of ceaseless study, hunting down monsters, mapping how they functioned, and cataloging everything. The most frustrating part was that much of it exceeded Shimmer's own understanding. Aside from what was directly applicable to mental magic, those notes Shimmer understood, as he understood their values. The magician who sent those had fascinating theories about monster minds, believing most monsters shared remarkably similar mental mechanics, with differences far more subtle than expected. He attributed this to evolutionary theory and provided examples of how certain monsters had evolved over time, explaining what to expect from a bird-like monster's mind structure compared to, say, a mammalian monster. He mapped precisely which parts of their core controlled the monster's 5 senses and other functions, knowledge that, with some refining, could help modern mental magic to affect most monsters, a feat previously considered nearly impossible. Even more puzzling was the research structure itself. The magician was clearly unfamiliar with terminology commonplace in Osirst, yet he was undoubtedly learned. The meticulous way he presented theories, conducted specific tests to verify them, and described everything in detail was remarkable. He didn't just outline his own goals and trials, but explained how to reproduce it. He even provided criticism to some of his own theories and testing, citing what he couldn't test due to resource limitations and how others might proceed further. Some of his ideas were not new, having been discovered long before him, mostly behavioral patterns of some monster species. But a significant portion was unknown to Shimmer and, as far as he could tell, completely novel. Shimmer had never encountered anything quite like these journals. They practically guided the reader through research verification. The methodology was also interesting. The research journals held some of the older hypotheses the mage had, and how they were tossed aside due to the results of testing, and formed into new hypotheses which were tested and confirmed, which in turn morphed into theories. Most mages simply searched for solutions that would make their intended spells function. Sometimes they tried multiple approaches toward that goal. Unedited research notes tended to be chaotic, messy ideas and tests, abundant guesswork, and little structure. Most referenced abstract concepts to explain their way of thinking and what logic they used when creating a spell, basically, a visualization aid. Few tried to truly dive deep into the nature of magic. Shimmer could recall a few of course, but even they weren't written like this. This wasn't the familiar chaos. This was something entirely different, organized, structured, and edited specifically for verification ease. Developing such a system wasn't what one expected from a rural mage. And the reason for such careful presentation. I suppose I must clarify this much: I do not submit my research for financial compensation, recognition, or fame. The truth is that I find myself trapped with my own theories and thoughts, isolated from other people and criticism. This is my attempt to challenge my biases and knowledge. I do not know if I missed something monumental or basic in my studies, and I fear how harmful wrong assumptions can be. I share this not to proclaim new universal truths, but to find someone who can challenge my ideas and advance them beyond what I could accomplish. I ask only that this research not be ignored, but given to someone who can make use of it. It wasn't difficult for Shimmer to picture this mage's situation. The person was probably in his twilight years, living in an area with few or no competent mages, no one he could call a peer. As age crept in, he realized all this research, invaluable to him and him alone, would die with him unless he took drastic action. So he chose to send it to Osirst. Shimmer understood why. Most kingdoms had magical research organizations, but magic there served as a weapon of war. Some newer spells and studies inevitably became military secrets. Powerful magic meant power, so few shared their latest developments. Osirst was among the rare exceptions. The City of Magic, existing independently from any kingdom, was a known haven for magical practitioners and researchers. They were renowned for doing everything to advance magic. Having secrets wasn't frowned upon, but no one would stop someone from selling a new spell they developed. The old man likely thought this was where his ideas and studies would find an heir. Such a story touched something in Shimmer's heart. This likely won't be the last time I contact you. Unless I die, I will probably produce more results and theories in coming years. I know courier spells can be intercepted, so I've attached another book to the 15 journals. This book contains a cipher and key that I'll use when sending future journals. The correct cipher will serve as my signature and verification. I ask you to write responses using the cipher, so I can confirm responses come from where my original research ended up. I wish you the best in your magical pursuits, whatever they may be. A. It wasn't hard to deduce what the mage meant by response. After delivering the parcel, the courier familiar remained in Osirst, Currently, the man-sized bird lived in Shimmer's own stable. It would deliver anything given to it back to its master, and could survive on normal food until then. The cipher proved more fascinating. Shimmer hadn't yet verified if it matched known ciphers, but if it was indeed original, judging by the complexity he'd observed, this mage wasn't simply dedicated but incredibly clever across multiple subjects. This was also eccentric enough that Shimmer would expect from an old, powerful mage. Concern about message interception wasn't completely unfounded. The northern lands had their share of conflicts, not to mention the persistent demon problem, but still, an entire new cipher just to contact someone about magical research seemed excessive. Still, the letter and research left Shimmer in a difficult position. While some journal contents proved useful to his studies, most were irrelevant to his work. Out of gratitude for the interesting concepts shared, he should probably direct these studies to someone who would find them more valuable. That could prove challenging. He couldn't recall anyone from the top of his head more interested in monsters' internal heart structure than an accomplished mental mage like himself. There wasn't a shortage of mages who studied monsters to some degree, but few could directly make use of the fruits of the research similar to this one. Nor anyone qualified enough to understand and maybe verify the majority of this research. The least he could do was bring these notes to his next colleagues' meeting in 2 weeks. Everything else aside, the research methodology was interesting enough to warrant some discussion. As for the contents of the studies, at a minimum, Shimmer would spread this headache to other powerful mages in the city and make it everyone's problem. Author note: some further progression along Albert's path. Please do comment if you have anything to say. I had some fun writing this. There would be a few more chapters like this. As some might have realized, this is basically an enhanced timeskip sequence that will span until I reach the era I need. You would have a glimpse of what Albert was doing and how he changed. Just don't expect any story arcs that lasts longer than a chapter each. The next chapter will be much more dynamic though. Chapter 9, Chapter 8. 12,069 words. The passage of time is a merciless thing. Of course, I kept track of the days. It's hard not to with how many records I have to produce daily. I knew exactly how many years I spent in teeth-holes, my memory wasn't faulty. But knowing and feeling are two different things, I suppose. I've left teeth-holes many times. Mainly for supplies in the neighboring villages, but I even traveled to the closest town once or twice, searching for more grimoires when I felt like I was ready to integrate more spells into my repertoire, and looking for lesser commodities I needed in my household. However, I never ventured too far from the accursed woods, not beyond the outskirts. I also tended to travel quickly and be rather inattentive due to the pain. I only visited settlements with my horns removed, but the pain of lacking them never quite ceased until they regenerated. I believe it has something to do with the horns being a sensory organ. They amplified my innate demonic mana sensitivity, or, to be more precise, they were the source of that aforementioned sensitivity. Horns functioned not unlike the antennae, from what I could tell without conducting a proper study. In any case, I never was in a state to sightsee when I left teeth-holes. I tended to be irritated and laser-focused on acquiring what I set out to get. The pain is a terrible distraction. It affects you constantly, makes you more prone to impulsive actions, which, in my case, is dangerous to the humans around me. Focusing on a predetermined goal, ignoring all besides it, and interacting with people as little as possible was my way to decrease the risk of snapping and doing something regrettable. This time, I was leaving for Real. With my horns intact, if safely hidden under the hood, I traveled lightly, or as lightly as I could afford to. With only a few weighty bags behind my back, and a self-made staff in hand. Originally, I decided to make a real magician's staff purely for disguise. However, as I worked on it, some useful functions were added to it. For one, made out of teeth-holes magical and very durable wood, it made for a good club. The outskirts of teeth-holes were much calmer than I remembered. I noted it before, of course, the fact that monster encounters in those younger woods became rare, but I never paid it much thought. And then there were the villages I passed on my way. When I first started living here, they were walled off, weathered outposts, barely scratching by with hunting and gathering. Those villagers were bigger now, had proper fields that needed space and land that the villagers had to painfully claw away from the surrounding woods. The fact that the villages managed to acquire more space for their fields was a big tell of how much the region was transforming. I passed those villages by a wide margin, sparing a glance or two. Otherwise, I kept to the road, not even for ease of travel, but because even I could easily get lost here. I left the outskirts within 2 days, only to find more fields and villages. I passed them by, and eventually even passed the town, Lichtel, the very same one that I had visited a few times before. Lichtel marked the furthest point where I ventured since making Tiefholz my home. Eventually, I reached the lands that I hadn't seen in decades. I remembered the rocky valleys and empty verdant hills, but when I passed through them this time, almost all of the areas I remember as barren were now villages and farms, and besides, I walked on a road paved with stone, not a treacherous dirt path I remembered from decades ago. It felt quite surreal. I knew whole generations had changed amongst humans, but subjectively, it didn't feel like a long time to me. Not quite a blink of an eye, but it also didn't feel like a lifetime, though for some humans, I am sure it was. I wondered what the catalyst was for those changes around me, as I traveled. Perhaps my constant culling of the monster spawns in Tiefholz played a role, but it couldn't have possibly been just me. I kept track of the big news, looking out for the war with the Demon King. So far, there was nary a whisper of it. But outside of it, I wasn't interested in the politics of this world. It felt redundant to try and invest myself in such things when I had better things to study and train and only so many hours in a day. Still, I was sure the change in the region must have been related to some grander happenings across the kingdom. I only hoped that my disappearance and the monsters' return to their normal activities wouldn't be too much of a problem for this region. I am sure humanity will manage. On my way, I encountered some merchants and travelers, which only made sense. After all, I walked a rather important road. It was the only path connecting Tiefholz to the rest of the central land. I passed by those men and rarer women without much issue, sometimes with a shallow greeting, sometimes silently. I looked the part of the mage, and most assumed I was. Not that this is untrue. Normally, I would avoid a road like this one. I vowed to keep human contact as limited as I realistically could after that incident, as long as it wasn't detrimental to my research, morality, or well-being. Partially out of caution for my impulses, but also because, frankly speaking, it was easier for me to keep myself apart from humans. The fewer things that could distract me from my studies, the better. However, I didn't have much choice on my journey from Tiefholz, mostly because this area of the continent was separated from the rest of the central lands by the marshes. Marshes were terrifying enough on Earth, they do not get better in this world, monster-infested as they are. While I had decades worth of practice fighting for my life, this only left me more aware of my limits. Fighting in a terrain that would limit my sensory abilities, such as smell and sight, and my mobility due to the treacherous terrain, against possible unknown monsters, is tantamount to suicide. Which is why I made the decision to walk the paved road. The infestations of monsters along the road was cleared at least once a year, more often when it was needed, and it was also a solid and maintained path across marshes where I wouldn't have to wonder if the next step I take will suck me into a quagmire. The last time I crossed those marshes, when I originally headed to Tiefholz, I tried to brave them on my own, before quickly giving up and going back to the road. That is, after some giant brown sludge monster who was annoyingly fire-resistant and didn't care at all for my claws, almost sent me back into the arms of God. I imagine I am a much more dangerous combatant now, but there is no reason to tempt fate and choose a harder path for no reason. I didn't quite realize when the landscape morphed. The road had wound through rock-strewn hollows and open hills for days, dry country, high and clean, with little but wind and birdsong for company. But as I kept on, the land began to change, slowly but surely. The hills flattened, spreading into wide, open ground that offered little shelter from the sky. The wind quieted. The grass grew taller, denser, less tame, with patches of it rippling in strange patterns, as if stirred from beneath. Trees began to appear again, not the hardy, wind-bitten kind that clung to the highlands, but soft-barked things with thin branches and silver leaves that caught the damp. They leaned inward over the road in places, and the light grew mottled. The earth under the stone paving stayed firm, but the edges of the road told another story. The ditches had turned dark and slick, sometimes holding stagnant water that reflected the sky like a dull mirror. Reeds and water-loving plants began to cluster there, growing thicker the further I went. The smells changed, too. I picked up the first hints of vaguely familiar dampness. I hadn't reached the marshes yet, but it wasn't hard to see what the land was transforming into as I traveled. This was why I was quite surprised to see a bonfire by the roadside with a pair of armed and armored people by it, who waved at me to come closer, the moment I was spotted. On my end, I sensed them a while before I saw the bonfire. I felt the mana of both of them, and I could immediately tell they weren't normal farmers or traders. There was the quantity of the mana, but also a texture, so to speak. The mana of those who made use of it often had a different feel to it. Those two certainly did. As I came close enough for them to wave towards me, and seeing their gear, I was able to sense more. Enchanted armor and weapons. Not powerful beyond belief, I've met monsters whose hides had more powerful enhancements, both in structure, from what little I could glimpse from afar, and sheer volume of energy, but the enhancements were still a threat. This was the armor that could stop my claws and lessen the impact of some of my spells, and weapons that would be able to harm me. There was also that single horse behind them, which was to a normal horse what a wolf was to a chihuahua. The beast was clearly a monster, not the true monster with a core, but a mutated animal. It was bigger than a normal horse for once, and was covered in muscles. I could also sense that its hide had some sort of mana flow indicative of a passive enhancement, probably durability. It looked to me like a magically enhanced Destrier analog, which wasn't something I considered before, but it makes sense in hindsight. Good day, stranger. Come on over, road's been quiet, could use some company. The one hailing me was the shorter of the pair, who initially waved me in. She was also decisively a woman, judging by the voice and her face. She was a tanned woman with relatively short dark hair, a small scar from claws crossing her cheek with 3 downward lines. Aside from that, she was pretty, definitely not the most objectively beautiful woman I've seen in this world, but definitely above the ordinary. Her eyes were brown, or perhaps dark green, it was hard to tell from the distance even with my enchanted senses. They were also sharp, she was keeping track of things around her, and of me. I considered them for a moment, pausing my stride. Of course, I have already decided that I will approach. Both of them seemed to be warriors and probably experienced ones, yet, even their horse didn't seem to be alarmed by me. The mana concealment seemed to finally be paying off after decades of practice. I was presenting my mana signature as that of a decently powerful mage. The camp itself was a simple thing, but obviously used by many travelers before. Tracks on the soil and fallen logs around the campfire, big enough to fit 10 or so people, were telling, as did other less subtle signs of human presence. Good day to you both as well, I answered as I approached, gently tapping my staff against the paved path a bit more firmly, like someone tired from carrying it around the whole day and finally resting against it. The small, magically sensitive crystal on top of my staff briefly ignited. This wasn't on purpose. The truth of the matter was that the crystal was mana sensitive, and the wood of the stuff that housed it had residential mana. A little shake tended to ignite it briefly. The moment the crystal shone dimly, both warriors twitched. I could tell how long it took them to react, to tense their shoulders, bracing for a sudden assault. That reaction time was more telling than their mana, because they reacted decently fast. That reaction time in their body language was instantly dissected in my head. From their reaction time and how fast their bodies responded, I could extrapolate how fast they can be without applying any additional spells to themselves. Such an analysis isn't a conscious effort for a demon, it's instinctive. Around 5 meters. That's how far I needed to stay away from them to not be at risk of being cut down before I can react. The final tap signified my stop, still on the paved road, but just next to their camp. I pretended not to notice their reaction, simply tilted my head a bit to express my curiosity. Are you waiting until morning to cross the marshes? By the time I asked my question, the pair had relaxed a little bit. To begin with, the crystal lighting up didn't make them scramble to unsheath their weapons, it just made them tense up a little. By now, there was no hostility or overt tension, nothing that would signify a possible attack. Yet, I didn't approach closer. It would be more apt to say that we were hoping for a companion, the man said instead, as he reached towards the pot of some sort of stew cooking over the campfire, and with a practiced gesture stirred it. I was a little bit surprised by the admission, but didn't have the time to voice my next question. Perhaps you have not heard, but a merchant expected 2 days past in Steinbach village, never arrived. The woman said she clearly wanted to say something else at first, but corrected herself, as she returned to maintaining a rather sizable greatsword positioned on her knees. Probably monsters, would not be the first time. The thing is, someone will come around only in a few days at best to try and hunt whatever is responsible. The woman said, shrugging easily, before looking up at me. Her lips scrunched up a little as she studied me. You a mage? Obviously, I simply nod. I am Albert. I am Gluck. The woman nodded back slowly, before gesturing to her companion. This is Hans. The man glanced towards the woman, but due to the armor, it was hard to judge the more subtle body language. However, on his face, there was some fond exasperation. It is Hansel von Muckenstern, thank you very much, he said, shaking his head a bit, amusement clear in his voice, as he too glanced at me. What Gluck probably meant to ask is, do you wish to join hands while we cross the marshes, Albert? The question didn't particularly surprise me. There was an odd etiquette in this world about such things. Dangerous areas on the roads tended to bring travelers together to temporarily join into bigger groups before trying to pass through them. Almost always, this rule applied when monsters were involved. Supposedly, there was always a risk of some of the less savory types trying to pull something. Bandits conducted all sorts of plots to lure in travelers. Bandits, however, tended to operate far from the monster-infested areas, they valued living after all. Which made bandits a relatively rare breed. To survive for longer than a week, they needed a place where monsters weren't rampant, yet, where the local lord didn't enforce his rule on the roads properly. Which, in practice, meant that bandits were a common disease of the war-torn or downtrodden regions. Those two also had a bit too many possessions to be bandits out to do a job. It's in the bags they carried around. I could sense some magical items. Not very strong ones, seemingly minor grimoires with simple spells that don't require complex matrices, and some basic magical items. Nothing on the level of their gear, but noticeable to my senses. Considering how many possessions they had with them, the state of their weapons and armor, and that mutant horse that probably costs like a good set of enchanted armor and a sword, it didn't seem like they would be a danger from that side. Enchanted armor and weapons were a thing of luxury in and of themselves. I tried to inquire about this over a decade ago. Most blacksmiths aren't able to enchant items and don't have a mage on speed dial to work those miracles. Also, the gear should specifically be created to be enchanted. In essence, that meant that any enchanted gear was a custom job for artificers, expensive, and such masters tended to have sizable queues for orders. Adventurers of some renown, nobles, including knights, and other people who were in need of gear like this were mandated by the crown to get priority. The secrets of enchanting were also rarely sold on markets and magical shops. Most of them were very much staying in guilds and passed from masters to apprentices. But even if I didn't know how to apply enchantments like this, I could roughly tell what they served for. Both the man and the woman had similarly enhanced gear. I could make out the familiar durability enhancement, magic dampering effect I am familiar with from some of the more dangerous monsters, and why is this segment so similar to that dust cleaning spell I knew? Are their armor self-cleaning? I do not see why not, I finally admitted a bit distractedly, as I was trying to make sense of the weave of enhancement on the man's chest. The truth was, while I was somewhat uncertain how wise it was for me to travel with them with only my hood to conceal my horns, I also didn't wish to face the danger alone, or let other people face it alone while I could easily help. To me, the question was one of morality, and the moral choice would be to accompany them and help. Then come on in, warm up by the fire, Gluck invited, gesturing for me to come forward. Today we will not be able to cross the marshes before sundown, so we should set out tomorrow, come first light. Nighttime wasn't an issue for me, but I understood full well that to those two, not being able to see was very dangerous. Having the daylight fade on us when we are halfway across the marshes is dangerous. I nodded and took a step forward. My instinct screamed. That sword on the woman's lap, she can cut me in two, and she probably could reach me before I could form a spell to defend myself if I only take another step, and then another, until I approached the campfire, and sat opposite to those two, with my back towards the road. Some stew? Hansel offered with a welcoming smile, his armored hand picking up a bowl, while another lifted up the ladle from the pot suggestively. Yes, please, I said, forcing my shoulders to relax. I didn't eat for 2 days, and was getting a little hungry. So what, you are saying you have never even heard of the reconstruction of the Werheim region? Gluck asked, and privately, I thank God that she ceased trying to pat me on the shoulder or otherwise physically interact with me. Not that the woman was indecent in her behavior, nothing of this sort. But she definitely was a physical person, tapping someone on the shoulder, leaning into her boyfriend as she spoke, or even hitting him softly in the chest when he says something she thinks is dumb. The issue was that when she taped my shoulder the first time, I tensed up and, despite myself, was prepared for a life-or-death fight. I held back without much issue, mostly because she moved with the speed of a normal person, so I saw the movement long before feeling the contact. She probably noticed how I tensed up and decided not to do it again. That is correct, I confirmed simply. I never went to the region in search of coin. Is it so strange? Hell yes. Gluck immediately said, throwing her hands up. No. Hansel said almost at the same time, and seeing his partner's look, elaborated, it is not odd by itself that a mage is pursuing his own goals near such a magical place. It is just odd how you apparently managed to miss all the job postings in practically every village. Gluck nodded along to his words, pointing at me with a half-eaten apple still in hand. Right, that. Werheim region gives out the best jobs right now. The local lord is investing a lot into the expansion of villages and his lands, and purging monsters. He probably gives out the most jobs to mercenaries and adventurers in the last 3 years out of all the other regions. At least not counting the bastards in the Klingenfurt region. She finished without much enthusiasm. Even as isolated from the politics as I was, I heard about the troubles in Klingenfurt. A war between local lords that started at least 7 years ago, I believe. I also noticed how Hansel gently placed a hand on Gluck's shoulder, his hand squeezing it gently in reassurance. We worked with quite a few mages over the last year, the man said, nodding towards me, most of them were here very much for the coin. Mage is a very broad term, I said simply, the ones you are most familiar with are probably those who specialize in combat. You can meet many of them picking up jobs as adventurers, mercenaries, or even working directly under nobility in some regions, not unlike regular soldiers they employ, except mages were rarer. It took decades of education to acquire basic competency in combat magic. There are also those who work mainly as craftsmen, you probably encountered them too, considering your gear, I added, before shaking my head. There are also those like me who try to pursue magical research of some kind. A lot of research can be done at home, at least if you merely work on making new spells. But if you need to study a phenomenon or a being you can only encounter in the wilds, you have to move your operations there. I explained the obvious. Cannot say I know much about that. It seems my words managed to only interest Gluck more. Edel, the mage we worked with before, well, before we got our job here, seemed to constantly be in his books, you know? And he was a terror in a fight. I simply nodded. He likely was studying new spells, or perhaps making some minor corrections to the ones he already learned. Even if you specialize in combat, you have to do such things, at least if you are competent, I explained simply, to push yourself to be stronger. As a mage, you need to study and work on your spells. At least in this era, before the knowledge of the most important spells was centralized, any mage had to do their own research to make a well-rounded kit of spells. Besides, I continued, leaning back on my log, a mage can specialize in something, but still dabble in other areas. I mainly specialize in my research, but due to my research requiring me to catch monsters to see how they work, I have a lot of combat experience. After Tiefholz, decades worth of it. You study monsters? Hansel asked curiously, perking up a bit. Like migration, patterns, and such? I shook my head. A conservative movement to not disturb my hood overly much. I study how they work. I catch them and dissect them live. It is a little difficult to explain. I was glad I was questioned on a subject that wouldn't make me lie. In short, are you familiar with the concept of a monster's heart? Hansel nodded. You mean the weak point? Gluck asked, her curiosity piqued. Neither of the two humans were in the least disturbed by the gritty implications of my work. You probably know it as such. It is usually referred to as the heart. I personally call it core in my studies, I explained with a small smile, feeling genuine pride just thinking about my work. Essentially, everything a monster is recorded there. Their organs, brains, all of it is not functional, if it is a monster with the core, all from its instincts and primitive thoughts, to the information about its body is held in the core. I gently patted the staff lying on my lap. You can argue that the monster is the core. Everything else is just a shell around it. I study what the core is, and how it does what it does. Gluck seemed excited. Hansel looked intrigued. What did you discover? He asked, and I simply shrugged. Nothing I could explain easily. Some things I believe may help mages to apply illusions and simple mental magic, also some things about the core's internal workings. But nothing groundbreaking yet. Hansel nodded in understanding. Gluck did too, but she did seem a bit disappointed. I barely visited the villages near Tiefholz. For the most part, I lived very close to the cursed woods, so I have easy access to monsters, I explained simply. That is probably why I heard nothing about jobs being offered. That, and when I visited human settlements, I was specifically going down my shopping list, never allowing myself to be distracted by matters unrelated to it. Well, from what you are saying, you must be pretty strong at least. Gluck said, as she stretched a bit with a yawn, which is good to know, considering we are probably going to fight something nasty tomorrow. Having a decent mage on your side is always neat. I cannot say I had the honor of fighting side by side with trained warriors before, I said politely in response. I am not exactly following any established school. The woman grinned, pointing a thumb at herself. I was a mercenary most of my life. Whatever I learned in battle or between them. It is Hansel there who is the fancy golden boy who was trained from birth. She clapped the man on the shoulder, half hugging him as she grinned. The man looked resigned, but a small exasperated smile on his face betrayed his true feelings. I am a knight-errant, he explained simply. My grandfather was knighted, but received no lands. It is true that I was trained from a young age, but most of my skills revolve around mounted combat. He said, shrugging. Do not let Gluck fool you. She may not have technically trained officially in warrior arts, but she picked them up over the years nonetheless. In battle, she is quite a terror. Such flattery. The woman laughed, softly tagging him with her elbow. But right, Albert, you can rely on me to keep the front line, and Hansel will be our shock cavalry. Range support is on you. That is fine by me, I agreed. They behaved like this from the moment we sat down to talk. It was not hard to see that they were a couple. Especially because after spending some time around Gluck I could feel something else too. There was another source of mana in her. Somewhere in her belly. It was weak and almost indistinguishable from her own, but there was no mistaking it. The woman is pregnant. The pregnancy is recent, there is no belly, or if it is, it's hidden well by the plated armor she wore. I was a bit curious about how this odd pair ended up together, but I saw no reason to pry. In either case I won't ever see those people again. We should probably retire for tonight, Hansel offered, after the silence, which I can only assume was comfortable, started to linger. Good call, Gluck said, nodding, and turning to Hansel. Hans, you mind cleaning the pot? I will take the first watch. the man frowned, shaking his head. No, we will split the watches with Albert. You go sleep. She opened her mouth, probably to argue, but the man just kissed her briefly. Pretty sure Gluck blushed. Whatever, the woman said, shaking her head, as she stood up and headed to their bags, most of which were still on the horse. My apologies for this, Hansel addressed me apologetically. It is just that she genuinely must be exhausted today. It is better if she gets as much sleep as she can. I could see that he was not entirely honest, but I did not particularly care. It is fine, do not worry, I simply said, shaking my head. I set my stuff aside and reached into one of my traveling bags before taking out the knitted blanket. Wake me up whenever it is my turn, I requested. I will, the man simply agreed, his eyes already trailing towards his woman, who was grumbling as she was digging into one of the bags. We woke up early, with first light, and after fixing a light breakfast, went ahead to cross the marshes. The most challenging part of traveling with humans turned out to be small talk. As long as I can ignore humans around me, I can function almost normally. But when they demand my attention with small remarks or questions, every time I have to acknowledge them, think about what I was going to say and why I am saying this, before answering. A minuscule amount of intellectual effort and willpower, to react how I want, and not how it would feel right, but it adds up over time. Hansel wasn't that much of a problem, the man understood what my curt responses and overall disinterested silence signified. His woman, however, didn't. No, she probably did, and still wanted to chat. She was a bit of a chatterbox, now that she warmed up to me for some inconceivable reason. When attempts to make me talk about myself failed, she went straight into talking about anecdotes from her own life, while asking questions from time to time. Not all rhetorical, some in vain of, "Did you ever encounter stuff like that, Albert?" Infuriating woman. Still, overall, I knew this was simply my unreasonable antisocial nature doing its part. Interacting with people was a chore. I had to keep track of my body language, tone, and the content of my responses, so in truth, I could only somewhat enjoy a conversation when it served a point. I imagine most demons don't have problems of that sort. Marshes themselves were just as I remembered them. A sprawling expanse of waterlogged terrain that stretched beyond the horizon in every direction. The paved road cut through them like a raised stone bridge, elevated perhaps half a meter above the surrounding wetlands. The stones were old and weathered, with moss creeping up their sides and gaps between the blocks where marsh grass had taken root. I could not imagine a crossing like that being built without magic. On either side of the road, stagnant pools of dark water reflected the overcast sky. The water was still, broken only by the occasional ripple from something moving beneath the surface. Between the pools, clumps of yellowed marsh grass grew in irregular patches, their sharp blades rustling when the wind picked up, and sometimes with no wind at all. The air was thick and humid, carrying the heavy scent of decomposing vegetation. It was not entirely unpleasant, more earthy than foul, but there was an underlying smell of stagnant water that made it clear this was not a place where things dried out easily. Mist hung low over the water in patches, never quite dissipating even as the morning progressed. As expected, my sense of smell had problems discerning scents amongst the strong smells surrounding us. Marshes also were anything but quiet, the sounds were constant but subtle. Water lapped quietly against the stone foundations of the road with each small wave. Somewhere in the distance, bullfrogs called to each other in deep, resonant tones. Insects hummed in clouds that were felt more than seen, their drone rising and falling in waves. Occasionally, something larger would splash in the deeper channels that wound through the wetlands, though what caused these disturbances was never visible from the road. The mosquitoes specifically were a blight. And sometimes, the wind picked up strongly enough to make all the surrounding grass and moss produce a cacophony of sounds. In essence, I could only rely on my mana sense and sight. But sight didn't help much. Between the fog and the remnants of dead or sickly trees scattered throughout the marsh, the blackened trunks of which were jutting up at odd angles, trying to spot anyone or anything was proving challenging. The road itself showed signs of the marsh's persistent encroachment. Green stains marked the lower edges of the stones where algae had taken hold. In several places, the mortar had cracked and eroded, allowing water to seep through and plants to sprout from the gaps. The surface was perpetually damp, as if the very air deposited moisture on anything solid enough to hold it. There were subtle changes in the landscape as we traveled, but they weren't anything grand. Marshes kept being marshes. Hansel rode atop his horse, though he did offer Gluck, and afterwards me, to ride with him. Supposedly, his horse had remarkable stamina and wouldn't be overly troubled by another rider. Gluck refused, citing that she would only be able to properly react to danger on foot. I just refused without elaborating, which, for some reason, cheered the woman up. Hours passed with no monster in sight, nor could I feel anything that didn't immediately retreat once it crept close enough to sense us. You have to visit Warm at least once. It's a beautiful city, I tell you, and the food there is just incredible. I wish I could ignore Gluck. But zoning out and not comprehending words was simply beyond a demon's brain. I couldn't help but discern her speech for meaning and prepare responses, even if I didn't wish to. I was only there for a few days, when our company was moving from the southern lands, but this was the second or the third hour, and nothing was out of the ordinary. I kept on the lookout, but saw nothing. My mana sense also picked up nothing. A second, when there was nothing worth mentioning. And then there was. Ice flooded my veins. As I froze in place, I sensed the brief but powerful ignition of mana and Schutzschild. I only had the time to place the barrier in front of me, on the path of the attack. Schutzschild was the very basic shield, pure mana shaped into a barrier. Crude and heavy, I usually visualized it like a shield from the round robots in Star Wars. It lingered, it wasn't overly expensive to maintain once cast, and it tended to blunt the attack, if not block them outright, at the cost of its durability. The shield materialized in front of my outstretched staff, blocking impressive, blackened claws that would have sliced clean through my neck. I had an instant to get a look at the monster. It was over 2 meters tall with unnaturally elongated limbs that seemed to stretch and bend like marsh reeds swaying in the wind. Even as it struck me, its pose wasn't that of a striking human, rather, its boneless limbs were stopped mid-swing as they rocketed towards me, frozen like a pendulum at its descent. Its body appeared translucent and watery, with a surface that ripples constantly like disturbed, murky water, filled with moss, mud, and garbage. It had no face. Instead, within its head I saw a distorted reflection of me, eyes cold, expression frozen, but it was twisted. As if through a funhouse mirror made of dark water. The monster tilted its head, puzzled. The barrier shattered, but it stopped the monster's momentum for a brief moment. That was enough. Bastard! In the next instant, a great sword cut straight through it, parting its neck from the body. I saw it almost in slow motion, the sword cutting it with some resistance, the head flying off, and the furious and enraged face of Gluck, who attacked the monster from behind. The rest of the body simply collapsed down and into itself, liquid flushing from it, leaving behind a humanoid-shaped moss. I simply stared at it for a moment, or so it must have appeared. I saw it die, magic dimming in its body, even in the water, as it was part of it. Something was wrong. Welp, that was easy, Gluck said, placing the sword on her shoulder, but glancing around wearily. I ignored her. I couldn't sense anything or anyone else. But the fact that it managed to attack me in the first place meant that the monster was proficient in concealing its presence. An ambush predator. Albert, do you sense anything else? Hansel asked, his voice steady, as he directed his steed next to us. An ambush predator would never attack a single target, leaving itself vulnerable to being killed by others. The monster left behind a pool of water, dirty and full of its remains. Just briefly, while the human scanned the surroundings, I glanced into that pool. Amongst the murky remains, within the murky puddle of water, next to my own distorted face, I saw the same monster. Back away! I shouted, but as I did, I felt the mana stir. A clawed arm broke the reflection of the muddy pool, reaching towards the closest target. Gluck. A spell was formed even if I didn't have time to shout its name. Donnerschlag. And then there was thunder. The spell produced an enormous shockwave, capable of throwing a man away. It was fast to cast, even if it required a fair bit of mana, but it had one downside. It required me to properly prepare myself and redistribute my weight, as the impulse acted on me too, even if I only experienced a third of the spell's impact compared to what the target felt. Gluck didn't have the time to react. She only started to turn towards me as I screamed my warning, and tensed up seeing the attack, never having the time or the presence of mind to start defending herself. My spell hit her like a truck, launching her back despite her armor's defense, well outside the hand's range. It also launched me backward. Not having a magical armor to absorb some of the magic of the attack, I flew back 3 or 4 steps, landing on my back wordlessly. Gluck! Hansel reacted, making his horse turn around on the narrow road, and galloping to the woman. I slowly stood up, looking around desperately, even as I screamed my warning. Reflections. They can travel through reflections. Keep away from still water. Yet, all I saw around in the marshes was disturbed water, normally too muddy for me to see a reflection. But puddles of water were everywhere. Countless portals for it to use. Gee, got it, Gluck said, getting on her feet too, though she looked a bit dazed. Not surprisingly, the spell was normally strong enough to crush bones when hit point blank like that. I didn't weaken it, afraid her armor would absorb too much of the magic for her to make distance otherwise. Hans, Al, form up. Back to back. Get away from the edges of the road. I understood immediately, as I had the same thought. We are surrounded by water after all. Ashtawind, I whispered, a small fireball manifested at the tip of my staff. It shot out into the remains of the first monster, and with how little mana I put into it, ignited into a tiny fireball that evaporated the water and lingered for a few long seconds. At the same time, I started to slowly jog towards them, keeping to the middle of the road, and careful to check around me, not trusting my mana sense. Al, you are a monster expert. What in the Demon King's damn name is this thing? Gluck asked as I stood by her side. Don't know, I said simply, looking around the suspiciously quiet marshes that surrounded us. I am an expert on monsters I met, not obscure ones. You two seen anything like this? No. No. 2 immediate responses. A brief movement behind my back, and I sensed with the displaced air, more than I saw, how Hansel got off his horse. Smart. I am the last person to underestimate cavalry, magical or mundane, but we only had this small road to work with, and he wouldn't be able to leverage any benefits of his mount here. It will only make him more clumsy. The path forward is blocked. Bastard has prepared. Gluck said, her voice tense. For a moment, I glanced where she was looking, and I understood immediately. The road further down was one giant puddle. It was flooded. As if it rained recently, but I knew it didn't, mostly because the road we walked through before was relatively dry. The road itself also had inbuilt rainfall runoffs. The monster must have been manually plugging the runoffs with mud to make a puddle like this. In practice, it meant it could manifest itself right under our feet if we decided to run. Something is wrong. Al, you can throw around fire, can you deal with this? Gluck asked tensely, meeting my eyes for a moment, before we both returned to scanning the surroundings. No, Ashtawind's spell lingers for a few moments, and I don't have enough mana. It will just strike us from somewhere else when I tire out. Which was the truth. Ashtawind fundamentally is an area denial spell, not an attack magic, despite what its creator was saying in the grimoire. Why didn't it attack later, when we walked across that huge puddle? Hansel's words made me freeze. He was right. Why didn't it? Its initial attack was from one of the puddles below the road. It manifested, immediately rushed me, the most magically powerful. I didn't sense a thing. If it truly could attack while being completely undetectable magically, it should have waited to strike from literally under my feet. Then I would have likely been dead. Monsters are dangerous. After decades of life in teeth holes, I grew to learn not to underestimate them. I slaughtered many, but that only made me more wary as I understood more of how they operated. The truth of the matter is that monsters are not stupid. They had intelligence at least on the level of an animal. They could assess threats, they would retreat once seriously injured or overpowered, and they could use some tactics or strategies. Most of said tactics and strategies are instinctive, but this is the monster baseline. The monster is a beast composed of magic, and it acted, for the most part, as a beast. And only someone who was unfamiliar with the wild would think a beast to be stupid. Monsters weren't agendaless creatures that simply rushed you and died. They, too, tried to be clever. They, too, learned. However, not all monsters are equally intelligent. Some were decisively more so than others. This monster was too intelligent for a mere beast. I glanced towards the place where the remains of the first monster were. The hand of the second monster breached the surface when my spell pushed Gluck away. When exactly did it disappear? Glorsh KKK. The sound rang out as if everywhere around us. It was a mix of the squelching, a roar, and a groan that appeared as if from everywhere simultaneously. Well, seemed like we pissed him off, Gluck commented, grinning, as all around us, from murky water, rose the monster. The water wasn't even disturbed by its appearance. It probably just got tired of waiting, Hansel answered, likely looking at his own third of the marshes. Albert, any ideas, or do we just cut them apart until they run out? His words were said with some grim humor, but I could tell he was nervous. Sensed it. It was barely there in his tone, but he smelled like fear and stress. Gluck did too. With them so close, I sensed it easily. Thinking, I replied briefly, need to check something. Cover me. I stepped back inside our formation and saw Gluck's back immediately was shielding me from the sector that I had previously taken to defend myself. I took a deep breath, closing my eyes, and trying my hand at a spell that I didn't truly claim mastery of. And I couldn't just cast it. I needed to put a lot of power into it. Glasturban, I whispered under my breath, as my mana was soaked into the stone below. Slowly, the stone broke down with a strange, screeching buzz. I raised my stuff up, deep in concentration, and clenched my teeth. Weaving magic was akin to muscle memory, and now I was trying to weave one fast, while operating with very thick mana threads. I felt something click as the spell took hold. I opened my eyes to see the stone pavement around us dissolving into glass shards, which immediately started to circle in a wide area. Some struck the previously undisturbed water, right beneath us, some circled further still. A tornado of shards in constant motion. One of the monsters approached the spinning glass storm, shoving its hand into it. It was torn apart in moments. The monster tilted its head, and its hand was slowly regenerating already. But I barely paid that any attention. Good job, Al, at least we have some breathing room now, Gluck said, honest relief in her voice as she tapped me on the shoulder. I didn't pay it any attention to that either, staring at the disturbed water beneath our feet, where shards periodically impacted. We need to think of a plan. There must be some trick to this, with monsters, there always is. Hansel said, his voice tense, as he stared into the storm of countless shards that surrounded us. Trying to figure it out may cost us, though, Gluck said simply, her voice serious, if a bit joyful, wasting energy and attention on it can get us killed. No matter the monster, they all only have so much energy to throw around, just like normal mages. The two of us can cut them down while defending Al, and when we are out of breath, he can create this storm for us to rest. I figure the monster will get tired first. Maybe, Hansel said after a long second, probably considering it. But I am not sure we can protect him. There are a lot of them. I can count at least 24 on my side. 30 on mine. The bastards are fast, too. Gluck grunted, not even bothering to argue. Al, how many times can you pull this trick again? Especially if you have to spend mana defending yourself? I finally tore my eyes from the water beneath our feet, meeting Gluck's and Hansel's questioning eyes. No need, I figured it out. Both of them blinked, clearly confused. I simply pointed beneath us. None of them attacked us from below, I explained, pointing at the water. Below us, from both sides, there were relatively big puddles, one on each side. Both were frequently hit by some of the shards. The reflection never formed in the water because it was constantly disturbed. And the second one to attack us also disappeared when my shockwave disturbed the water. I could see the eyes of both humans light up as the realization began to appear. I didn't pause my explanation, we were short on time. Each one of those monsters is roughly just as powerful as the others. Initially, I assumed they use reflections in water as portals to travel, but it seems they aren't moving through portals, they are just clones. Otherwise, their mana level couldn't have been this identical. They also can't spawn from disturbed water. This is why they didn't attack us as we went further down the road. It's one big puddle, our footsteps would have prevented them from spawning, so the best they could do was to use them as scare tactics. I said, raising a single finger up. The monster that was hit by my Donnerschlag spell only had its arm and part of its torso out when the water was disturbed. But the arm and part of its body weren't just cut off, it disappeared. Meaning either the spawning itself could be disturbed, or the clones are connected to the source of water that spawned them. Both warriors just stared at me for a moment before slowly nodding. How do we know which it is? Hanseln asked, his voice steady, and some of the tension from his shoulders clearly went away. I smiled. It was a small, cold expression. Simple. I raised my hand, and around me, 12 spheres of condensed mana ignited. Kraftstoss. They flew out like a spread of bullets towards the group of monster clones to our right. They flew straight through the glass shards, destabilizing fairly strongly, but not breaking yet. Some of the monsters managed to dodge, some were hit, and as the balls of condensed mana detonated with pure force, like small shardless grenades. The monsters that were hit got torn apart, but that didn't matter. A few balls hit the small puddles and marshes with still water, breaking the surface, and I saw at least 2 monsters just deform into water, mud, and moss for no visible reasons. The clones are connected to the water sources, I said simply, ignoring the other roar the collected monsters let out. I still couldn't imagine beating an enemy like this in the marshes. Not with this uneven terrain, where small puddles can be hidden anywhere. Not against the opponent with so much mana, that each of its clones was comparable in terms of energy to the warriors around me. That would make the monster's true mana capacity like 10 of mine. Then there is its speed and power, which wasn't insignificant. Defending myself from it will require real effort, disturbing the water sources or not. I can focus on only one thing at a time, after all, and this is how this monster will inevitably beat me. If I had a flight, I might have stood a chance. But as I am now, I am outmatched. However, I turned to the 2 human warriors. I have a plan. Even if it's counterintuitive and still echoes as odd in my mind, I am not alone. If I rely on them fully, there is a chance. I will need the 2 of you ready. I can probably destroy all the clones at the same time, but it will require my full concentration. If there is a real one amongst them, I need one of you to strike them down immediately when I destroy the clones. I will be too busy casting the spell, so I will leave it all to you too. You will only have a small window, and this one chance. This monster is way too smart to show itself again if we fail. Both warriors nodded, glancing at the blizzard shards around us. By now, the cyclone was getting thinner and thinner. This had nothing to do with magic running out, but rather, the inherent weakness of the spell. The glass shards collided with each other in the air, which produced a sharp buzz around us. The glass shards broke into smaller shards, and into smaller shards still, until they became tiny enough that the spell couldn't have a grip on them anymore, and a harmless white dust started to drift in the air. I could see some of the clones walking into the cyclone and making a few steps through before being cut to shreds. The monster all this time wasn't idle. It was testing the barrier in every way imaginable. One even tried to throw a stone through the swarm of shards. All of them stood around the boundary my spell created in awkward and inhuman poses, which I am sure humans would have found eerie. "Don't worry, Al, we gotcha," Gluck said, giving me a thumbs up and a wide grin. "Do you need one of us to defend you?" Hanseln asked with honest concern. You can't afford to, I said simply. The real one can be on either side of the road. You have to rush immediately before I cast the spell, across the marsh. It will be a small miracle if you can make it in time, and that's only if the real one is even around. The humans exchanged a glance. It is, Hansel said firmly after a moment, there is no such thing as an unbeatable spell. It must have a weakness. The monster must be around. I didn't share the optimism, but strangely, Gluck just smiled wider at the man's words, throwing him a passionate glance. Prepare yourselves, I said, noticing how the glass turban was wearing out. Both of the warriors nodded as they moved to the edge of the glass cyclone, on both sides of the road. The most surprising part was how calm the horse was before Hansel jumped on it in a fit of supernatural agility. For a moment, I wanted to ask how it was a good idea to make a horse jump half a meter down into the marsh, but we had no time, and Hansel likely knew what he was doing. On the count of 3, I will release the glass storm. After 2 seconds, I will destroy the clones. Got it. Understood. I nodded at the terse replies. 3, 2, 1. Go. It happened in an instant. The storm of glass simply disappeared, not the glass itself, but the force that propelled it onwards. Because it circled us as a cyclone, the remaining glass shards shot out like shrapnel, shredding some monsters, disturbing some water. This wasn't enough. Both humans jumped down. Some of the monsters stayed on the road when my spell was active, merely standing outside of my spell's range. 3 in front of me, 2 behind. I could sense and see them. While other monsters focused on the human warriors, those ones' focus was entirely on me. Those of them that didn't disappear and weren't hit too badly by the dispelling storm of glass rushed towards me. I placed my hands on the paved road. Then, for the first time in 2 decades, I dropped the concealment of my mana. Right here and now, I needed everything. The road across the marshes wasn't built like a bridge. Rather, it was more like a wall, constructed out of a huge and tall swath of displaced stone, and the travelers walked for miles across that road. It meant that it had a foundation. It was also the most solid thing around. I shaped the familiar spell, which for the last few decades was my bread and butter. The truth is, most spells can't simply be fed more mana to be stronger. I knew only a few spells that acted this way. Most spells, like Ash to Wind, had a natural threshold. Push more mana into it than the threshold allows, and the spell becomes more unstable and starts unraveling earlier. Which is never a good thing. Some spells, however, were just too simple to have such a limitation. The clones that rushed me froze just for a fraction of a second. Not surprisingly, even amongst monsters, no one concealed their magical power in battle itself. For monsters, flaring your energy was a good way to avoid conflict altogether. Look how strong I am, it's not worth picking a fight. Flam was right. This moment of hesitation is enough. I reinforced my body with mana to the limits. Donnerschlag. Shockwaves are a fascinating thing. They move through solid stone far faster than they ever could through air or water. And they spread. The energy doesn't just vanish, it transfers, molecule by molecule, outward and onward. I fed nearly all my mana into the stone beneath my feet. Not into the air. Not toward the enemy. Down. The stone road, half a meter above the marsh, carried the shockwave like a struck bell. It shot through the foundation, faster than any scream could travel. And when it ran out of stone? It dove into the mud and standing water. Every pool, every stagnant channel within half a kilometer shivered, a tremor of dark ripples spreading like veins across the marsh. A tiny earthquake. The power of the spell launched me into the air, the bones in my arms creaking and possibly fracturing. Pain flowed through my body as a shockwave traveled through it. The stone beneath me immediately is covered in cracks, and starts to collapse downwards. The noise is terrific, not akin to thunder, but a deafening roaring rumble. I only have time to clench my teeth, the pain and the impact made me lose track of everything for a second. And then... pain. I didn't realize how it happened. Only that there was a clawed, inhuman arm sticking out of my stomach. I looked down and only saw my twisted reflection in the tilted head. The monster was staring at me, as if curious. I was impaled on its hand as I was falling, and my feet still didn't touch the ground. Then it twisted its arm, and the pain somehow became worse. My face didn't twitch. I heard someone screaming, but at the moment couldn't even acknowledge it. I didn't have time to think about how this is possible, how the real one could have possibly attacked me. I simply gripped his hand with mine. Resonant soul. Out of all my spells, there is no other than my curse that I can apply with such speed and precision. The spell bound the monster. I could feel it take hold of its soul, and then its body. I could feel the monster freeze instead of widening the wound more. My claws lengthened, and with a single strike, I plunged my hand into its chest, where I knew its core was. The moment my hand wrapped around it, I squeezed. The monster fell on the ground, breaking into water, mud, and moss, just like the clones. I landed on my feet by its side. Ow. I glanced up, seeing Gluck jump on the bridge, just 10 or so steps from me. I caught her eyes, and immediately realized something was off. The way she was looking at me. The caution, the subtle signs of fear, the tension. My hood was off, I realized. Take a step closer and I will attack, I said, my voice emotionless, as I jumped back, using my reinforced agility. I stood straight, holding on to my staff, and never taking my eyes off the two warriors. You are a demon? Hansel asked the obvious. His horse, too, leaped onto the road, and he still sat atop it. They were within perfect distance. My mana is exhausted. For some reason, they are hesitating, open. This is my only chance. If I don't attack now, I die. I didn't want to die. I wanted to live. I can't kill. I can't attack. Conflicted feelings rose in me. I wanted to howl. I wanted to howl and for it to release the conflict in my chest, and not simply be an empty sound. I said simply, my voice empty of any emotion, my body tenser than ever before in my life, as I bought myself time. Out of all my spells, only Shattenclinch will be able to cut through their defenses. If I form the blade from their own shadow, they won't react in time. Every other offensive spell I have at best will cause light injuries, and they will be able to push through them. Out of all my binding and denial spells, only Resonant Soul may work. But after seeing them move in battle, I know I won't be able to apply it. I need to kill them now. A quick attack into their blind zones. Those two are tanks, capable of shrugging off my spells and running me down. This is the only way for me to be safe. So that's how it is, Gluck said after a moment, just like Hansel, and she seemed unsure. She wasn't anymore. She decided, I could see in her body language. INEDOSTRKENOW. I never really believed in most of that goddess stuff anyway, she said, throwing the greatsword on her shoulder. Besides, we fought side by side. I'd be a shitty person to cut you down for a pair of horns when you just saved our hides. The spell half-formed died, being let go of my control. For a moment, I couldn't comprehend. It wasn't the words. It was the body language. The tone. The very pose she took, which left her wide open. She let herself stay open before a demon. I was a quarter of a second away from piercing her heart with her own shadow. Glue, Hansel asked unsurely, never quite taking his eyes off me, you are going to just let him go? There were no rumors of a demon in the region, no missing merchants or devastated villages. She said. I didn't understand, just staring. I guess you are right, Hansel said after a moment. Albert, how is it possible that no one heard of a demon around Tiefholz? Because I kept myself hidden, I answered almost automatically, before my mind finally caught up to the absurdity of the situation. The two of you, you know what I am. You are just going to let me leave? There was no disbelief in my words. Neither was there any in my emotions. But there was confusion. I did not understand. You saved my life, Gluck said, and it might have been easy to miss, but for a moment, her hand almost went to her stomach, and then saved both of us afterwards. Did you know there were 3 monsters here? Out of the 2 on Hans's side, one even escaped when he heard me shouting and running here. She winced, scratching her head awkwardly. No way we were outlasting them. So demon or not, you saved our lives. Sides, you weren't all that terrible, don't look like the type to eat babies, no matter what the priests say. I tilted my head in honest bewilderment. I am a demon, I repeated again. Seeing no understanding on their faces, I finally realized something. The 2 of you, have you ever met demons? Gluck chuckled. Hansel was still tense, but he just shook his head anyway. I never saw a demon, and never met anyone who did. Hansel said slowly, most of what I know is from books, and what priests teach. But Gluck is right, you had plenty of opportunities to kill us. You took half of the night's watch, too. I don't see you lining up with what I know of demons. So I don't see anything wrong with letting you go. I glanced at the woman, but she just nodded along to her man's words. Yeah, you don't have to be so tense, she said simply, we get it, relax, you can just leave. Something in my head clicked, as pieces of the puzzle connected. You 2 are idiots, I finally realized, and suddenly things became clear in my mind. The pair blinked. Like a pair of retarded possums that were blinded by a car about to run them over. I felt a touch of anger at the sheer ignorance, then stopped myself. I should just leave. Turn around and use this chance. But if those 2 come across another demon while thinking like this? We, demons, don't feel the same emotions you humans do, I said simply, feeling a bit sick from having to do this. The concepts such as compassion, pity, camaraderie, are foreign to us. It's a biological matter. This? I gently tapped with my finger on my chest, my core, it does not allow me to experience these emotions. I and you look similar, but we are fundamentally different. I met their eyes once again, carefully making sure for a second that they were listening. Demons are good at lying. Normally, the demon will push on your empathy, trying to get into your good graces, make you relax, and then murder you. We feel an urge to kill and consume the flesh of humans, there is no logical reason for it. I explained simply, demons are the most dangerous monsters to your kind. When a human and a demon meet, one almost always will die. Hansel looks at me oddly, as does Gluck. But it is the knight who speaks up first. And yet, you did nothing of that sort around us. We can prioritize. I said simply, but no, I did not. My circumstances are different from other demons. I paused, making sure to look at them both again, which is also what every demon would say in a situation like this. The details aren't overly important. What is important is that the 2 of you must kill every demon you ever meet on sight. Don't even listen to them speak. The pregnant woman actually had the gall to laugh at me. Never met anyone trying to die so badly. I just looked at her, my expression empty. Eventually, the amusement disappeared from her face. I am likely the only demon who won't harm a human if I can help it. My situation involved magic beyond your understanding, and my own too, as miracles of God likely aren't magic to begin with. Any other demon is a danger. If you can kill a demon, do so. Never allow yourself to drop your guard if you value your life. I nodded towards her, or the life of your child. The woman froze for a long moment. I turned around. Luckily, the side of the road I was on led away from teeth holes. I would appreciate it if you would tell no one of this encounter. But if I were you, I wouldn't do what the demon asks. May the grace of the Almighty be with you too. I didn't wait for them to say anything or ask any more questions. Reinforcing my body, I started to run across the road. Mana preservation wasn't important anymore. I need to get away and pull myself together. I need to pray. Today, I almost killed 3 people who showed even a demon mercy. Made some reference material for myself when I was writing the last few chapters. I decided there is no reason for me not to share it here. Current repertoire of Albert's combat spells. Attack spells. Crystal spear, rapidly crystallizes moisture from the air into sharp projectiles. Extremely precise and can pierce most armor, but becomes weaker in dry environments. Requires concentration to maintain crystal stability. A sniping spell that leaves Albert immobile when used. Donnerschlag, Thunderstrike, releases a devastating shockwave of sound and force in a set direction, in around 90 degrees. Can shatter bones and rupture organs through armor, but is short range. Albert must brace himself or risk being knocked down by his own spell. Schattenklinge, Shadow Blade, manifests cutting edges from shadows that can slice through most materials. More shadows available equals more powerful attacks, but becomes nearly useless in bright light or open areas. The blades dissipate if the shadow source moves. Kraftstoß, Force Burst, launches concentrated orbs of pure magical energy. Reliable damage regardless of environment or target type, but has limited range and consumes significant mana. Each orb requires precise aim and can't penetrate multiple targets. Binding/area denial spells. Ash Wind, creates lingering clouds of fire that continue to damage anything within. The flames can be dispersed by strong winds or water magic, and aren't overly powerful. For the most part they are mundane flames. Steingriff, Stone Grip, animates existing stone and earth to grasp at opponents' feet and legs. Extremely effective on rocky terrain but can't affect areas without stone or packed earth. The animated stone is brittle and can be shattered with sufficient force. Glasturban, Glass Shards, transmutes sand or small stones into razor-sharp glass fragments that circle like a cyclone in an area, cutting anyone who moves through. Requires existing mineral matter to work with and the shards become dull over time. Magischfesseln, Magic Bonds, creates invisible chains of pure mana that bind targets in place. Requires the target to be hit with a bot of magical energy that moves with the speed of an arrow. Works consistently regardless of environment, but the bonds weaken over time and can be broken by sustained struggle or magic. Requires constant concentration to maintain. Defensive spells. Earthchild, Earth Shield, raises protective barriers of stone and packed earth. Excellent against physical attacks and most magic, but slow to form and vulnerable to water magic that can erode the structure. Windmantle, Wind Cloak, surrounds Albert with high-speed rotating air currents that deflect projectiles and weaken incoming spells. Effective against ranged attacks but provides no protection against area effects or persistent magic. Spiegelwand, Mirror Wall, creates reflective barriers that redirect magical attacks back at attackers. Powerful against defensive magic but useless against physical attacks, and sufficiently powerful spells can overwhelm and shatter the reflection. Schutzschild, Protection Shield, forms a translucent barrier of condensed magical energy around Albert. Provides moderate protection against all types of attacks consistently, but each impact drains the shield's power and it must be renewed frequently. Cannot block area effects that surround him. From the recently added entry to the Grand Monster Encyclopedia. About 5 years since events of Chapter 8. Spiegelgeist, Mirror Spirits. Appearance, they stand nearly 7 feet tall with unnaturally elongated limbs that seem to stretch and bend unnaturally. Their bodies appear translucent and watery, with a surface that ripples constantly like disturbed water. They have no fixed facial features, instead, their face shows a distorted reflection of whoever is looking at them, like a funhouse mirror made of dark water. All of their movement are exaggerated and odd to the human eye. Abilities, Spiegelgeist can manifest perfect physical duplicates of themselves from any body of still water. These reflections aren't illusions, they're fully corporeal and can fight independently with the same strength as the original. However, each reflection is bound to its mirror. If the water surface is significantly disturbed, that duplicate immediately dissolves back into ordinary water. Tactics, Spiegelgeist are patient, methodical hunters. They position themselves carefully around the marsh's numerous pools, using their flowing movement to remain nearly invisible among the reeds. Once they've surrounded their prey with reflective surfaces before committing to an attack. Behavior, unlike mindless monsters, Spiegelgeist display an eerie collective intelligence. They communicate via unknown means. They seem fascinated by their opponent's reflections and actions, often pausing mid-combat to study how their enemies move, learning and adapting their tactics accordingly. They're drawn to areas with multiple water sources and avoid combat during heavy rain or in fast-flowing streams where their reflections would be unstable. Author notes, did I cook? I feel kinda happy about the chapter, took a lot of time, but I think it's really good. It bloated beyond the proportions I intended, but I think it's fine. Would be really interested in seeing what you guys think. Chapter 10, Chapter 9. 7,817 words. And so I confess I was tempted, my flesh weak, my heart drawn away, but you, in your mercy, preserved me. Please forgive me for walking that thin line. Strengthen me by your holy word, that I might stand firm the next time. Guard me from the devil, the world, and my own sinful flesh, as Martin Luther teaches in the 6th petition of the Lord's Prayer, lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. I pray. My words were quiet, uttered barely as a whisper. I was kneeling before a small bonfire, my fingers interlocked before my face, as I confessed, repented, and recited all the prayers I could think of throughout the night. This was a mindless task, and a hollow one to boot. To repent, one needs to regret one's actions. I certainly am sorry for nearly murdering those two on an intellectual level, because it would have turned out to be a mistake. An error that could have caused me physical harm. But on an emotional one, I felt nothing. And so I felt that my repentance was an empty gesture in the eyes of God. Or were they? Some days, I felt it in my bones. The pang of anger at the fact that I, unfortunately, could not talk to a priest, to someone who studied the Bible in depth, and knew not only the holy book, but the discussions and arguments around it and its message. However, I long since got used to the fact that no one knew the word of the Lord as well as I did in this world. It's pointless to rage at reality. The best I could do was to spend the entire night in prayer, submerging my mind completely into it. Thinking only within the bounds of what other words of worship I can present before the Lord. Guard and preserve me, O Lord, that the devil, the world, and my own sinful flesh may not deceive me or lead me into shameful sin. Strengthen me to remember your word and to stand firm, like Christ did, and not give place to the tempter. Amen. I finally finished, opening my eyes. For a moment, I just sat there, near the bonfire, my eyes aimlessly watching the gray sky. The sun was already rising. I felt nothing, beyond exhaustion. This, in a sense, was an improvement. I wasn't very conflicted about what happened in the marshes. Not as much as I know I should be, no, it's not that. Not as much as a human should be. My own regret was still a mark that I stood beyond most demons. I felt a strange sense of revulsion, confusion, and anger after that encounter. Probably something to do with the reality as I knew it, conflicting with the experience. I did not expect someone to show mercy to me after they knew what I am. I was likely confused and angry at that fact. Revulsed by the illogical behavior I saw, perhaps. But does it change anything? I wondered to myself, simply staring at the sky through the tree crowns above. No, I do not think it does. Even with this confirmation, I won't try to fool humans into believing I am safe to be around. I am not as I am now. I won't try to integrate into their societies. My state of mind is fragile, I know it better than anyone else. I do not wish to be disappointed in humanity, because that may lead me to question my goal of dedicating untold decades, or more likely centuries, to returning said humanity to myself. If I start questioning my goal so early on, I may abandon it. Then this shallow existence will be all I will have left. There are billions of ways I can live this life pleasurably. Many more in which I can live in a way my new body will find fulfilling. Two things stopped me from doing so, my mind, which still found all of them wrong and destructive, leading to nowhere. And my pride. Because I couldn't evaluate the life of a demon as anything but the life of a beast. A lowly, pointless life. The irony is that I never strived for greatness when I was a human. But now, as a demon, I will stop at nothing to achieve it. In my own way. It infuriated me that I almost killed those people. I can tell myself as much as I want that it was an instinct of a demon, because it was. However, it's still my body that moved into a position to attack. My mind drafted the outlines of the spell I almost let loose. I felt afraid, so I almost resorted to lethal violence. This, fundamentally, was the issue. No matter how impaired my emotional state was, the decision was still mine to make, and I decided to kill, no matter how briefly. Why did I? I was afraid. I see. This wasn't a sudden realization, it's more that the exhausted state of my mind allowed me to glance at it from a different angle. I faced so many monsters since coming into this world. I felt fear, but it wasn't difficult to channel it into an aggression that was useful in a battle. That part was instinctive. But that's what I've been doing all the time. I felt afraid, and I struck the best I could, my mind, body, instincts, and all in between working in tandem to come out on top in battle. In battle, there was no conflict beyond a human and a demon. In battle, I was complete. But outside of it, I didn't know how else to deal with such fear. That meant that when I was confronted with a situation when I was truly afraid, I only knew of one way to deal with that emotion. Not consciously, but subconsciously. I didn't attack because it was a judgment call. I almost struck first because I am a coward, I mused to myself, nodding. This made sense. I could work with this. If the issue was that my subconscious mind was pushing me into dealing with fear with the only proven way it knew, I could try conditioning myself. Demons lacked many emotions, but they had pattern recognition. I smiled to myself, from the sidelines, it must have been a peaceful smile. After all, it felt so elementary that I wondered how I missed it before. If the behavior of the beast was incorrect, you didn't reason with it. You simply trained the habit out of it. Elsewhere, we bow twice in greeting. We call your name with twofold clap or ringing bell. And once again, we bow in gratitude. Thus our faith finds its form, our hope its voice. In the name of creation's source, we pray. Praise be. Hansel and Gluck stood side by side near a small church, amongst a dozen or so other early risers, quietly repeating the sacred prayer. The small ceremony was practically over, and most of the workers quickly broke down into chatter and went ahead towards their daily duties. To most people, the morning prayer was a religious exercise, but so mundane and interwoven into the way of life, that a pair could hear the construction workers some distance away, already insulting and cussing each other in a friendly manner. The prayer itself was pronounced routinely, and afterwards, people immediately went to their daily duties. "Thank you for coming with me today," Hansel said softly, holding his soon-to-be wife's hand. "It's nothing," she said, but he could see her glancing aside. "Been a while for me, that's all." Hansel knew that Glu wasn't a religious woman. He can't truly blame her. Not when he knew what kind of life she had to live. Born in a war-torn region, being practically raised in the bandit tribe, seeing this tribe exterminated by the local lord's war company when she was only a teenager, and applying for the only work she knew how to do. And getting a spot in the mercenary company. "I still appreciate it," he once again nudged her softly, with a small smile. Partially because he wanted to thank her for being considerate, yes, but also because his heart melted when he saw that woman break down in embarrassment so much from him just being sincere. It was a guilty pleasure he would never acknowledge aloud. "It's really nothing," she insisted cutely, as she rubbed her cheek, looking aside, as if she noticed something very interesting there. "It's the kind of things people do, right?" She said hesitantly, unsurely, but the question was not directed to him. Hansel could tell, meet up here every day, say the words, and just move on with their lives. Without ever really looking back. Hansel traced where she looked, and he spotted a mother chiding a pair of guilty-looking boys, not older than 10. "We never really talked about it before, but you got me curious," he spoke up after a moment, catching Glu's beautiful eyes when she glanced back at him. "Why don't you believe in the goddess?" "Most people in our line of work do." Gluck was a very expressive woman. He loved that about her. So he could see as her expression turned thoughtful, as she glanced aside. People believe what they want to believe, I guess, she said awkwardly, after a moment. She always had trouble talking about how she felt about things, and because of that, when she did, it felt earnest. Hansel loved that too. Those who risk their lives constantly want to believe that there is heaven, right? A place where they can meet people again, and well, be sort of alive, I guess. He could tell she was out of steam, due to being embarrassed how she phrased things, so Hansel, as always, simply squeezed her hand in assurance, tighter, giving her time and space to think. She squeezed his hand back. He knew it was a sign of appreciation, but I just couldn't believe that there was someone so kind, powerful, and wise as the goddess, and we are still surrounded by all, well. I think I understand, he told her quietly, and when she glanced at him, as if afraid of judgment, she only saw his beaming smile. The world isn't always a nice place to live in. He remembered how they met. In a war-torn region of Central Lands, he, amongst some mercenary companies and other knights, was hired for one side, she for the other. There was a battle. For a town of... he couldn't even recall. His side won the engagement this time. They took captives, she was amongst them, pinned to the ground by a fallen horse, exhausted and battered. That day Hansel was fighting side by side with a less savory mercenary band, a sign of desperation and cheapskating from his employer. Their idea of taking captives was to kill the men and have their way with women. Which he only discovered by the time the fight was over, and the bastards went around slitting the throats of surrendered men. This wasn't normal even for mercenaries. Usually, the company bought back the mercenaries in captivity. It was a good and humane way for one side to earn coin, and for the other to come back alive. This band of cutthroats, however, didn't. It was something personal between those two mercenary companies, from what Hansel understood. Hansel may have been a hired sword, too. Yes, his father, unable to give him anything but a good sword and armor, told him to go and earn glory and coin for himself when he was 15, an extra mouth was too much for him to feed, but he was raised properly, as a knight, and couldn't abide to cruelty of this sort. He was the one who defended Gluck, claiming her instead of his share of the loot, and made sure she was safe and comfortable before they were rotated back to the nearest city. He was as gallant as he could be, too. His sensibilities didn't allow him to be cruel to a woman, even if she was technically an enemy captive at the time. Somehow, they struck it off during one of those days, when she was technically his captive. Then, when one of the many confrontations with his cutthroat allies grew too heated over Gluck, he had to strike 2 men down and escape with her in tow. Had to become a deserter. It was one of the most confusing and scary days of his life. He was promised land for fighting in that war, and left it all behind. Looking back, he would do it again in a heartbeat. Yeah, that, she said quietly, likely blushing again, as she averted her eyes. I just couldn't believe in the heaven priests preached. She finished lamely, shaking her head. But a small smile appeared on her lips, as Hansel noticed her hand lying on her belly. But you know, maybe there is something to. Well, to all that. I don't think I can believe in the beautiful world that was created for us by the goddess of creation, yet. She looked up at him and beamed, and Hansel felt his heart skipping a beat, but I damn sure want to. Hansel couldn't help it, he smiled back. Glue was infectious like this. This is my duty to help with that, I believe. For a while, they simply stared into each other's eyes. To what, help maidens delude themselves? She snickered. Maidens? He questioned in response, lifting an eyebrow. She blushed. And maybe not anymore, but it's the thought that counts. He couldn't help it, he chuckled. She did too, after a moment. A month later. I am working with outdated information, I realized. There were a few tells that my destination wasn't what I expected it to be. Sturmcam was a particular mountain in a small mountain range on the northwestern side of Central Lands. More western than northern. The mountain range may have been small, but it was remarkably treacherous. Whatever mines the more accessible part of the mountain range had were long exhausted, and some valleys of the mountain range were rumored to be unexplored. Specifically, the Sturmcam Valley, which lay in the deepest part of the mountain range, was supposed to be quite spacious. Why were such places unexplored, you may ask? They were monster-infested, of course, otherwise I wouldn't have considered this place a good place for a lair. Now, the information I had was decades old, as was the small map of the area. However, when I was just approaching, I immediately noticed the discrepancies. First were the roads. Well-maintained, paved with stone and pretty wide, which for this world was still a sign of luxury. It meant someone hired a few mages and kept them on payroll to do this work. Of course, ordinary people could build roads too, but it simply wasn't as cost-effective. Then there was the road itself. Since I stepped onto it and ventured into the mountains, I had yet to be attacked by any monster worth noting. And this road, while not on any of my maps, seemed to be leading deeper into the mountain range, exactly where I needed to go. So, I traveled. The road wound higher into the peaks, and with each turn, more subtle signs emerged that this wasn't the abandoned wilds I'd expected. Fresh gravel had been scattered over muddy patches. Someone had been maintaining this route through the recent rains. Stone markers appeared at regular intervals, their surfaces clean of the moss and weathering that should have claimed them after decades of neglect. The symbols carved into them were crisp, recently recut, marking distances in a script I recognized, and below them was a language I didn't know. Some sort of odd rune-like script. Not enough text for my demonic language comprehension to get a grip just yet. Where my old maps showed treacherous switchbacks through monster-haunted ravines, I found instead a series of well-engineered bridges spanning the deeper gorges. Their stonework was solid, modern, built to last, and to carry heavy loads. The approaches had been cut and reinforced, creating gentle grades where there should have been hazardous climbs. Most telling of all were the trees. Rather than the wild, twisted growth I expected in an untouched valley, many showed signs of selective harvesting. Stumps dotted the slopes at regular intervals, their cuts clean and purposeful. New growth had been encouraged in organized patterns, creating natural windbreaks and clear sight lines along the road. This was clearly not the work of a few peasants who lived in some remote villages around here. This spoke of resources and time. It took a day of travel, when I finally climbed another ascent, and beheld the valley. It was clearly a Sturmkamm valley. A large river split the valley, and it was completely surrounded by mountains. The tallest mountain around ominously loomed over it, the Sturmkamm itself. The road immediately trailed south without heading into the valley, and I could see why. Chimneys were smoking there, and vaguely I could see an outline of the outer walls of some relatively grand settlement. For a moment, I just stood there, feeling a distant anger. How and why did the humans establish a civilization here in mere decades? The following are select diary entries. And so, I managed to create a functional fishing rod, though with some help. I am not sure if all the effort was worth on. On that note, speaking of wasted efforts, today I visited the creatively named Sturmkamm town. Or Sturmkamm mining town, I suppose. After observing it for the last week, I wrote that it didn't look nearly as big or developed as I feared. Turned out I wasn't incorrect in my assessment. The town itself was relatively small, and it only started to establish the defenses. I was told it still suffers occasional attacks from monsters, which is why it had a stationary force of adventurers on standby. For the first time in my memory, I was thoughtfully searched. Apparently, a demon was spotted somewhere in this mountain range a few years ago. I was glad that I cut off my horns before I went to visit the town. Now, the town's situation was pretty interesting. Apparently, this mountain valley was producing a lot of precious ore for the old empire. However, the mines did, indeed, run dry one day. Still, a sizable population of dwarfs kept living in the area. Eventually, those dwarfs, a few decades back, accidentally discovered a big deposit of silberhers. I am, admittedly, not very adept in metallurgy of this world, but it was described as a sort of silver that helps conduct magic better. I was unsure if it was an analog of some metal from Earth, or some purely magically created formation. Either way, I would search for some books on the subject. The topic seems interesting enough to explore. Anyhow, I believe I got distracted. Dwarfs uncovered the metal and started to construct a mine. built an initial mining town and made some mountain trails to sell what they mined. The news traveled, so the lord of this region decided to invest some resources to build newer roads and defenses, and expand the mine, which happened 5 or so years ago. Hence, what I observed on the way here and in the valley proper. Today, the Sturmkamp town is still expanding slowly, and it's a mixed-race town of humans and dwarfs. Surprisingly, with less racial tensions than with the Vacan, as I was yet to notice any. In any case, today I have to stay in the town. Not out of my own free will, but because there is apparently a festival today, and leaving the town is more complicated than I initially realized, mostly due to all the defenses people were setting up. I am writing this in a tavern, though I am not planning to rent myself a room. I will leave early in the morning, and I can't afford to fall asleep with my horns cut, where I risk regrowing them partially. As for the surrounding area, I investigated a little bit. The valley itself was still mostly an untamed wilderness, and the neighboring valleys were even worse, as some of the monsters who were spooked by the strong presence of civilization decided to move there. In other words, while this place was not what I imagined and not ideal due to the near presence of humanity, I will still be able to do my research here, with some luck. For privacy, I will probably have to build my lair far into the untamed territories. After Tiefholz, with all my experience, it shouldn't be too challenging to establish territory there, but I think it would still be a Herculean task. I am not overly concerned about the other demons spotted in the area years ago. From what I understand of my kind, we constantly travel, and it was unlikely that one was still around. I will cut my thoughts short here. I have to leave the tavern now, it's getting a bit too noisy and crowded. Leaving the tavern, while maneuvering between some intoxicated humans, I finally had my piece only 10 or so meters away from the entrance to the eatery. A lot of cheering people seemed to gather around it. This was getting on my nerves. I allowed myself a deep inhale of air. The gesture was rather pointless and didn't help much. With my horns cut, I was in constant pain. It usually subsided to an annoying, but always noticeable buzz, but sometimes spiked to a truly agonizing extent. I had a bandage covering the top of my head, under my hair, so my own hair wouldn't tickle the exposed bone of the root of my horns, but the pain spikes occurred even when the stumps of the horns weren't stimulated in any way. Some phantom sensation, probably. In any case, while emoting due to pain was a matter of choice to a demon, it didn't mean I didn't feel the pain. Or that my tolerance and willpower allowed me to endure it freely. It always took me some time to wind myself up to cut my horns, and only the necessity of it made me do it time and time again. Pain is a terrible sensation. I always wished to experience it as little as possible, which was why I only visited human settlements when absolutely necessary, as briefly as possible, so I could regenerate and go back to normal. This occasion was warranted. I needed to know the goings in this region, but being stuck in the town for an entire night was too much. I didn't notice how I wandered deeper and deeper into the town. Past the busy streets with happy families, past small carnival stalls, past the lanterns and small bonfires, seemingly ceremonially lit up in the streets. I wandered deeper and deeper, approaching the looming mountain, and eventually I started to see storage areas and industrial distinct. There were still people there, so I went further in, approaching the closed mine. I stopped, glancing around, and spotting a trail up the mountain. The whole mining town was walled off, however, the broad side of the Sturmkamp mountain served as one of the walls. I could see and smell an outpost up there. It probably overlooked an entire city. I also saw a mountain trail upwards. After a brief moment of hesitation, I decided to climb it. With some luck, I will manage to leave tonight after all, provided that atop this natural wall there was a decent trail down, into the valley, and outside of the city walls. The ascent was steeper than I had initially anticipated, but my demonic constitution made the climb manageable despite the constant throb from my severed horns. Each step upward took me further from the noise and revelry below, and with it, brought some small measure of relief. When I finally reached a suitable vantage point on the rocky outcropping, I paused and looked down. The festival lights below created a harsh glare that made it difficult to discern much beyond the town's borders. The lanterns and bonfires formed bright pools of orange and yellow light, their intensity washing out the subtler details of the surrounding darkness. My eyes, sharp as they were, especially with some rudimentary enhancement unconsciously cast upon them, found the contrast jarring. The town's layout was clearer from this angle. The older dwarven section near the mine entrance was distinguishable by its more compact, methodical arrangement, rectangular blocks of sturdy buildings with what appeared to be communal courtyards. The human district sprawled more haphazardly toward the smaller branch of the local river, following less rigid patterns. From this height, the people below were reduced to small moving shapes. I could observe their behavior without the annoyance of direct interaction. There was nothing better to do as I climbed, in any case. Clusters of figures gathered around the larger bonfires, their movements suggesting dancing or some form of organized celebration. Other groups moved in more purposeful lines between what I assumed were food stalls and temporary structures erected for the festival. The main thoroughfare was particularly active. A steady stream of people flowed back and forth along its length, occasionally bottlenecking at certain points, likely where popular attractions or vendors had been set up. Children, identifiable by their smaller forms and more erratic movement patterns, darted between the adult figures. Some appeared to be carrying lanterns or other festival implements. Near what appeared to be the town's central square, a larger gathering had formed. The people there moved in more synchronized patterns, possibly some form of group dancing or ceremonial activity. I wandered for a moment, wondering whether it was some traditional event or a spontaneous thing. Judging by the fact that I could vaguely hear music from around there, when I was walking through the town, probably a pre-planned event. The guards were also visible from this vantage point. Their patrols followed the town's perimeter in regular intervals. Unlike normal city guards, those seemed more like militia, with some adventurers here and there mixed in. I would guess it's hunters and miners who were saddled with security duty tonight. Eventually, I reached the end of the trail. Up top, the natural fourth wall of the Sturmkamp town was a relatively wide, relatively flat area. With some vegetation, but also quite a few rocks. There was also a small fortified structure up here, probably an outpost for the guards, that had a sizable bell. Likely an alarm. I also noticed the fortification built atop the cliff. It seemed to be built to prevent landslides and avalanches. During the day, I spotted some similar defenses built further up the mountain, constructed, likely, by mages, judging by the fact that they were made from blocks of stone without any visible support. If the guards were present, they probably were holed up in their little outpost, judging by the laughter I could hear from there, and the light in the archer loopholes of the fortified, stout building. I didn't spend much time admiring the scenery, and immediately, I went across the long platform trying to find any way down. There was nothing. The cliff face was truly almost completely vertical. Falling from this distance would kill me. And trying to climb it was legitimately dangerous for my life. One slip up, and even my demonic constitution may not be able to survive the fall. Not with the sharp rocks lining the ground below. A curious one, ain't ye? The voice behind me didn't make me jump or freeze, however, it caught me as I was walking across the edge, carefully looking down. With one smooth movement, I turned around, raising my staff, ready to defend myself. Peace, I only saw the man when he spoke again, and raised a single hearty hand in a placating manner. He was a dwarf. Hidden by some cloak that seemed to blend him with the surrounding rocks, I passed right by him. Internally, I could feel irrational anger igniting for a brief moment. I couldn't sense him because my horns were cut, and my sensitivity was reduced to that of a common human mage. Now that I focused my attention, I felt him. He was relatively powerful. But judging by that build, and this enchanted axe, no, not just enchanted, the metal was special too. In any case, he was clearly a warrior. Don't mean ye no harm. Just curious why a new face would be sniffin' around the high wall. The dwarf was stocky and broad, with thick arms and a barrel chest. His beard was a deep reddish-brown, braided with small iron rings that clinked softly when he moved. His eyes were dark, almost black, and he watched me with steady attention. Nothing aggressive in his body language yet. He wore the aforementioned heavy cloak. Beneath it, I could see leather armor reinforced with metal plates across the chest and shoulders. His boots were thick-soled and well-worn, designed for mountain terrain. A wide belt around his waist held various pouches and tools, though I couldn't make out their specific purposes in the dim light. The axe in his hands was definitely crafted from silver hers. The metal had that distinctive silver gleam I had seen from the products sold by merchants in town. The weapon was clearly made for someone of his height and build, with a handle proportioned for his shorter arms and a head heavy enough to make use of his natural strength. His hands were scarred and weathered in an almost unfamiliar way. I do not believe I've seen a man so scared in either of my lives. He sat there, watching me. His spot was a good one, with a vantage point towards the city, and into the valley beyond its walls, too. The fact that I didn't sense him magically or didn't see him was one thing, but I didn't smell or hear him either. For both, the reason was likely the wind, which was rather strong here. I was curious if any trails were leading down, I explained after a moment, lowering my staff. This part of the wall looked the least defended, and a commotion like this ought to attract some monsters. The dwarf grunted. Culled most of 'em a week before. No way to scale this cliff from outside the walls. Hired mages made sure of that. One of the reasons we built the mine here easy to defend, he answered, studying me. Don't believe I've seen ye around before. I inclined my head in agreement. You wouldn't have, I responded, glancing down towards the town below. I've only arrived today.